Zorian jolted awake as a sharp pain lanced through his abdomen. His body buckled instinctively, reacting to the sudden weight that had dropped onto him. Whatever haze of sleep remained vanished instantly. "Good morning, brother," chirped an irritatingly cheerful voice above him. "Morning, morning, morning." Peering up through narrowed eyes, Zorian met the mischievous grin of his younger sister, Kiriel. She lay sprawled across his stomach, legs kicking in the air, pretending to study the large world map pinned beside his bed. Except she wasn't really pretending. Zorian caught her glancing at him from the corner of her eye, waiting for a reaction. He exhaled slowly. This was what he got for forgetting to arcane lock the door and ward his bed against intrusion. "Get off," he said flatly. "Mom told me to wake you," she replied innocently, making no move to shift. "Not like this," he muttered, his irritation barely contained. They locked eyes. Kiriel's playful hum faltered as the silence stretched, visibly agitated by his lack of response. Then, just as she was about to explode in frustration, Zorian grabbed her by the legs and shoulder, flipping her cleanly off the bed. With a startled yelp, she hit the floor. Zorian rolled upright and stood, ready in case she retaliated. "I'll remember this next time I'm told to wake you," he said, sniffing disdainfully. "As if you ever wake up before me," she shot back, scrambling to her feet with a huff. He sighed. As much as it annoyed him, she was right. "So," she began, practically vibrating with excitement, "are you excited?" Zorian eyed her bouncing form wearily. Where did she even get all that energy? "Excited about what?" he asked, already knowing the answer. "The academy. Magic. Come on, show me a spell." Zorian groaned. Kiriel always saw him as a mix of older brother and personal entertainer. She had been insufferably clingy this year, and mother, of course, had no sympathy. "Kiri, I need to pack." "Go pester Fortov." She pouted for a second, then perked up with a devilish smile and darted out. Zorian's eyes widened. No. Too late. The bathroom door slammed shut. "Damn it, Kiri," he shouted, pounding on the door. "You had all morning." "Sucks to be you," came her smug reply. Muttering curses, Zorian trudged back to his room. At least she hadn't ransacked his desk this time. Packing was quick. He never truly unpacked, and he would have left for Syoria a week ago if mother hadn't insisted he stay. As he gathered his things, he noticed something missing: textbooks. With a grimace, he checked his writing supplies. Sure enough, pencils and erasers were gone. Again. Why did she need so many? He specifically bought extras. Yet every time he came home, Kiriel rated his things like it was a game. Couldn't mother just buy her some stationery instead of fancy dolls? Determined, he marched to her room, ignored the keep out sign, and retrieved his books from their usual hiding spot beneath a stuffed animal fortress. With packing done, he headed downstairs. Maybe he'd get a peaceful breakfast. "Zorian," mother called the moment she saw him, not even letting him reach the kitchen. "You're not going out looking like that, are you?" He looked down. Plain brown shirt and trousers. Perfectly ordinary. "What's wrong with this? You look like a factory worker. You're representing this family, do try not to embarrass us." Zorian turned, face expressionless, and went back to change. It wasn't worth the argument. Dressed in something more formal, he descended again, allowing her to inspect him like a prized show horse. "Fairly decent," she finally pronounced. "Great." In the kitchen, he found a bowl of porridge waiting. "Cold." "I made breakfast," she said, as if that were some rare gift. "You slept longer than I thought." Zorian wordlessly reheated it with a mana pulse and began eating. Mother rambled about some local crop dispute, clearly circling some point she wanted to make. Zorian tuned her out expertly. Finally, he cut in. "Mother, I just got body slammed awake, haven't had a bathroom break, and I'm eating. Please, either get to the point or wait." "She did it again?" she asked, trying to suppress a smile. Zorian didn't answer. "Oh, don't be so serious. She's just playing. You're just like your father." "I'm nothing like him," Zorian snapped. "Of course not," she replied breezily. "Anyway, your father and I are going to Koth. To visit Daimen." Zorian tensed. "Here it comes. We'll be gone for 6 months. Kiriel can't come. We want you to watch her." "No," Zorian said immediately. "You're old enough. Your father and I were married by your age. I'm at the academy most of the day. Ask Fortov. He's in his final year." He said no. Zorian clenched his jaw. Of course he did. "And besides," she added, "Fortov isn't responsible enough." Oh, and I am, he muttered, pushing his food away. You just called me an embarrassment. It's not what I meant. No. She sighed, defeated. Have it your way. What are you talking about? Kiriel appeared, curious. About what a brat you are, Zorian said flatly. No, you weren't. Zorian stood, trying to escape, only to find her blocking the way. Just then, someone knocked on the door. I'll get it, he said quickly, taking the opportunity. At the door stood a sharply dressed woman with glasses and a thick book. Zorian Kaczynski? She asked. Yes. I'm Ilsa Zalady from Sayoria's Royal Academy of Magical Arts. I'm here to discuss your certification. Zorian paled. You're not in trouble, she added with a smile. Just school business. He let her in, introduced her to Mother and Kiriel, and soon found himself sitting at the kitchen table with her, papers spread before them. She handed him a sealed scroll. After a moment of confusion, he channeled mana into the seal. It opened. First Circle Mage, he read. Ilsa nodded. You don't need the badge unless you go into business. You'll receive more access in the library now. She passed him a strange blank key. Mana-keyed housing for third years, she explained. Security is tighter now. Zorian accepted it with a hum of interest. Now, your mentor. He perked up. Is Svim Chow? Zorian groaned. The rumors are exaggerated, she said quickly. Of course they are, he mumbled. And electives, you may choose 3 to 5. She gave him a scroll. He skimmed the extensive list. I'll need a moment, he said. Is something wrong? No. I just really need to use the bathroom. Kiriel. He was going to make her regret this morning. Zorian boarded the train late, after avoiding a final family farewell. The trip was long, boring, and constantly interrupted by station announcements. He couldn't sleep. At Corsa, a major hub, a group of giggling girls joined his compartment. He shared a look of mutual suffering with a quiet girl in a green turtleneck and wished for peace. When the city of Saioria finally came into view, Zorian gathered his bag and joined the flood of students at the station. The energy of the place seeped into his bones, the mana-drenched air invigorating after the train's monotony. He avoided conversations, dodged a chatty first year, and disembarked into a sprawling enclosed station bustling with life. After grabbing a quick snack, he aimed for the fountain in the plaza to relax. His plans were quickly derailed. First, a swarm of magical, brain-exposed rats blocked a stairway. Then, a sobbing child begged him to retrieve her bicycle from a stream. He complied, levitating it with mana and soaking his sleeves in the process. The sky darkened ominously. Rain. Of course. He jogged toward the academy, drenched by the time he arrived, only to find an invisible rain barrier surrounding the grounds. With a scoff, he walked under it, appreciating the dry reprieve. The academy was looking freshly renovated, flowers blooming, fountains working, paint pristine. Whatever, he muttered, heading to administration. After paperwork, a rules booklet, and an hour of wandering, he found his new room. Spacious. Private bath. Clean. Blessedly his alone. He changed into dry clothes and collapsed onto the bed with a sigh. I've got to learn that rain barrier spell, he mumbled, eyes closing. Sleep came quickly. Classes would start in 2 days. But for now, he could finally rest. Although the academy prided itself on being an elite institution with a renowned teaching staff, its true power lay in its unparalleled library. Over the decades, alumni donations, eccentric headmasters with deep pockets, obscure legal quirks, and sheer historical luck had transformed the Academy's library into a treasure trove like no other. It held books on nearly every subject imaginable, magical and mundane alike. There was even an entire section dedicated to scandalous romance novels. The library had grown so vast that it extended into the subterranean tunnels beneath Saioria. Many of these lower sections were off-limits to all but certified mages, and now that Zorian was a first circle mage, he could finally access them. Wasting no time, Zorian descended into the depths of the library on the first weekend of the school year, eager to explore what had been denied to him for 2 long years. He hoped to expand his spell repertoire while satisfying his curiosity. He was pleasantly overwhelmed. There were more spells and training manuals available to him than he could learn in several lifetimes. Many spells were esoteric or minor variations on common magic, so he didn't feel the need to memorize every one, but he quickly realized this archive would keep him engaged for the entire year. Some spells seemed basic, even harmless, and he couldn't help but wonder why they were restricted. He could have used some of them last year. Zorian was searching for the spell that created the Academy's rain barrier when his stomach growled, reminding him he had skipped breakfast and that it was already well past noon. Reluctantly, he checked out a few books to read in his room and made his way to the cafeteria. To his surprise, the cafeteria had undergone a makeover. Where once the place had felt utilitarian, now it gleamed with polished surfaces and new furniture. Even the food portions looked more generous than usual. Something was definitely going on.
Zorian. Over here.
He turned to see Benesek waving him over. Of all the Academy's chatterboxes, Benesek was the most informed. If anyone could explain the changes, it would be him. "Hey Ben," Zorian greeted, sliding into the seat across from him. "I thought you were going to arrive with the last train like always," Benesek said. "You came 2 days before classes start. That's not exactly early. I got in yesterday." "Well, if you'd messaged me, we could have traveled together," Benesek said, his tone mock accusatory. "You must have been bored out of your mind." "Something like that," Zorian replied. "So, are you excited?" "About what?" Zorian asked, even though he suspected the answer. His sister had asked the same thing.
"3rd year.
The real fun starts now." Zorian blinked. Benesek, as far as he knew, wasn't all that committed to his magical studies. "You mean academically?"
Benesek laughed. "No. The girls.
"The new first years will be fawning over us upperclassmen." Zorian groaned. "Anyway," Zorian said, steering the conversation, "you always know what's going on. What's with the Academy being all cleaned up and fancy?"
"You don't know."
Benesek looked scandalized. "The summer festival. This year it's extra special."
"How?"
"There's one every year. Some kind of rare planar alignment.
Big cosmic event.
City-wide celebration. Astrological nonsense, then."
"Pretty much," Benesek said. "But who cares?"
"It means better food and parties." They continued talking about the summer and electives. Zorian had chosen engineering, mineral alchemy, and advanced mathematics. Benesek had chosen estate management, much to his own chagrin. "You're gunning for a place in a spellforge, huh?"
Benesek asked. "Yeah. But why?
"Isn't your family business enough?" Zorian smiled coldly. "I'd rather starve." They discussed mentors next. Zorian was stuck with Svim. Benesek had picked Karabira Aop, allegedly for her forgiving nature, though Zorian suspected her appearance played a role. Eventually, Zorian returned to his room, hoping for some peace and quiet. Instead, Taven, an old friend who he once had a crush on, dropped by. She was loud, chaotic, and still called him Roach. She wanted Zorian to join her team for a sewer run, a job posted on the student board. He refused, but she pestered him for a while, even challenging him to a fight. Eventually, she gave up and just hung out. The rest of the weekend passed uneventfully, and Monday morning arrived. His first class was Essential Invocations with Ilsa Zalady. She began with a review of structured versus unstructured magic. Spells, she explained, were bounded constructs, useful but rigid. They lacked the flexibility of unstructured magic but were far easier and faster to use. The class included several demonstrations, dispelling levitation spells, trying to snuff out magically ignited fires, and noting the limitations of disruptor spells. Zorian already knew much of this, so he busied himself with magical doodles.
He left slightly bored.
The rest of the day was a mix of introductory lectures and reading assignments. Tuesday opened with combat magic, taught by the intimidating Kiran. He looked more like a gladiator than a professor. He explained that modern combat magic wasn't about incantations, it was about speed, instinct, and mana control. They practiced firing magic missiles with spell rods. Zorian depleted his mana quickly, but Zach, his classmate, kept going, seemingly tireless. Then came spell formulas with Norabul. She was just as enthusiastic as in advanced mathematics and gave them a massive reading list. After a test and another homework assignment, the day finally ended. By Friday, Zorian was in front of Svim Chow's office for his first mentorship session. Svim immediately demanded Zorian perform the basic 3 shaping exercises and interrupted him repeatedly.
"Start over," became a refrain.
At one point, Svim even threw a marble at Zorian's forehead to test his concentration. Zorian protested, but Svim simply said he had to master the exercise to the point where even such distractions wouldn't matter. Zorian simmered with frustration. The session ended, but Zorian knew one thing for sure: this mentorship was going to be hell.
Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
If someone had asked Zorian at the end of the first week what classes he thought he would have the most trouble with, he would have answered spell formulas and advanced mathematics. Combat magic, maybe. 2 weeks later, he could safely say the answer was warding. Warding, the art of protecting things with magic, was a surprisingly complex field. You had to take into account what the thing you're trying to protect is made of, what its dimensions and geometry were, how the ward is going to react with the already existing magic, or you could just slap a general-purpose warding invocation on your target and hope for the best. But the professor would fail you for that answer, so that wasn't an option in the classroom. But these complexities aside, the class should have been a breeze, or at least not this confusing. Zorian was a patient, methodical person when it came to magecraft, and had slogged through worse offenders than warding with decent results. The problem was that their teacher, a stern woman with hair cut so short she might as well have gone all the way and shaved her head completely, didn't know how to teach.
At all.
Oh, she clearly knew the subject matter very well, but she simply didn't know how to translate that knowledge into a proper lecture. She was leaving a lot of things out of her lectures, apparently not realizing that just because they were obvious to her, they were not obvious to her students. The textbook she assigned for the class wasn't much better, and read more like a manual for a professional warder than a student's textbook. Question 6. You are tasked with building a research outpost on a first-degree mana well in the Sorokian Highlands. The building is meant to support a staff of 4 at any particular time, and the prospectors have expressed concerns over heavy presence of winter wolf packs and an infestation of borer wasps in the surrounding area. You have a budget of 25,000 pieces and are assumed to be a certified second circle warder. Assuming only mana extracted from mana well is available for powering the wards, which combination of wards do you feel would be the best choice for the outpost? Explain your reasoning. Draw basic floor plans of the planned outpost and explain how the planned room placement and shape of the building itself affect ward effectiveness. Do you think the issue of the borer wasp infestation is best resolved by using a vermin repellent ward or by careful choice of building materials? Explain your reasoning. Assume that you are commissioned to build not 1 but 5 outposts. The budget remains the same. How does this change your answer? Do you believe it is better to make the wards identical for all 5 outposts, or do you feel some amount of difference between them is in order? Explain the advantages and disadvantages of each approach. Zorian rubbed his eyes in frustration. How was he supposed to answer a question like this? He didn't take the architecture elective, and wasn't aware that you had to take it to do well in your warding class. Not to mention that the question assumed they knew what the market rates were buying the necessary materials, or that they knew where the Sorokian Highlands were. Zorian was quite good at geography, and he had no idea, though considering the presence of monsters like winter wolves, he suspected they were somewhere in the northern forest. At the very least he knew how to answer the third part of the question. The correct answer was definitely wards. Even if the outpost was made inedible to borer wasp larvae, it would still make a prime place to build a nest. Considering how territorial those insects were, you didn't want them living anywhere near you. Theoretically, the careful choice of materials options would free up mana that would otherwise be spent on maintaining vermin-repellent wards, but those wards required very little mana flow to stay active. Especially if they were keyed specifically to borer wasps. His thoughts were interrupted by a girlish giggle coming from the back of the classroom. Zorian didn't even have to turn around to know what was happening. Zack was entertaining the students around him again. He wished the teacher would penalize the guy for the disruption he was causing, especially in the middle of an exam, but Zack was a bit of a darling to the stern woman because he was the only student acing her exams. No doubt the guy had already finished his test with 100% accuracy. Which, by the way, made no sense whatsoever. During their first 2 years, Zack was a below-average student more distinguished because of his charm than magical talent. Kind of like a nicer version of Fortov, actually. This year, though, he was acing everything. Everything. He had a wealth of knowledge and a work ethic he hadn't had at the end of their second year, far in excess of what could be gained through the normal passage of time. How does one get so much better in the span of a single summer? 15 minutes later he threw his pencil down on the table, calling it quits. He only filled in 8 out of 10 questions, and he wasn't sure how correct these 8 were, but it would have to do. He would have to set aside a couple of days for warding self-study, because the lectures were making less and less sense with every passing day. The only other student that stayed in the classroom as long as he did was Akoja, and she handed in her paper only a few seconds after he did and followed him outside. Of course, they stayed in the classroom so long for very different reasons. He stayed so he could scrape in a few stray points. She stayed because she was a perfectionist who wanted to triple-check everything to make sure she didn't forget anything. Zorian, wait. Zorian slowed down and allowed Akoja to catch up to him. The girl could be insufferable sometimes, but she was a good person overall and he didn't want to snap at her just because the test didn't go the way he wanted. How do you think you did back there? she asked. Badly, he answered, not seeing the point in lying.
Yeah, me too.
Zorian rolled his eyes. His and her definition of badly differed greatly. Nilu finished in only half an hour, said Akoja after a brief silence. I bet she'll get a perfect score again.
AKO Zorian sighed.
I know everyone thinks I'm jealous, but that's not normal, said Akoja in a hushed but agitated voice. I'm pretty smart and I study all the time, and I'm still having problems with the curriculum. And we've both been in the same class as Nilu for the past 2 years, and she was never this good. And now she's beating me in every single class. Kind of like Zack, said Zorian. Exactly like Zack, she agreed. They even hang out together, 2 of them and one other girl I don't know, behaving like they're in their own private little world. Or like they're a couple, said Zorian before frowning.
Triple?
What's the word for a romantic relationship between 3 people?
Akoja scoffed. Whatever.
The point is the 3 of them do nothing but waste time together and antagonize the teachers and get perfect scores anyway. They even refuse the chance to get transferred to first-tier groups. Can you believe that?
You're too worked up over this, Zorian warned.
Aren't you a little bit curious how they do it? Asked Akoja.
Of course I am, scoffed Zorian.
It's hard not to be.
But what can I do about it?
Besides, Zack has never done anything to me. I don't want to cause problems for him just because he has suddenly discovered his inner prodigy. Zorian felt Benesek join them suddenly, simply popping up from behind a corner so he could walk beside them. Sometimes Zorian wondered if the chubby boy could smell gossip.
I know what you mean, Benesek said.
I always thought Zack was no good at anything. You know, like me.
Ha.
Well, there's no way he got this good at everything over one summer break, Zorian said. I guess he was pulling the wool over our eyes all this time.
Man, that's so stupid, said Benesek.
If I were that good, I'd make sure everyone knew it. I don't think he was faking lack of skill for 2 years straight, Akoja huffed. He would have slipped at least occasionally. Well, what's left then?
Zorian asked.
He refrained from listing some of the more obscure ways such a rapid growth could be accomplished with magic, because most of them were criminal, and he was sure the Academy checked Zack to make sure he wasn't a shape-shifting imposter or possessed by the ghost of a long-dead mage. Maybe he knows the answers in advance, she suggested. Only if he's an oracle, Benesek said. Bull gave him an oral exam last Tuesday when you went home early, and he was rattling off answers like he swallowed the textbook. The conversation died down as all 3 filed into the alchemy classroom, which was really more of a big alchemy workshop than a typical classroom. There were about 20 tables, each one full of various containers and other equipment. All ingredients for the day's lesson were already set out in front of them, though some would require additional preparation before they could be used in whatever process they were learning about that day. He was pretty sure they weren't going to be putting live cave crickets into the boiling solution, for instance. Alchemy, like warding, was a complicated art, but their alchemy teacher knew her stuff and knew how to teach, so Zorian wasn't having any issues with the class. Technically, they had to work in groups of 2 or 3 students because there were not enough tables and equipment, but Zorian always paired up with Benesek, which translated to working alone in practice. The only problem was getting Benesek to shut up and stop distracting him during class. Hey Zorian, Benesek whispered to him not so quietly. I never noticed it until now, but our teacher is kind of hot. Zorian gritted his teeth. The blasted idiot couldn't keep his voice down if his life was on the line. There was no way she didn't hear that. Benesek, he whispered back to his partner. I need good grades in alchemy to get my dream job when I graduate. If you screw this up for me, I will never speak to you again. Benesek grumbled mutinously before returning to his ogling. Zorian refocused on grinding the boar wasp husks into a fine powder needed for the particular type of glue they were supposed to be making. Admittedly, Aslan Maravosky did look surprisingly good for a 50-year-old woman. Some kind of cosmetic treatment probably, she was their alchemy teacher after all. Maybe even a true youth potion, though those were really rare and usually imperfect in some way. I don't see why you like this class so much, grumbled Benesek. I'm not even sure I'd call it magical. You don't need mana for it. It's all searching for herbs cutting the roots the right way it's like cooking. Hell, we're making glue of all things. You should leave that to girls.
Benesek. It's true, he protested.
Even our teacher is a girl.
A hot girl, but still.
I read somewhere that alchemy traces its roots back to witches' covens, with their potions and whatnot. Even now the best alchemical families are descended from witches. I bet you didn't know that, huh? As a matter of fact, he did know that. He was, after all, tutored in alchemy by an honest-to-God's traditional, which before he went to the academy. She was so traditional, in fact, that she scoffed at the name alchemy and referred to her skill strictly as potion making. But that wasn't the sort of stuff you wanted people to know, for a wide variety of reasons. If you don't shut up right now, I won't let you partner with me anymore, Zorian told him seriously.
Hey, protested Benasek. Who's going to help me with that stuff then?
I'm not good at this. I don't know, said Zorian innocently. Maybe you should find some girl to help you. Fortunately, the teacher was currently too busy fawning over Zack's newest masterpiece to pay attention to Zorian's table. Somehow the boy managed to make some kind of enhancement potion out of the provided ingredients, and that was apparently very impressive. Aslan didn't appear to mind that Zack completely ignored the assignment to make magical glue and did his own thing. Zorian shook his head and tried to concentrate on his own work. He wondered whether he would have gotten the same reaction if he did something like that, or if he would be accused of showing off. The few times Zorian tried to wow the teachers, he was simply told to work on his basics and not to get cocky, because arrogance kills. Was it because Zack was the heir of noble house Novida? Or something else? It was in moments like these that he understood exactly how Akoja felt about all this. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. And that concludes today's lesson, said Ilsa. Before you leave, however, I have an announcement to make. As some of you know, the Academy traditionally organizes a dance on the eve of the summer festival. This year is no exception. The dance will take place in the entrance hall next Saturday. For those of you who are unaware, attendance is mandatory this year. Zorian groaned, slamming his forehead into the table in front of him, causing the rest of the class to snicker. Ilsa pointedly ignored his reaction. For those of you who don't know how to dance lessons will be held every day at 8 in the evening in room 6. Those of you who do know how to dance still have to come to at least one of these lessons to prove so. I will not have you embarrass me on the night of the dance.
Dismissed.
Miss Strohs, Mr. Kaczynski, stay after class please.
Oh great, Zorian mumbled.
He probably should have restrained himself from reacting so strongly to the pronouncement. Truthfully, he intended to skip the dance, regardless of how mandatory it was. Did Ilsa realize that? No, he could detect no disapproval in posture, and he was pretty sure she'd be rather annoyed if she sensed his plans. Now then, Ilsa began when he and Akoja were the only students left. I assume you both know how to dance?
Sure, said Zorian. Akoja fidgeted.
I'm not very good at it.
No matter, Ilsa said.
We'll iron out any gaps you may have easily enough. The reason I told you to stay behind is that I want you to help me with the dance lessons. Zorian considered refusing outright. It wasn't something he wanted to spend his time on, but he figured this could be a favor that would make Ilsa forgive him a transgression or two. Like, say, not showing up to the mandatory dance? Before he could express his tentative agreement, however, Akoja decided in his place. How can we help? She said, clearly pleased they were chosen for this honor. Zorian raised an eyebrow at the way she presumed to speak for him, but let it slide for the moment. We only have 5 days to teach everyone how to dance, Ilsa said. That's why we're going to use magic to help.
Animation spells, Zorian guessed.
Yes, Ilsa said, then quickly moved to explain for Akoja's benefit. There is a spell that will guide a person's limbs and body through whatever dance it is designed for. It's not really suitable as a substitute for dancing skill, but if you practice dancing while you're under its effects, you will learn a lot faster than you would otherwise. How does that work? Akoja asked curiously. The spell moves you around like a puppet on a string until you learn how to move along with it, if only to make the feeling of something jerking you around go away, said Zorian. Eventually you no longer need the spell to dance correctly. I see you have personal experience with this method, Ilsa said with a smile. Zorian resisted the urge to scowl. Getting put under that spell by Daimen was one of his childhood traumas. It wasn't amusing at all. I sincerely hope you intend to give students a choice to refuse, Zorian said.
Of course, Ilsa agreed.
Though those who refuse this method will have to attend at least 3 sessions instead of 1, so I expect most will choose this option instead of the traditional one. In any case, I want you two to help me cast the spell on people during the lessons. I expect I'll have to dispel and recast the spell often, and I could use some help. And why did you choose us, specifically?
Zorian asked.
You both have decent control over your magic and you seem responsible enough to be taught such a spell. Animation spells targeting people are restricted material, after all, and not something normally available to students.
Huh.
So how did Daimen get a hold of it then? In his 2nd year, no less?
Well, whatever.
At least knowing how to cast the spell will make it easier to counter it in the future.
Anything else? Ilsa asked. Very well then.
Come to my office after the last class and I'll set up some dummies for you to practice on before moving on to people. Poorly controlled, the spell is intensely uncomfortable. We don't want to give anyone traumas. Zorian narrowed his eyes.
He didn't.
Not even Daimen would. Oh, who is he kidding?
Of course he would have.
Practicing such a spell on your own little brother was right up Damon's alley. Miss Strohs, you can leave, I have something else to discuss with Mr. Kaczynski. Ilsa began to speak the moment Akoja was gone, catching Zorian somewhat by surprise. He shook his head to clear his thoughts, trying to ignore his annoyance with Daimen in favor of paying attention to what Ilsa was saying. So Zorian, she said with a faint smile. How are you getting along with your mentor? He's having me work on my basic 3, Zorian told her flatly. We're still on the levitation exercise. Yes, even after 4 weeks, Svim was still making him levitate a pencil over and over again.
Start over. Start over. Start over.
The only thing Zorian learned in those sessions was how to dodge marbles that Svim kept throwing at him. The jerk seemed to have an endless supply of those things. Yes, Professor Svim likes his students to have a firm grasp of the basics before moving on to advanced topics, Ilsa agreed. That or he hates his students. Zorian personally thought his theory was a lot more plausible. Well, I just wanted to tell you that you might be able to change mentors soon, Ilsa said. One of my students will be dropping out after the summer festival, and I'll have a vacancy to fill. Unless something comes up, you're almost certain to be the one I pick. That is, if you're actually interested in a transfer. Of course I'm interested. Zorian half-shouted, much to Ilsa's amusement.
He frowned for a moment.
Unless you also plan to throw marbles at me? Is that some kind of standard training method?
No, Ilsa chuckled.
Svim is special that way. Well, I just wanted to see how you feel about this before doing anything. Have a nice day. It was only after he was out of the classroom that he realized this development greatly complicated his plan to skip out on the dance. He couldn't afford to annoy his potential new mentor too much, else he'd be stuck with Svim for the rest of his education. Well played, Professor.
Well played.
Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Why can't we just cast that spell ourselves once the dancing starts? Zorian let out a long-suffering sigh. You can't make an animation spell do something you don't know how to do yourself. You don't know how to dance, hence you cannot animate anyone to dance either. Also, how are you going to break the spell once the dance ends if you can't move your arms where you want them to be? This really isn't the sort of spell you should be casting on yourself. Really, there were so many problems with that idea that Zorian struggled to put them all into words. Are these people thinking about the questions they're asking at all? So how many dances do we have to learn? 10, said Zorian, bracing himself for the cries of outrage. Sure enough, a rumble of complaints erupted after that statement. Thankfully, Ilsa took over the lesson at this point, instructing everyone to pair up and scatter throughout the spacious room to give everyone enough space. Zorian could already feel a headache coming and cursed himself from letting Ilsa talk him into this. Even though room 6 was fairly spacious, there were a lot of people and the invisible pressure they gave off was particularly strong today.
You all right?
Benesek asked, putting his hand on Zorian's shoulder. I'm fine, Zorian said, waving his hand off. He didn't like to be touched much.
I just have a slight headache.
Did you need help with something? Nah, you just looked like you could use some company, standing all alone in your little corner, Benesek said. Zorian decided not to tell him that he was intentionally standing on the sidelines unless he was needed. Benesek wasn't the sort of person who understood the need for some breathing room. Say, who is your date for the dance anyway? Zorian suppressed a groan. Of course Benesek would want to talk about that. Relationships weren't something Zorian thought about often. The chances that one of his classmates would agree to date him were minuscule. For one, such a relationship would quickly be noticed by the rest of their classmates, and the resulting merciless teasing was something few relationships could survive for any appreciable length. Secondly, and perhaps more importantly, all teenage girls liked older guys. Dating a guy that was 2 or 3 years her senior seemed to be a status symbol for a girl, and a majority of them loudly disparaged the male population their own age as crass and immature. When they were in their first year, all the girls wanted to date third years. Now that they were in their third year, all the girls wanted to date apprentice graduates. Since there were plenty of guys willing to play along, the chances that some girl in his class would give him the time of day was negligible. And the girls that weren't his classmates? To most of them he wasn't Zorian Kaczynski, but that guy who is a brother of Daimen and Fortov Kaczynski. They had this image of what he ought to be like, and once it became obvious that the real him didn't match their expectations, they inevitably became upset. Besides all this romantic stuff, Well.
Well. Benasek prodded.
I'm not going, Zorian said. What do you mean, I'm not going? Benasek said cautiously. Just what I said, Zorian said. I'm skipping out on the whole dance thing. Turns out I had an alchemy-related accident and had to stay in my room for the evening. It was perhaps a bit cliché, but whatever. Zorian had already found a particularly tricky potion that was supposed to make a person more outgoing and sociable. Something that was entirely plausible for him to try to make, that would make a person very ill when done wrong but wouldn't actually kill him. If he does it right, it will seem like an honest mistake instead of a way to weasel out of the dance. Oh, come on, protested Benasek, and Zorian had to pinch him to make him lower his voice. The last he needed was to have Ilsa overhear him. It's the summer festival. A special summer festival, with the whole parallel thingy. Planar alignment, Zorian offered.
Whatever.
The point is that you have to be there. Everyone who is anyone is coming.
I'm a nobody. Benasek sighed. No, Zorian, you're not.
Look, Zorian, we're both merchant kids, right? I don't like where this is going, Zorian warned. Benasek ignored him. I know you don't like to hear this, but dash.
Don't. Just don't.
You have a duty to your family to put on a good face. Your behavior reflects on them, you know. There is nothing wrong with my behavior, snapped Zorian, aware that he was attracting stares of nearby people but not caring at the moment. You're free to go to whatever you want, but leave me out of it. I'm a nobody. A third son of a minor merchant family from the middle of nowhere. People here don't give a fuck about me. They don't even know who I am. And I like it that way. Okay, protested Benasek, gesturing wildly. Dude, you're making a scene.
Whatever, scoffed Zorian.
Leave me alone and go away.
The nerve.
If there was anyone who should take a look at the impression he was leaving to people, it should be Benasek. The irresponsible leech would have been dumped into a Tier 3 group if it wasn't for Zorian's constant help, and this is how he repays him? Why was he even hanging out with that guy?
He scoffed, trying to calm down.
Stupid summer festival and stupid dance. The funny thing is that unlike most people who hate these kinds of events, Zorian wasn't strictly bad at them. He knew how to dance, he knew how to eat without embarrassing himself, and he knew how to talk to people at these kinds of events. He had to know these things, because his parents used to drag him along with them when attending these kinds of events, and they made sure he knew how to behave himself properly once there.
But he hated it.
He had no words to describe how much events such as these sickened him. Why should he be forced to attend something he hates when the academy had absolutely no right to demand it of him? No, they had no right at all. Asterisk. Hesitantly, Zorian knocked on the door to Ilsa's office, wondering why she called him here. There is no way.
Come in.
Zorian peeked inside and was promptly told to have a seat while Ilsa calmly sat behind her desk, drinking something out of a cup.
Probably tea.
She looked calm and serene, but Zorian could detect an undercurrent of disapproval in her posture.
So Zorian, Ilsa began.
You've been doing quite well in my class.
Thank you, Professor, said Zorian cautiously.
I try. Indeed, one could say you're one of the best students in your group. A student I intend to take under my wing after this whole festival rush dies down. An example to everyone, and just as much a representative of your class as Miss Stroh's.
Oh, this is bad. I don't dash.
So, excited about the dance this Saturday? Asked Ilsa, seemingly changing the topic. Yes, I am, Zorian lied smoothly. It sounds like lots of fun. That's good, Ilsa said happily. Because I heard that you plan to boycott the event. It was rather upsetting, I must say. I was rather clear that attendance is mandatory, I believe. Note to self, find something horrible to do to Benasek. A spell that causes the target's tongue to feel like it's on fire or something, or maybe piercing pain in the genital region. Just a bunch of nasty rumors, Professor, Zorian said smoothly. I would never dream of intentionally boycotting the dance. If I am unable to attend dash. Zorian, Ilsa cut him off. Professor, why is it so important that I show up there anyway? Asked Zorian, a bit of crankiness seeping into his voice. He knew it was a bad idea to blow up on a teacher, but damn, this whole thing was pissing him off. I have a medical condition, you know? Crowds give me headaches.
She snorted.
They give me headaches too, if it makes you feel any better. I can give you a potion for that. The fact is I'm one of the organizers of the dance, and if too many students are absent I'll end up with a black mark on my record. Especially if someone as prominent as yourself were to not show up.
Me? Prominent?
I'm just an average student. Zorian protested. Not nearly as average as you think, Ilsa said. Just getting this far requires extraordinary intelligence and dedication, especially for a civilian-born student like yourself, who wasn't exposed to magic your entire life. People keep an eye out for people like you. Also, you're Damon's younger brother, and we both know how famous he is. Zorian's lips stretched into a thin line. Zorian was sure the last reason was what it all came down to in the end, and all the other arguments were just excuses and attempts to butter him up. Even with his brother on a whole different continent, Zorian still couldn't escape from his shadow.
You don't like to be compared to him, she guessed.
No, Zorian admitted in a clipped tone. Why is that? She asked curiously. Zorian considered sidestepping the question. His family was a sore subject for him, but uncharacteristically decided to go for honesty. He knew it wouldn't do much, but he felt like venting at the moment. Everything I do is always compared to Daimon and, to a slightly lesser extent, Fortov. It has been that way since I was a child, before Daimon ever became famous. My parents have never been shy about playing favorites, and since they were always interested chiefly in social achievements, I was always found wanting. My family has no use for a withdrawn bookworm, and made that abundantly clear over the years. Until recently, they ignored me completely, treating me more like I was my sister's babysitter than their son. But something happened recently that caused them to take notice of you.
Ilsa surmised.
Fortov happened, Zorian growled out. He bombed several exams, had to be bailed out by father's connections. He has shown himself to be generally unreliable, which is a problem, because he was supposed to be the spare heir for the family business, just in case Daimon dies on one of his escapades. So now I am suddenly taken out of the metaphorical closet so they can groom me for the role.
But you don't want to be the spare, she guessed.
I don't want to be involved in Kaczynski family politics, period. I am not a part of that family anyway.
Never was.
At best, I was only ever a loosely aligned associate. I appreciate them feeding me and funding my education, and I'm willing to reimburse them for that when I get a job, but they have no right to ask something like that of me. I won't hear it. I have my own life and my own plans, none of which involve playing second fiddle to my older brother and wasting time on insipid social events where people suck up to each other nonstop. He decided to stop there, because he was just making himself angrier. Plus, he suspected Ilsa didn't empathize with him much. Most people thought he was simply being overdramatic about his family. They weren't the ones who had to live with them. When she realized he wasn't going to say anything more, Ilsa leaned back and took a deep breath. I empathize with you, Zorian, but I'm afraid such comparisons are unavoidable. For what is worth, I think you're shaping up to be a fine mage yourself. Not everyone can be a prodigy like Daimon. Right, said Zorian, refusing to look at her. She sighed, running her hand through her hair. You make me feel like the villain here. Family issues aside, why are you so bothered by this? It's a party. I thought all teenagers liked parties. Are you concerned about finding a date? Just ask some first years and they'll jump at the chance. They can't attend unless invited by an upperclassman, you know. Zorian released a sigh of his own. He wasn't looking for a way to find a date. He had no doubt that simply dropping his last name would net him some impressionable giggly first year for the evening. He was looking for a way out. Something that Ilsa wasn't willing to provide him with, it seemed. I'm not getting a date, Zorian told her, rising from his seat. I may have to come to the dance, but I'm pretty sure that bringing a date is not mandatory. Have a nice day. He was surprised that Ilsa didn't try to contradict him as he left. Maybe this whole dance thing won't be such a chore. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Zorian trudged through the corridors of his residence building wearily, not in any real hurry to get to his room. The teachers had refrained from giving them any substantial homework over the weekend, knowing that everyone would be too preoccupied with the summer festival to get any work done. Normally all that free time would be a godsend to Zorian, but just thinking about what he would have to endure tomorrow was enough to make Zorian lose the will to do anything fun or productive, so he fully intended to go to sleep the moment he arrived at his room. As he entered his residence building, he noted that someone was already in a celebratory mood, because the walls of the corridor he was passing through were full of colorful splotches in vivid yellow, green, and red.
Zorian.
Just the man I was looking for. Zorian jerked in shock at the loud voice behind him and whirled around to face the man who invaded his personal space. He scowled at the grinning idiot in front of him.
Why are you here, Fortov? He asked.
What, I can't visit my little brother? He protested. You too good to hang out with, big bro?
Cut the crap, Fortov.
You never come to me when you just want to hang out with someone. What do you need help with now? That's totally not true, he huffed. You're my favorite brother, you know? Zorian stared at him impassively for a few seconds. Diamond isn't here, so you'll settle for me, huh? Diamond is an asshole, Fortov snapped. Ever since he got famous, he's always too busy to help out his younger brother. I swear, that guy only thinks about himself. The hypocrisy is thick with this one, Zorian mumbled.
Sorry, I didn't catch that, Fortov said.
Nothing, Zorian waved dismissively. So what kind of trouble are you in now? I might have promised a friend I'll make her an anti-rash potion, Fortov said sheepishly. There is no such thing as an anti-rash potion, huffed Zorian. There is, however, an anti-rash salve, which is applied directly to the affected skin instead of being imbibed like a potion is. This just shows what a total dunderhead you are when it comes to alchemy. What the hell were you thinking, promising your friend something like that? I kind of pushed her into a purple creeper patch during our wilderness survival class, Fortov admitted. Please, you have to help me. I'll find you a girlfriend if you do. I don't want a girlfriend, snapped Zorian irritably. Least of all the kind of girlfriend Fortov would set him up with. Look, why are you bothering me about this? Just go to the apothecary and buy some. It's Friday evening. All stores are closed in preparation for the celebration tomorrow. Well, that's too bad, because I can't help you, said Zorian. First 2 years are all theory and lab safety, and I'm just starting my 3rd year. We haven't done any serious alchemy in class so far. So true, and yet such a bald-faced lie. He hadn't done all that much alchemy in class, but he had done quite a bit of private study in his free time. He could make an antidote for the purple creeper rash easily, but why should he spend his expensive alchemical ingredients?
Oh man, come on.
You can speak 3 different languages and you know all the silly shaping exercises they make us learn, but you can't even do something so basic? What the hell are you doing in your room all day long if not learning how to do stuff like that? You're one to talk. Zorian snapped. You're a year older than me, you should be perfectly capable of doing this yourself. You know I never cared for alchemy. Too fiddly and boring for me, Fortov said with a dismissive wave. Besides, I can't even make vegetable soup without ruining Mom's kitchenware. Do you really want me around alchemical equipment? Well, when he put it that way. I'm tired, Zorian said. I'll make it tomorrow. Are you crazy? Tomorrow is too late. Oh come on, it's not like she'll die of a goddamn rash, said Zorian irritably. Please Zorian, I know you don't care about these kind of things, but she's crushing on this boy and dash. Zorian groaned and tuned him out. That's pretty much all he needed to know about this emergency. And if my friend's rash isn't fixed by then, she won't be able to go and she'll never forgive me. Please dash.
Stop it.
Please dash.
I said stop it. I'll do it, okay?
I'll make the damn salve, but you owe me big time for this, you hear? Yup, he said cheerfully. How much time do you need? Meet me at the fountain in about 3 hours, Zorian sighed. Zorian watched him as he ran away, probably so he wouldn't change his mind or make some concrete demands. He shook his head and went back to his room to retrieve the necessary alchemical reagents. The academy had an alchemical workshop students could use for their own projects, but you had to bring your own ingredients. Fortunately, he had everything he needed for this particular task. The workshop was totally empty aside from him, but that wasn't very unusual. Most people were preparing for the dance tomorrow and were unlikely to do some last-minute alchemy practice. Unfazed by the eerie silence of the workshop, Zorian scattered the reagents across the table and set to work. Ironically, the main ingredient of the anti-rash salve was the very plant that was the cause of this mess, the purple creeper, or more accurately its leaves. Zorian had already left them to dry in the sun, and now they only had to be ground to powder. This was generally the most annoying part of the procedure, as purple creeper leaves released a cloud of irritating dust into the air if they were simply crushed with a standard mortar and pestle set. The textbooks he read had all sorts of fancy ways to deal with this, usually involving expensive equipment, but Zorian had a much simpler solution. He wrapped the leaves in a slightly wet piece of cloth, then wrapped the whole thing in a piece of leather, and then hammered the resulting lump until he felt no resistance. The irritating dust would bond with the cloth and the leaf pieces wouldn't. After mixing the leaf dust with 10 drops of honey and a spoon of oblia berry juice, he put the whole thing over a low fire, stirring the contents until they achieved uniform color and consistency. Then he removed the bowl from the fire and sat down while he waited for the stuff to cool. That was very impressive work, a rather feminine voice sounded behind him. Nice improvisation with the creeper leaves. I'll have to remember that trick. Zorian recognized the owner of the voice though, and Kale wasn't really female, despite some nasty rumors. He turned around to face the Morlock boy, studying his bone-white hair and intense blue eyes for a moment before returning his attention to cleaning the alchemical equipment he had used. No reason to get barred from using the workshop because he failed to clean up after himself. He struggled to formulate a response while Kale was inspecting the salve with a practiced eye. The boy was rather mysterious, having only joined their group this year by transferring from God's knows where, and not being very talkative.
Plus, he was a Morlock.
How long had the boy been watching him? Sadly, he had a tendency to lose track of his surroundings when he worked on something, so he couldn't tell. "It's nothing special," Zorian finally said. "Now your work, that's impressive. I get the notion that you're on a whole different level from the rest of us when it comes to alchemy. Even Zack can't beat you most of the time, and he seems to be acing everything these days." The white-haired boy smiled mildly. Zack doesn't have the passion for the subject. Alchemy requires a craftsman's touch and a lot of patience, and no matter how extensive his knowledge is, Zack just doesn't have the mentality for it. You do. If you had as much practice with alchemy as Zack apparently does, you'd surpass him for sure. "Ah, so you think he has prior experience too?" Zorian inquired. "I do not know him as well as yourself and the rest of your peers, having only recently joined your group. Still, one does not get as proficient in this field as Zack apparently is in a matter of months. He works with the practiced ease of someone who has been doing alchemy for years."
"Like you," tried Zorian.
"Like me," Kale confirmed. "I hate to be rude, but are you finished here? I'd like to make something myself today." Zorian apologized to the boy for the hold-up, which the Morlock waved off as something of little importance, and bid him goodbye. As he walked away, it occurred to Zorian that he should have probably made some kind of sleeping potion for himself while he was at it. He had to get plenty of rest tonight, because he certainly wouldn't get any tomorrow. I'm coming," Zorian grumbled, stomping towards the door. Really, what's with all the frantic knocking? Who exactly was so desperate to get into his room? He wrenched the door open and found himself staring at Akoja's disapproving face.
"AKO?
"What are you doing here?" "I should be asking you that," she said. "Why are you still at home? The dance is 2 hours away," Zorian interrupted. "I can get to the dance hall in 10 minutes. Honestly, Zorian, why do you always have to wait for the last possible moment to do something? Don't you realize what a bad example you're setting?" "Time is precious," Zorian said. "And I will repeat my question, what are you doing here? I don't think it's your usual habit to seek people out when they're not early enough for your tastes." "Miss Zalady told me to get you," Akoja admitted. Zorian blinked. It seems Ilsa wanted to make sure he didn't forget.
Ha!
While the idea had occurred to him, he knew that would never fly. "She also said you couldn't find a date, so that will be me for the evening," Akoja continued in a more subdued tone, suddenly finding the doorframe interesting enough to merit examination. Zorian scowled. How does refuse to bring a date become couldn't find a date? It seemed that Ilsa, like his mother, had a tendency to translate his words into whatever was most convenient to her purposes. The two of them would get along quite well, Zorian suspected. "Anyway, get dressed so we can go already," she said, suddenly regaining her confidence. "You might be all right with cutting things close, but I'm not." Zorian stared at her for a full second, trying to decide what to do. He was half tempted to slam the door in her face and refuse to participate in this farce, but he supposed it wasn't Akoja's fault that she got roped into this. In all likelihood, she had more pleasant plans for the evening than accompanying a surly boy who loathed the experience. He shooed her into the room and went into the bathroom to get dressed. He really had to marvel at Ilsa's manipulation skills, though, if it was just him going to this thing, he would have come dressed in casual clothes, spent the absolute minimum of time there before leaving, and avoided people like a plague throughout the entire evening. Now? He didn't want to ruin Akoja's evening, which meant he would have to make at least a token effort. Yes, Ilsa and his mother would get along like two peas in a pod. The walk to the dance hall was a quiet one. Zorian refused to strike up a conversation, despite sensing that Akoja found the silence awkward. The silence suited him just fine, and he knew he would be comfortable with very few things this evening. He would enjoy the peace while it lasted. Which wasn't long. The hall that the academy set aside for this event was about 10 minutes away from his residence building. The moment they approached it, they were greeted with the sight of a large gathering in front of the entrance, full of excited students engaged in animated discussions. Zorian paled a little at the sight of the dense throng. He was getting a headache just by looking at them. Sadly, no matter how much he pleaded with Akoja, she refused to let them wait on the outskirts of the gathering until the start of the dance. As revenge, Zorian accidentally managed to get separated from Akoja when they were ushered inside and got himself lost in the crowd. He chuckled to himself, wondering how long it would take her to find him again. He'd be shocked if it was less than half an hour, since he was quite adept at avoiding the notice of a particular person at a party without drawing attention from the other partygoers. For a supposedly simple school dance, the entire event was surprisingly lavish. The tables were overflowing with food, much of it so exotic that Zorian couldn't identify it, and the hall was decorated with high-quality paintings and animated carvings that moved in a pre-programmed manner. Hell, even the tablecloths were full of complicated lace and so soft they had to have been made of something monstrously expensive. Many of his fellow students were openly gaping at their surroundings, and even Zorian, who had been at these kinds of events many times before, was a little shocked. Then he shrugged and did his best to blend into the crowd so Akoja couldn't find him. He meandered through the tables overflowing with food, occasionally sampling one of the dishes when he saw something interesting, observing the other people and painstakingly avoiding notice from anyone who might be inclined to strike up a conversation with him. He could see why Ilsa was so determined to make everything about the dance run smoothly. The sheer expense of the thing aside, it wasn't just the students that were present. There were also representatives from various guilds, houses, societies, and organizations. And not just from the Alliance, but also from abroad, even other continents. He could see at least one man in the distinctive light blue Abnasia military uniform, a small delegation from San, and a dark-skinned woman in a garb so colorful Zorian doubted anyone failed to notice her by now. He idly wondered what this dance was really about, since these people wouldn't be here for a simple school dance. Before deciding he didn't really care. People like this lived in their own world, and had different standards of importance from mere mortals like him. An hour later the first dance was about to start and Zorian made his way to Akoja. She was fuming, and didn't appear to believe him when he claimed he had honestly gotten lost and couldn't find her until now, but she managed to restrain herself from blowing up at him. He led her to the dance floor and didn't retaliate when she accidentally stepped on his toes a couple of times. People were asking for you, she said finally, having tired of abusing his toes for the moment. Well, I was around, Zorian said with a small smirk. All they had to do was look for me. No reason why you can't seek them out now though, Akoja remarked. But AKO, we're dancing. There is no way I'd leave a beautiful girl like you for anything. I've left you unattended for too long as it is, Zorian said, not a trace of mocking in his voice. It was a practiced skill. She glared at him, but Zorian could see she liked the compliment. Sadly, it didn't stop her from dragging him off to meet one group of people after another soon afterwards. Zorian hated being put on display like that, but he suspected Akoja was under orders from Ilsa, so he didn't snap at her. He was surprised his stalling had worked for as long as it did really. Zorian found himself memorizing various faces, names and titles, despite not caring much. It was instinctive to him by now, and he did it even when he didn't mean to. The legacy of his family's failed attempt to turn him into a party animal.
Kaczynski?
Oh, are you by chance related to Dash? Daimen and Fortov Kaczynski, yes, Zorian said, doing his best to keep the annoyance out of his voice. Oh my, how fortunate, she said. I must say your brother isn't half bad with the violin. She gestured towards the stage, where the Academy Music Club was playing a slow, relatively quiet song. Fortov was officially an ordinary orchestra member, but was obviously the most prominently placed musician on the stage. His presence, as usual, attracted attention and comments. What instrument do you play?
None, Zorian deadpanned.
His family had tried to teach him how to play an instrument, since it was a fashionable thing to learn among the rich, and those pretending to be, but were thwarted by the fact that Zorian was almost entirely tone-deaf. He had no ability to play music at all. Truth be told, he wasn't particularly interested in it either, though he could certainly feign interest when doing so was polite. It was one of his mother's bigger disappointments that he had no talent in this area, since Daimen and Fortov were both relatively decent at music, Daimen at playing the piano and Fortov at playing the violin. They weren't prodigies by any means, but they were skilled enough to impress the kind of people that frequented events like this. I don't have much of an ear for music, unlike my brothers. Personally, I'm more interested in how the orchestra fills the entire hall evenly with sound, with everyone hearing them at the right volume, regardless of how near or how far they're sitting in relation to the stage. Sadly, neither the woman nor anyone else gathered around them could answer that question. Apparently nobody else even noticed it until he mentioned it. In fact, Zorian got a distinct notion that people felt it was an irrelevant detail and that he was weird for even mentioning it. Bah, no appreciation for magic from these people. Why were they attending a dance at a mage academy, again? Thankfully, Akoja decided to have mercy on him at this point and led them to a nearby table to get something substantial to eat. A couple of other students from their class joined them and a casual conversation settled in around them. Zorian didn't contribute much, since he found the conversation to be mostly aimless drivel that was of no interest to him. He still nodded and chuckled at appropriate times, of course, brushing off an occasional comment about him being too quiet, and needing to lighten up. He was just about to dig into the piece of cake in front of him when Akoja nudged him with her knee. He glanced at her with an unvoiced question.
Wrong fork, she mumbled.
Zorian looked down at the fork in his hand and realized he was supposed to use the tiny fork reserved for desserts. He shrugged and stabbed the cake with the giant fork in his hand anyway.
I know, he mumbled back.
That seemed to be the straw that broke the camel's back. Zorian, she burst out, her voice carrying a pleading note in it. Why are you being so difficult?
It's just one night.
I know I'm not what you wanted for your date. It's not that, Zorian interrupted her. It's not like I wanted a date, anyway. I was going to come alone to this thing.
She stared at him in shock.
She seemed emotionally crushed, and Zorian didn't understand why. Why you'd rather go alone than with me? She asked.
Ah crap.
All this time he thought Akoja was roped into this to keep an eye on him, but what if she had wanted to go with him?
That.
She fled before he could figure out something to say. He swore under his breath and buried his face in his hands. This is why he hated these kind of events. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. An hour later he was pretty sure Akoja was no longer in the dance hall and that she wasn't going to come back. He didn't really want to chase her through the streets in the middle of the night, so he refrained from following her outside. Besides, what was he supposed to say to her? He wouldn't know where to even start. He thought about going home himself, but in the end he simply climbed up onto the roof of the dance hall and observed the stars. He wasn't going to get much sleep tonight, anyway. To keep his mind occupied, he silently named all the stars and constellations he could see. Due to his interest in the topic as a child and the astronomy class they had in their first year at the academy, he knew quite a bit. It was a full hour before he ran out of things to name and describe. Monday was going to be awkward. Zorian had no doubt their little drama was overheard and would be the topic of conversation for several weeks to come. Considering that Akoja was a bit of a teacher's pet in most of the subjects, the teachers could very well decide to make his life more difficult in the days to come as well.
Damn it all.
It was the sound of fireworks that broke him out of his thoughts. It was midnight apparently, and the festival had officially started. Zorian relaxed a little as he watched various fireworks blossom against the night sky, each exploding in its own unique way. It was beautiful. Most of them dissolved into quickly fading motes of light after the initial explosion, but a couple of them remained whole and consistently bright, more like flares than fireworks. They arced through the sky before dipping down and falling back to earth like falling stars.
He frowned. Weird.
Shouldn't they be exploding by now? The flare falling closest to him slammed into the nearby Academy residence building and detonated. The explosion was so loud and so bright that Zorian was momentarily blinded and deafened, stumbling back and collapsing to his knees as the entire building shook beneath his feet. Blinking spots out of his vision, his ears still ringing from the sound of the explosion, Zorian scrambled back to his feet. He stared at the spot where the stricken residence building once stood. Virtually the entire building had been leveled to the ground, everything flammable in the vicinity of the impact site was burning, and strange flaming shapes were emerging from the epicenter of the destruction. Wait a minute, that's his residence building. He collapsed to his knees again as the implications of this hit him. If he had opted to stay in his room like he had originally planned, he'd have been dead right now. It was a sobering thought. But what the hell was happening here? That was no firework, that's for sure. It looked and sounded more like a high-level artillery spell. It was hard to tell if it was simply a consequence of his hearing being damaged, but he noticed the faint sounds of celebration had stopped. Looking over the city he noticed that what happened to the residence building wasn't an isolated occurrence. Wherever one of the flares hit, it left devastation in its wake. He only had a few seconds to ponder this before he noticed another batch of flares start ascending into the sky from the distance. This particular barrage was not masked by fireworks, so it was pretty obvious that they were artillery spells. They were under attack. As the flares started dropping back to Earth, Zorian began to panic. What the hell was he supposed to do? Running away would be pointless since he didn't know what the flares were targeting. He could very well be running straight into the area of effect if he ran blindly. Wait a minute, why does he have to do anything? There are a bunch of capable mages in the building, he should just notify them and have them handle it. He rushed down into the dance hall. He had barely stepped onto the stairway when he ran into Ilsa and Kiran. Zorian, what are you doing here? Ilsa demanded. Air, I just went out for some fresh air, Zorian fumbled. But that's not important right now. I agree, Kiran said. Kid, what was that blast? Don't tell me this is something you did. Hardly, Zorian said. Some kind of flares are falling all over the city, destroying everything they hit. Looks like some kind of powerful artillery spell. Ilsa and Kiran shared a look between each other before turning back to him. Go join Akoja and the others in the dance hall, Ilsa told. We'll see what is happening and teleport everyone into the shelters if necessary. The both pushed past him and rushed to the roof, leaving Zorian to stumble into the dance hall in a daze.
Akoja.
Akoja wasn't in the dance hall.
She left. Because of him.
She was out there, maybe even already dead. He shook his head and banished such thoughts out of his mind. He took out his divination compass and quickly cast a divination spell to locate her. He wasn't sure if it was going to work, since the spell he used could only find people you were familiar with, in other words, friends and family. Thankfully, it seemed that being classmates with her was enough of a connection for the spell to work. He took a deep breath to steel his nerves. He was liable to get himself killed, but, well, it was kind of his fault. He didn't think he could live with himself if Akoja ended up dead because of him. Like an intangible ghost, he weaved between agitated students and foreign dignitaries, ignored and unhindered, until he was near the exit. He slipped out of the building and then broke into the run in the direction indicated by the needle of his divination compass. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Trolls were pretty nasty creatures. There were several subspecies, but all of them were large 3-meter-tall humanoids with tough leathery skin and supernatural regenerative abilities so strong they were able to reattach severed limbs simply by holding them to the matching stump for a few moments. The most numerous and famous subspecies was the forest troll, which had vivid green skin and roamed throughout the great forested expanse in the north. As Zorian watched a troop of trolls strut through the streets, smashing windows and howling unintelligibly, he reflected that it was fortunate the acrid smoke wafting from the nearby burning buildings masked his scent. His textbooks all said a forest troll's sense of smell was frighteningly good. Normally he would have wondered what such a large gathering of forest trolls was doing in the middle of a human city, relatively far away from their native lands, but the blades and maces they were holding told him all he needed to know. Those were weapons too advanced to have been produced by the trolls themselves, who were highly primitive and lacked such high metal working skills.
They were war trolls.
Somebody armed these creatures and set them loose on the city. Once they were gone, Zorian relaxed a little and tried to figure out what to do.
He was such an idiot.
Why did he have to run off without getting some help from the teachers first? Then again, he assumed the flares were the only danger, in which case getting to Akoja wouldn't be an issue, assuming a stray flare didn't get him. Instead he found the city overrun with monsters. This wasn't some kind of a terrorist attack like he assumed, it was a full-blown invasion. Sadly, the option to return to the dance hall was closed to him. A lot of the invading forces were converging towards the academy, cutting off his retreat path. With that in mind, Zorian set out towards Akoja. He kept himself in the shadows, knowing the invaders would quickly notice anyone caught in the open, such as that boy standing over there. Is that Zack? Over here. Zack shouted, waving his hand in the air. I'm over here, you stupid animals. Come and get me. Zorian gaped at the reckless stupidity of what he was witnessing. What the hell was that idiot doing? No matter how talented a student he was, there was no way Zack could stand up to the sort of monstrosities that were stalking the city at the moment. But it was too late to do anything. Attracted by Zack's shouting, the trolls came running back, giving a single collective battle cry before charging at the boy foolish enough to attract their attention. Zorian could tell from Zack's posture that he intended to fight the trolls, which he thought was pretty crazy. What could he do against a creature that regenerates from virtually any wound done to it? Only fire and acid could do permanent harm, and they didn't. Zack grasped his staff firmly in his hand, his other hand outstretched in the direction of the charging trolls. A roaring fireball erupted from his hand and exploded right in the middle of the troll formation. When the flames cleared, only charred corpses remained. Zorian was shocked. A proper fireball like that was a third circle spell, and required a sizable amount of mana to cast, much more than any academy student had. Even Daimen could not have cast that spell when he was Zack's age. Yet not only had Zack successfully done it, he didn't even appear drained from the action. Indeed, when a flock of iron beaks attacked soon after, raining their deadly feathers at the boy, Zack simply erected an aegis, a freaking aegis, around himself and peppered the birds with tiny fireballs that homed in on their targets, like magic missiles made out of fire. Zorian was transfixed by the sight of his classmate effortlessly fighting off hordes of monsters single-handedly. So much so that he almost failed to notice one of the winter wolves attacking Zack had stealthily broken off from the main pack and was sneaking up on him.
Almost.
Thankfully, some primal instinct alerted him to the danger and he threw himself to the side, narrowly avoiding the creature's deadly pounce. Zorian cursed himself as he watched the winter wolf reorient itself with startling ease for something so large, ready for another pounce. He really should have expected to be targeted, considering the amount of attention Zack was drawing to himself. He should have used Zack's fighting as a distraction and fled while he had the chance. Now it was too late. Zorian knew he was not fast enough to outrun a winter wolf, and he had no combat spells with which to defend himself. Or rather, no spell rods and such. If he survived the evening, he would definitely learn a few combat invocations, obsolete as they may be. It was a big if though. A shining bolt of force slammed into the winter wolf's head, causing it to explode in a gory mess of blood and bone fragments. Zorian didn't know whether to be disgusted that he was showered by some of the bloody mess or relieved he would live for a little while longer. He also noted that the effects of the bolt were a bit strong for a regular magic missile. He supposed this was just another example of Zack's baffling proficiency with combat magic.
Zorian?
What the hell are you doing here? Zorian looked at Zack speculatively. Noticing the trail of corpses left in the other boy's wake, Zorian eyed the staff in his right hand and the belt full of spell rods. For all his seeming recklessness, Zack certainly came prepared. He was half tempted to ask the boy the very same question, but decided that would be needlessly antagonistic. Zack did just save his life, after all. He decided to go for honesty. Maybe the other boy would be willing to help him get to a Koja, considering his awe-inspiring fighting skills. Searching for a Koja. She left the dance a while before the attack and it's kind of my fault.
Zack groaned.
Man, and I even went to the trouble of making sure you go to the dance too. It's like you want to get killed or something. You? Asked Zorian incredulously. You're the one that told Ilsa I wasn't planning to go? All this time I've blamed Benesek. How did you even know about it? You always stay in your room and get killed in the initial barrage if I don't do something to stop it. And let me tell you, convincing you not to stay in your room without resorting to violence or getting Ilsa involved is a damn chore. You can really be a stubborn ass when you want to be, Zack said with a sigh. Zorian stared at him, confused. The way Zack was talking, you'd think this kind of thing happens every day or something. But enough of that, said Zack cheerfully. Let's go find a Koja before something eats her. You know the way. And so they did. They traveled through the burning streets of the city, leaving a trail of dead invaders behind them. Zack didn't even try to avoid the monsters, simply plowing through them like an angry god out for vengeance. At one point they were even attacked by a horde of skeletons and an enemy mage, but Zack simply made the earth beneath their feet open up and swallow them. Zorian dutifully kept his mouth shut and never questioned Zack about his seemingly inexhaustible mana reserves or his knowledge of advanced magic that should be beyond his access level and proficiency, content to enjoy the benefits of Zack's skill and talent. He would never have come this far without Zack's help, and he was honestly grateful for the boy's assistance. Zack could keep his secrets, whatever they were. They eventually found a Koja barricaded in the upper floor of one of the houses. Apparently she was chased there by a pack of winter wolves and then refused to leave for fear that the creatures were waiting for her to come out. Smart really. Smarter than what Zorian had done, that's for sure. Fortunately, there was no trace of winter wolves around the house at this point. Not that Zack was likely to have had any trouble with them if they were present, so they moved to the slightly frustrating task of convincing a Koja that it was safe to unbarricade the door. Apparently her experience with the winter wolves had shaken her up pretty badly. Zorian was certain she would blame him for causing her to leave the safety of the dance hall, so he was quite surprised when a Koja immediately latched onto him when she finally opened the door, hugging him and sobbing into his shoulder. I thought I was going to die, she wailed. There were these huge birds flinging iron feathers everywhere and the winter wolves and... Zorian opened his mouth in confusion, unsure how to deal with such an emotional outburst. He shot Zack a pleading look, but the boy merely grinned at him cheekily, apparently amused by the reaction. Ah, young love, Zack nodded to himself knowingly. But I'm afraid you'll have to continue your heartfelt reunion back in the shelters. Yes. A Koja shouted immediately, raising her face out of Zorian's shoulder. She totally ignored Zack's jab about them being in love, though Zorian suspected it was because she hadn't even heard that part. She was still clutching his torso with an iron grip, as if afraid he'd disappear if she let go. It was kind of painful, but he refrained from telling her so. The shelters. We'll be safe there. Zack flinched back for a moment before catching himself. It was so quick a Koja didn't appear to have noticed, but Zorian did. So the shelters weren't safe either? But apparently they were still safer than where they were right now, because Zack appeared determined to go through with it. Great, said Zack cheerily, clapping his hands in satisfaction. He took one of the spell rods out of his belt and handed it to a Koja. You hold on too, Zorian. What is that? Zorian asked suspiciously. The rod had none of the markings that might identify what it was for, which made Zorian a bit leery of it. Using unknown magical objects without identifying what they're for was a big no-no if you wanted to remain healthy and alive into your old age.
It's a teleport rod, Zack said.
It's programmed to transport whoever is holding it to the shelters. I've set it to a 30-second delay, so hold it before you're left behind. But what about you?
Akoja asked.
You need to hold on too before it activates. Ah no, Zack said, waving her off. I still have unfinished business here.
Unfinished business? Akoja protested.
Zack, this isn't a game. These things are going to kill you. I'm perfectly capable. Zorian wasn't sure what tipped him off, exactly. He just got a vague feeling of dread and knew he had to react immediately, much like what happened when the Winter Wolf tried to get a jump on him earlier. Wrenching himself free from Akoja's grip with a sudden jerk, he pushed Zack out of the way of the incoming spell. An angry red ray surged through the air in front of them, passing right where Zack's head was only a few moments ago, and hit the wall behind them. The jagged beam of red light bit deep into the wall, gouging a deep trench in it and shrouding the area in a cloud of fine dust.
Crap, Zack said. He found me. Quick, hold the rod before dash.
Akoja winked out of existence as the rod teleported her away to safety. It activates, finished Zack in a long-suffering tone. Damn it, Zorian, why didn't you hold on? You'd be dead then. Zorian protested. He wasn't going to let a person who helped him so much tonight die from a stray spell if he could help it. Besides, whoever had cast it would surely fall to Zack's magical might, just like the rest of the creatures and enemy mages they had encountered so far. Just how bad could this enemy caster be, really? A sudden gust of air blew the dust away and a gaunt humanoid figure stepped into view. Zorian actually gasped in surprise as he took in the appearance of the thing in front of them. It was a skeleton wreathed in sickly green light. Its bones were black with a strange metallic sheen, as if they were not bones at all, but rather a facsimile of a skeleton made out of some kind of black metal. Encased in gold-decorated armor, with a scepter held tightly in one of its skeletal hands and a crown full of purple gemstones, the creature looked like some long-dead king risen from the dead. It was a lich. It was a thrice-damned lich. Oh, they were so going to die. The lich swept its empty eye sockets over them. As Zorian's eyes met the black pits that once held the lich's eyes, an uncomfortable feeling washed over him, like the lich was peering into his very soul. After less than a second, the lich lazily shifted its attention to Zack, apparently dismissing Zorian as something of no consequence. So, the lich spoke, its voice resonant with power. You're the one that has been killing my minions. Zorian, run away while I deal with this guy, Zack said, clutching the staff in his hand. Without waiting for a response, Zack launched a barrage of magic missiles towards the lich, who retaliated with a trio of purple beams as it erected an aegis around itself with a single wave of its bony hand. Two of them were aimed at Zack, but sadly enough the lich saw fit to aim one toward Zorian's retreating form. While it failed to hit Zorian directly, the beam's impact with the nearby ground created a sizable explosion that drove stone shrapnel into his legs. The pain was immense, and Zorian collapsed on the ground in an instant, unable to take a single step further. Over the next 5 minutes, Zorian painfully dragged himself behind a nearby cart, hoping that it would shield him from at least some of the destructive power that was being thrown around in the battle. Zack was keeping the lich occupied enough that it didn't send any more spells after Zorian, which was fortunate because Zorian was no longer in any state to evade them. He watched with growing unease as Zack and the lich exchanged various destructive spells that Zorian couldn't even identify, realizing with rising dread that his prediction of their grisly death was well-founded. No matter how good Zack was, he was not even in the same league as the lich. The thing was toying with the other boy, and was bound to tire of the game sooner or. He winced as a spear-like red bolt punched straight through Zack's aegis and impaled the boy through his flank. He suspected the hit was in a non-vital spot only because the lich wished to gloat a little more, and his suspicions were all but confirmed when the creature didn't finish Zack off with anything destructive, opting instead to hurl Zack into the air with a single casual gesture. Zack collided with the wall near where Zorian was taking cover, and groaned in pain. Apparently not in any sort of hurry, the lich approached slowly. It seemed unconcerned that Zack was rising shakily to his feet, a spell rod clenched tightly in his left hand. Zorian could see that his right hand was pressed tightly against the bleeding wound on his flank. You put up quite a fight, child, the lich said. Impressive for someone who is supposed to be a mere academy student. Not impressive enough, Zack gasped out, the spell rod dropping from his hand as he clutched the wound on his flank with both hands, apparently in great pain. I guess I'll have to try harder next time. The lich chuckled. It was strange sound, hardly fitting the creature. Next time? Silly child, there will be no next time. There is no way I'm letting you live, surely you know that. Bah, Zack spat, straightening himself with a grimace. Enough talking, just get it over with. You seem surprisingly unconcerned considering you're about to die, the Lich remarked conversationally. Ah, whatever, said Zack, rolling his eyes. It's not like I'll be dead for good. Zorian looked at Zack incredulously, not really understanding what Zack was getting at. The Lich seemed to understand though. Ah, I see, the Lich said. You must be new to soul magic if you think this makes you invulnerable. I could just trap your soul in a soul jar, but I have a much better idea. The Lich casually gestured toward Zorian, and he suddenly felt his entire body freeze up as if it was encased in some alien force. Another wave and Zorian was hurled with great speed towards the shocked Zack, where he painfully slammed into the other boy. They both ended up on the ground in a tangle of limbs, and Zorian was relieved that at least the unknown force paralyzing him was gone. It doesn't matter if your soul can be reincarnated elsewhere if someone mutilates it beyond recognition before it gets there, the Lich said. After all, the soul may be immortal, but no one said it cannot be altered or added to. Dimly, Zorian could hear the Lich chanting in some strange language that definitely wasn't standard Icosian used in traditional invocations, but any curiosity about this was washed away by a wave of pain and unidentifiable wrongness that suddenly slammed into him. He opened his mouth to scream, but then his world suddenly erupted into bright light before suddenly going completely black. Zorian's eyes abruptly shot open as sharp pain erupted from his stomach. His whole body convulsed, buckling against the object that fell on him, and suddenly he was wide awake, not a trace of drowsiness in his mind. Good morning, brother. An annoyingly cheerful voice sounded right on top of him. Morning, morning, morning. Zorian stared at Kiriel in shock, trying to understand what happened. The last thing he remembered was the Lich casting that spell at him and Zack, and then blackness. His eyes darted left and right, taking in his surroundings and confirming his suspicions. He was in his room, back in Siren. That didn't make any sense though. He was pleased that he survived the whole experience, but at the very least he expected to wake up in the hospital or something. And Kiriel shouldn't be this casual with him after he went through so harrowing an experience. Not even she was this inconsiderate. Besides, this entire scene was eerily familiar.
Kiri. Yes.
What day is it? Zorian asked, already dreading the answer.
Thursday. He scowled.
I meant date, Kiri.
1st of Chariot.
You're going to the academy today. Don't tell me you forgot, Kiriel prodded. Literally, she accompanied her words with a well-placed jab at his flank, sticking her bony little index finger in between his ribs. Zorian slapped her hand away, hissing in pain. I did not forget.
Zorian snapped. He stopped there.
What was he supposed to tell her? Frankly, he had no idea what was going on himself. You know what? He said after a moment of silence. Never mind that, I think it's high time you got off of me. Before Kiriel could answer, Zorian unceremoniously flipped her over the edge of the bed before jumping up himself. He snatched his glasses from the set of drawers next to his bed and his eyes swept through his room with more attention to detail this time, seeking anything out of place, anything that might unmask this as a giant, if rather tasteless, prank. While his memory wasn't flawless, he had a habit of arranging his belongings in very specific ways to detect nosy family members rummaging through his belongings. He found nothing massively out of place, so unless his mysterious reenactor knew his system inside and out, unlikely, or Kiri finally decided she'd respect the sanctity of his room while he was away, hell would sooner freeze over. This really was his room like he left it when he went to Scioria.
Was it all a dream then?
It seemed altogether too real for a dream. His dreams had always been vague, nonsensical, and prone to evaporate out of his memories soon after he woke up. These felt exactly like his normal memories. No talking birds, floating pyramids, three-eyed wolves and other surreal scenes his dreams usually contained. And there was so much of it too. Surely a whole month worth of experiences is too much for a mere dream? Mom wants to talk to you, Kiriel told him from the floor, apparently not in any great hurry to get up. But hey, can you show me some magic before you get down?
Please? Pretty please. Zorian frowned. Magic, huh?
Come to think of it, he learned quite a bit of magic. Surely if this was all a particularly elaborate dream, all the magic he learned there would be completely bogus, right? He made a couple of sweeping gestures and words before cupping his hands in front of him. A floating orb of light promptly materialized above his palms. Ha! Not just an elaborate dream then. That's amazing. Kiriel gushed, poking the orb with her finger only to have it pass straight through it. Not surprising really, since it was just light. She withdrew her finger and curiously stared at it, as if expecting to find it changed somehow. Zorian mentally directed the orb to fly around the room and circle Kiriel a few times. Yep, he definitely knew the spell. He retained not just the memory of the casting procedure, but also the fine control he developed with repeated practice with it. You don't get things like that from a mere vision, even a prophetic one.
More. More. Demanded Kiriel.
Oh come on Kiri, sighed Zorian. He really wasn't in the mood for her antics at the moment. I indulged you, didn't I? Go find something else to amuse yourself now. She pouted at him, but he was thoroughly immune to such things by now. Then she frowned for a moment and suddenly straightened as if remembering something.
Wait. No.
Zorian shouted, but he was already too late. Kiri already ran into the bathroom and slammed the door behind her. Damn it, Kiri, why now? Why not before I woke up?
Sucks to be you, she answered.
Zorian leaned forward until his forehead collided with the door. I had forewarning and I still fell for it.
He frowned. Forewarning, indeed.
Whatever his future memories were, they seemed to be fairly reliable. Was Cyoria really going to get invaded during the summer festival, then?
What should he do about that? What could he do about that?
He shook his head and marched back to his room. He would not even contemplate that sort of question until he found out more about what had happened to him. He locked the door so he would have some privacy and sat on his bed. He needed to think.
Okay.
So he lived through a whole month of school before. Something happened, and then he woke up in his room back in Siren, as if the entire month never happened. Even with magic factored in, that was preposterous. Time travel was impossible. He didn't have any books in his room that discussed the topic at any appreciable length, but all of the passages that dealt with time travel agreed that it couldn't be done. Even dimensional magic could only warp time, speeding it up or slowing it. It was one of the few things mages agreed was beyond the ability of magic to accomplish. So how, then, was he living through it? He was just in the process of consulting the books in his room for any type of magic that could fake time travel in some way when a knock on his door interrupted his thoughts, and he suddenly realized he was still in his pajamas and that Mother wanted to talk to him quite a while ago. He quickly changed and opened the door, only to find himself under the scrutiny of two women, only one of which was his mother. He almost greeted Ilsa by name, but he caught himself in time. A teacher from the academy has come to talk to you, his mother said, her disapproving stare telling him she was going to give him an earful once Ilsa left.
Greetings, Ilsa said.
I am Ilsa Zalady, from Cyoria's Royal Academy of Magical Arts. I was hoping to speak to you about some matters before you leave. It won't take long.
Of course, said Zorian. Where do you? Your room shall suffice, Ilsa said.
I'll bring you something to drink, his mother said, excusing herself. Zorian watched Ilsa as she unpacked various papers and placed them on his desk. What was she doing with those anyway? Trying to decide how to proceed with this. If his future memories were valid, she should be handing him the scroll right about.
Yeah, there it is.
Knowing what's going to happen in advance is weird. For the sake of appearances, Zorian gave the scroll a cursory examination before channeling mana into it. It was exactly how he remembered it: the calligraphy, the flowery official-sounding phrases, the elaborate crest at the bottom of the document, and Zorian felt a wave of dread wash over him. What the hell had he gotten himself involved in? He had no idea what was happening to him, but it was big. Very big. He had the urge to tell Ilsa about his predicament and seek her advice, but he restrained himself. It sounded like the most sensible thing to do. Surely a fully trained mage like her was far more qualified for tackling this than he was, but what could he possibly tell her? That he was remembering things that hadn't happened yet? Yeah, that would go over well. Besides, considering the nature of his future memories, he could easily see himself arrested if a conspiracy to invade Cyoria was really discovered thanks to his warnings. After all, it's far more likely his shocking knowledge comes from being a defector of the conspiracy than him being some kind of weird time traveler. An image of a couple of government agents torturing him for information briefly flitted through his mind and he shuddered. No, best to keep all this to himself for now. So for the next 10 minutes, Zorian basically reenacted his memories of his initial interaction with Ilsa, not seeing the point in choosing differently this time. All of his choices were made for reasons that were currently every bit as valid as they were in his future memories. He didn't argue with Ilsa about Svim this time around, though, since he already knew arguing over that topic was pointless, and he didn't request a bathroom break, since he already knew what electives he wished to take. Ilsa seemed completely indifferent to his strange decisiveness, apparently just as eager as he was to get this whole thing out of the way. Then again, why would she be surprised at his decisiveness? She had no future memories to compare this entire encounter to, unlike him. Hell, she didn't even know him up until now. Zorian sighed and shook his head. They really did feel just like normal memories, and it was hard to ignore them. This is going to be a one long month. Are you all right, Mr. Kaczynski? Zorian glanced at Ilsa curiously, trying to divine why she asked him that. She glanced towards his hands, only for a moment, but Zorian caught it. His hands were shaking. He balled them into fists and took a deep breath.
I'm fine, he said.
A second or so of uncomfortable silence ensued, Ilsa apparently unwilling to continue with her closing speech while she continued to study him. Can I ask you a question?
Of course, Ilsa said.
That's why I'm here. What do you think about time travel? She was clearly taken aback by the question. It was probably the last thing she expected him to ask, or at least close to the bottom of the list. She composed herself very quickly though. Time travel is impossible, Ilsa said firmly. Time can only be dilated or compressed. Never skipped or reversed. Why? Asked Zorian, honestly curious. He had never actually seen an explanation for the impossibility of time travel, though that might be because he wasn't terribly interested in the topic up until now.
Ilsa sighed.
I admit I'm not particularly knowledgeable about the details, but our best theories indicate that going against temporal currents is utterly impossible. As in draw a square circle impossible, not leap over the ocean impossible. The river of time flows only in one direction. Beyond that, innumerable attempts have been made in recorded past, all ending in failure. She gave him a sharp look. I sincerely hope you won't waste your talents on such a fool's quest. I was just curious, Zorian said defensively. I was just reading a chapter discussing limitations of magic and wondered why the author was so certain time travel is impossible. Well, now you know, Ilsa said, getting up. Now if that's all, I really should be going. I'll be happy to answer any further questions on Monday after class. Have a nice day. Zorian watched her leave and shut the door behind her before collapsing back on his bed.
Definitely a long month.
Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. For once the train ride didn't put Zorian to sleep. He had subtly prodded Mother with some sensitive topics when she tried to scold him, and he was pretty sure this wasn't some kind of elaborate illusion, unless the illusionist was aware of some very closely kept family secrets. And he seemed far too lucid for this to be some kind of induced hallucination. As far as he could tell at the moment, he really did travel back in time. He had spent most of the train ride writing down everything of importance he could think of in one of his notebooks. He didn't really think the memories were going to fade anytime soon, but it helped him organize his thoughts and notice details he might have otherwise missed. He noted that he forgot to retrieve his books from under the Kiri's bed in all the confusion, but decided it didn't matter. If the classes were anything like they were the last time around, he wouldn't need them for the duration of the first month. It was that last spell the Lich performed on him and Zack, Zorian was sure of it. The trouble was, Zorian had no idea what the spell was. Even the words were unfamiliar. Standard incantations used Icosian words as their base, and Zorian knew enough of Icosian to get a general feel of a spell just by listening to what the caster's chanting, but the Lich used a different language for his incantation. Fortunately, Zorian had a really good memory and remembered most of the chant, so he wrote it down in his trusty notebook in phonetic form. He was pretty sure he wouldn't find the spell itself anywhere within his clearance level, as the spell was probably highly restricted and kept out of reach of first circle mages like him, but he would see about identifying the language and finding a proper dictionary in the academy library. The other clue to this whole thing was Zack himself. The boy was capable of fighting a Lich, a freaking Lich. For several minutes before succumbing to it. Even though the Lich had been toying with him, it was still pretty impressive. Zorian would put Zack on par with a third circle mage, and probably more. What the hell was that guy doing with academy students then? Something was definitely strange about Zack, though Zorian had no intention of confronting the guy directly until he found out more about what's going on. For all he knew, it could be one of those "you know about us, so now we have to kill you" sort of things. He would have to tread carefully around the Novita air. Zorian slammed the notebook shut and ran his hand through his hair. No matter how he looked at it, this whole situation seemed utterly crazy. Did he really have memories from the future, or was he simply going insane? Both possibilities were terrifying. He was in no way qualified to tackle something like this on his own, but he didn't know how to get other people to help him without being carted off either to a madhouse or an interrogation chamber. He resolved to think about it later.
As in, tomorrow later.
This whole thing was simply too weird, and he needed to sleep on it before he decides anything. Excuse me, is this seat free? Zorian glanced at the speaker, recognizing her after a second of recollection. The nameless green turtleneck girl that joined him in his compartment when they took a stop at Corsa. Of course, the last time she didn't bother to ask for permission before taking a seat.
What changed?
It didn't matter. What did matter is that last time she was soon followed by 4 other girls. Very loud, very obnoxious girls. No way he'd be spending the rest of the train ride listening to their banter again.
Yeah, he nodded.
In fact, I was just leaving. We're stopping at Corsa, right? Good day, miss. And then he quickly grabbed his luggage and went to search for another compartment, abandoning the girl to her fate. Maybe these future memories are good for something, after all. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk.
Bam. Roach. Bam. Bam. Bam.
Roach, open the thrice-damned door. I know you're in here. Zorian rolled over in his bed and groaned. What the hell was Taven doing here this early?
No, wait.
He snatched the clock from his dresser and brought it in front of his face. She wasn't early, he just slept past noon.
Ha.
He distinctly remembered going straight to the academy from the train station and falling asleep minutes after reaching his room, yet he still overslept like this. Apparently dying and then awakening in the past is tiresome business.
Bam. 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 Bam.
I'm coming, shouted Zorian. Stop banging on my door already. Naturally, she just kept banging on it with more enthusiasm. Zorian rushed to make himself presentable and stomped towards the door. Wrenching the door open, he gave Taven a withering look, which she promptly ignored.
Finally, she said.
What the hell took you so long? I was sleeping, Zorian growled.
Really? Yes, ground out.
But dash. I was tired, Zorian snapped.
Very tired.
And what the hell are you waiting for?
Get inside.
She rushed inside and Zorian took a moment to collect himself before he confronted her. In his future memories, she never visited him once after he refused to go along with her mission to the sewers, which spoke volumes about her true feelings about this friendship of theirs. Then again, he hardly even thought about her himself until now, so he probably shouldn't judge. In any case, he was even less inclined to join her on this mission now than he was in his future memories. He actually had more pressing matters to attend to this time, in addition to general apprehensiveness that was still as valid now as it was then. Accordingly, he felt a lot less reluctance in simply blowing her off, and it only took him an hour to convince her to leave him alone. That done, he immediately set out for the library, making a short detour to a nearby bakery for a quick bite to tide him over. Once in the library, he started searching for books on the topic of time travel and trying to identify the language the Lich used in his spell. To call it disappointing would be calling it mildly. For one thing, there were no books on time travel. The topic was not considered a serious field of study, what with it being impossible and all. What little was written about it was scattered across innumerable volumes, hidden in unmarked sections and paragraphs of otherwise unrelated books. Piecing together these scattered mentions was an absolute chore, and not all that rewarding either. None of it was useful in solving the mystery of his future memories. Finding the language the Lich used in his spell was even more frustrating, since he failed to even identify the language, much less translate the chant. He spent the entire weekend fruitlessly sifting through library texts, finally abandoning that avenue of research when it became obvious it wasn't producing any results. Plus the library workers were starting to give him weird looks at his choice of literature and he didn't want to create any unfortunate rumors. Hopefully he would be able to trick Zack into revealing what the hell was going on when school started. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. You're late. Zorian stared at Akoja's stern face in quiet contemplation. He was glad he wouldn't have to deal with any drama because of his disastrous evening with her. Almost as glad as he was about the fact that he wasn't dead, but he couldn't help but wonder what her outburst had been about. She didn't really look like she had a crush on him, so why did his comment hit her so heavily? What? She asked, and Zorian realized he had been staring at her a little too long. Oops. AKO, why are you telling me this when more than half the class isn't even here yet? He asked. Because there is at least a chance you will listen, unlike them, Akoja admitted. Also, someone like you should be an example to other students, not descend to their level. Someone like me? Inquired Zorian. Just get inside, she snapped irritably. He sighed and went inside. It was probably for the best to leave things be. He had other problems to deal with, and she was far too rule-bound for his tastes anyway. He didn't know what he was expecting to happen when he walked into the class. Everyone to stop what they were doing and stare at him, maybe? At least then he would have a reason for feeling so unnerved at attending his first class of the year for the second time. But of course they did no such thing. It wasn't a second time for them, and there was nothing visibly irregular about him for them to take notice. He quashed his unease and sat down in the back of the class, discreetly scanning new arrivals for signs of Zack. He was sure the other boy was connected to this somehow, and the mysterious boy appeared to be Zorian's best chance at understanding what was happening to him. There was a brief commotion when Briam's fire drake familiar hissed up a storm and started chasing Briam's terrified neighbor across the classroom before Briam calmed it down. Apparently the magical reptile liked the unfortunate boy even less than it did Zorian. In any case, Ilsa came in soon after and started the class. Zack never showed up. Zorian spent the entire class in a daze, shocked at this turn of events. Where the hell was Zack? Everything happened almost exactly as it did in his future memories so far, with Zack's absence being the first major deviation. This firmly cemented Zack as somehow connected to this madness, but it also put the boy out of Zorian's reach for the moment. The lecture was even more annoying now than it was the first time he listened to it, since from his perspective he went through these review sessions less than a month ago. Apparently Ilsa worked off some kind of a script, because the lecture was virtually identical to the one from his memory, the only difference being that Zack wasn't there to compete with Akoja for answering Ilsa's questions to the class. Funny how things seem clearer in retrospect. Zack was acting strange right from the start, in that very first lecture, but Zorian thought nothing of it. Sure, Zack volunteering to answer the teacher's questions was out of character for the boy, but not completely implausible. It was just a review session anyway, and they had to know these things to pass the certification. It took 2 weeks before people really began to take notice the extent of Zack's sudden improvement. So many questions, so few answers. He could only hope that Zack would show up soon. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Zack didn't come to class that day, or the next, or the day after that. By Friday, Zorian was pretty sure the other boy wouldn't be showing up at all. According to Benesek, Zack simply disappeared from his family mansion on the very same day that Zorian took the train to Syoria, and nobody had seen a hint of him ever since. Zorian didn't think he could cook up anything the investigators hired by the boy's guardian hadn't thought of doing, and he didn't want to attract attention to himself by asking around, so he reluctantly put the mystery of Zack aside for the moment. His schoolwork was going well, at least. Thanks to his foreknowledge, he aced Nora Boole's surprise tests and didn't really have to study for any subject. A small refresher was sufficient to coast him through pretty much anything. Once his warding class really gets going, that's probably going to change, but for now he had all the free time he wanted to deliberate on what he should do about the rapidly approaching summer festival and the accompanying assault. Sadly, with Zack absent, Zorian had hit dead ends in all the clues he had, and was now at loss how to proceed.
Come in.
Zorian opened the door to Svim's office and defiantly met the man's gaze. He was pretty confident in the accuracy of his future memories by now, Zack's mysterious absence aside, so he knew this was going to be another exercise in frustration. He was tempted to boycott the meetings, but he suspected it was his stoic perseverance in the face of the man's antagonism that eventually convinced Ilsa to take him under her wing. And besides, he felt that he would be doing Svim a favor if he quit. Zorian had a distinct feeling that the man was trying to get him to quit the last time around, and he was far too spiteful to do that. He sat down without prompting, a little disappointed that the man hadn't remarked upon his intentionally rude gesture. Zorian Kaczynski?
Svim asked.
Zorian nodded and expertly snatched the pen that the man had thrown at him out of the air, having expected it this time. Show me your basic 3, the man ordered, not in the least bit surprised at the feat of coordination. Instantly, without even an extra deep breath, Zorian opened his palm, the pen practically jumping out of his palm and into the air.
Make it spin, Svim said.
Zorian's eyes widened. What happened to start over? His current attempt wasn't any worse than what he displayed during their last session before that fateful dance, and Svim's only response that night had been start over, just like any other time. What changed now? Are you having problems with hearing?
Svim asked. Make it spin.
Zorian blinked, finally realizing he should be focusing on the current session instead of his memories.
What?
What do you mean make it spin? That's not part of the basic 3. Svim sighed dramatically and slowly took another pen and levitated it over his own palm. Instead of just hanging in the air like Zorian's, however, Svim's pen was spinning like a fan. I have no idea how to do that, Zorian admitted. We weren't taught how to do that in classes. Yes, it is criminal how badly the classes are failing our students, Svim said. Such a simple variation of a levitation exercise should not be beyond the grasp of a certified mage. No matter, we shall correct this deficiency before we move on to other matters.
Zorian sighed. Great.
No wonder no one ever mastered the basic 3 to Svim's liking if the man keeps redefining what mastered means. There were probably hundreds of small variations of each of the basic 3, enough to spend decades learning them all, so little wonder no one could exhaust them all in 2 measly years. Especially considering Svim's standards for labeling the skill mastered.
Go on, Svim urged. Start.
Zorian focused intensely on the pen hanging above his palm, trying to figure out how to do that. It should be relatively simple. He just had to affix a stabilization point in the middle of the pen and put pressure on the ends, right? At least, that's the first thing that popped into his head. He had just managed to get the pen to move a bit when he felt a familiar object impact into his forehead. Zorian glared at Svim, cursing himself for forgetting about the man's damnable marbles. Svim glanced at the pen that was still hovering over Zorian's palm. You didn't lose focus, Svim remarked.
Good.
You threw a marble at me, Zorian accused. I was hurrying you up, Svim said, unrepentant.
You're too slow. You must be faster. Faster, faster, faster. Start over.
Zorian sighed and returned to his task. Yup, definitely an exercise in frustration. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Between his unfamiliarity with the exercise and Svim's constant interruptions, Zorian only managed to get the pen to wobble by the end of the session, which was a little humiliating actually. His above-average shaping skills were one of the few things that set him aside from his fellow mages, and he felt he should have done much better, despite Svim's repeated sabotage attempts. Fortunately, a book describing the exercise in detail was easy to find in the Academy library, so he would hopefully master it by next week. Well, not master it, not in the sense that Svim wanted him to, but he at least wanted to know what he was doing before he tackled his next session with Svim. Of course, normally he wouldn't be willing to pour that much effort into a lousy shaping exercise, but he needed a distraction. At the beginning, the entire time travel situation was so patently ridiculous that he found it easy to remain calm and collected. Some part of him kept expecting that the whole thing was a double dream or something, and that he would wake up one day and not remember a thing. That part was becoming panicked and agitated now that it became obvious that the situation he faced was real. What the hell was he supposed to do? Zack's mysterious absence weighed heavily upon him, inflaming his paranoia and making him reluctant to tell anyone about the invasion. Zorian was not a fundamentally selfless person and didn't want to save people only to screw himself over in the end. Whatever his future memories really were, they were in essence his second chance at life. He was pretty sure he died at the end of his future memories, and he had no intention to squander it. He did consider it his ethical duty to warn people of the danger threatening the city, but there had to be a way to do it without destroying his life or reputation. The simplest idea would be to warn as many people as possible, thus ensuring that at least some of them take the warning seriously, and do so face-to-face, since written communications can be ignored in a way that is not really possible in personal interactions. Unfortunately, that would almost certainly paint him as a madman until he's eventually vindicated by the actual assault. If there is an assault, that is, what if the conspirators decide to lay low upon having their plans unmasked and the invasion doesn't happen? What if nobody takes him seriously until it's too late and then decide to turn him into a scapegoat in order to shift responsibility away from themselves? What if one of the people he tries to warn is part of the conspiracy and has him killed before he can tell anyone else? What if, way too many what-ifs. And he had a sneaking suspicion that one of those what-ifs was responsible for Zack's disappearance. As a result of these musings, the idea of staying anonymous appealed to him more and more with each passing day. The problem was that sending a message to a bunch of people without having it traced back to you was not at all simple when magic got involved. Divinations weren't all powerful, but Zorian had only academic understanding of their limitations, and his precautions probably wouldn't hold against a motivated search by a skilled diviner. Zorian sighed and started outlining a tentative plan into his notebook, completely ignoring their history teacher's enthusiastic lecture. He had to figure out who to contact, what to put into the letters, and how to ensure they couldn't be traced back to him. He somehow doubted the government would allow authors to publish instructions on how to evade detection from law enforcement, but he would still check the library to see what they have on the topic. He was so caught up in his self-appointed task he barely noticed when the class ended, furiously scribbling away while everyone else packed and filed out of the classroom. He definitely didn't notice Benesek peering over his shoulder. "What are you doing?" Zorian slammed his notebook shut in a reflexive maneuver as soon as Benesek started talking and gave the other boy a nasty glare. "It's impolite to look over other people's shoulders," Zorian remarked. "Jumpy, aren't we?" smiled Benesek, loudly dragging a chair from the nearby table so he could sit on the other side of Zorian's table. "Relax, I didn't see anything." "Not for the lack of trying," remarked Zorian. Benesek only grinned wider. "What do you want, anyway?" "Just wanted to talk for a bit," Benesek shrugged. "You've been really withdrawn this year. You've got this frustrated look on your face all the time, and you're always busy even though it's the start of the school year. Wanted to know what was bothering you, you know?" Zorian sighed. "This isn't something you can help me with, Ben." Benesek made a strangled noise, apparently outraged by his remark. "What do you mean I can't help you? I'll have you know I'm an expert on girl trouble." Now it was Zorian's turn to make a strangled noise. "Girl trouble?"
"Oh, come on," Benesek laughed.
"Constantly distracted? Spacing out in the middle of the class? Making plans for sending anonymous letters?
It's obvious, man."
"Who's the lucky girl?" "There is no lucky girl," Zorian growled. "And I thought you didn't see anything?" Listen, I don't think sending anonymous letters is a good idea, Benesek said, completely ignoring his remarks. That's so, first year, you know? You should just walk up to her and tell her how you feel. I don't have time for this, Zorian sighed, getting up from his seat. Hey, come on, protested Benesek, trailing after him. Man, you're one touchy guy, did anybody tell you that? I was just... Zorian ignored him. He really didn't need this right now. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. In retrospect, Zorian should have known that simply ignoring Benesek wasn't such a good idea. It only took 2 days for most of the class to know that Zorian has a crush on someone, and their loud speculation was annoying as hell. Not to mention distracting. Still, his displeasure at the rumors evaporated when Nilu approached him one day and gave him a short list of books he might find useful. He had half a mind to set the list on fire, especially since the list was decorated with dozens of little hearts, but in the end his natural curiosity won over and he went to the library to check them out. He figured that at the very least he'd get a good laugh out of them. He got more than a good laugh though. Instead of silly love advice like he expected, the books Nilu recommended were all about making sure your letters, gifts, and such couldn't be traced back to you with divinations and other magic. Apparently, if you call such advice forbidden love, mystery soft scarlet letters revealed and phrase it as relationship advice, you can get straight past the usual censorship such topics would normally be subjected to. Of course, he had no idea how reliable the advice in those books really was, and the librarian looked at him funny when he checked out books like that, but he was still pleased to have found them. If this whole thing worked out in the end, he'd have to do something nice for Nilu. So as the summer festival approached, Zorian prepared and plotted. He bought a whole stack of generic paper sheets, pens, and envelopes in one of the stores that looked too poor and disorganized to track their customers' purchases. He worded the letters carefully to avoid revealing any personal details. He made sure not to touch the paper with his bare hands at any point, and that none of his sweat, hair, or blood ended up in the envelope. He deliberately wrote in a blocky, formal script that looked nothing like his normal handwriting. He destroyed the pens, the excess paper, and envelopes he didn't use in the end. And then, a week before the festival, he put the letters in different public postal boxes all over Scioria and waited. It was nerve-wracking to say the least. Nothing happened, though. No one came to confront him about the letters, which was good, but also nothing out of the ordinary seemed to be happening. Did no one believe him? Did he mess up somehow and the letters ended up not reaching their intended recipients? Are they being so subtle in their reaction that no disturbance is being made? The wait was killing him. Finally, he had enough. On the evening before the dance, he decided he'd done everything he could and took the first train out of the city. His letters may or may not have worked, but this way he'll be alright regardless. If anyone asked, though he doubted they would, he'll use his trusty alchemical accident excuse. He messed up a potion and breathed in some hallucinogenic fumes, only coming to his senses when he was already outside of Scioria. Yes, that's exactly what happened. As the train sped away from Scioria in the dead of a night, Zorian suppressed his unease and feelings of guilt for doing so little to warn anyone of the approaching attack. What else could he have done? Nothing, that's what. Nothing at all. After a while he fell into uneasy sleep, the rhythmic thumping of the train his lullaby, visions of falling stars and skeletons wreathed in green light haunting his dreams. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Zorian's eyes abruptly shot open as sharp pain erupted from his stomach. His whole body convulsed, buckling against the object that fell on him, and suddenly he was wide awake, not a trace of drowsiness in his mind. Good morning, brother. An annoyingly cheerful voice sounded right on top of him. Morning, morning, morning. Zorian gaped at his little sister incredulously, his mouth opening and closing periodically. What again? Oh, you've got to be kidding me. Zorian growled, and Kiriel quickly got off of him and scooted away fearfully. Apparently, she thought his ire was directed at her. Not you, Kiri, I just had a nightmare, that's all. He couldn't believe it, it happened again? What the hell? He was glad it happened last time, since it meant he wasn't, dead. But now? Now it was just freaky. Why was this happening to him? Oh, and while he was lamenting his fate internally, Kiriel barricaded herself in the bathroom again. God damn it all. Zorian stared at the endless fields blurring past him, the silence of the otherwise empty compartment only broken by the rhythmic thumping of the train's machinery. He looked calm and relaxed, but it was only a practice facade and nothing more. His mask of stoicism might have seemed silly, as there was no one around to judge him, but over the years Zorian had found that acting calm on the outside helped him achieve calm more easily on the inside as well. He needed any help he could get in achieving inner peace now, because he was about to start panicking like a headless chicken. Why was this happening again? The first time it had happened, he was dead sure the Lich was responsible. The spell had hit him, and then he woke up in the past.
Cause and effect.
He hadn't been hit by some mysterious spell this time, though, not unless someone had snuck into the train compartment while he was sleeping, which he found very unlikely. No, he had just dozed off and woke up in the past again, as if it was the most normal thing in the world. Then again, it did highlight some things that had been bothering him until now. After all, why had the Lich cast a time travel spell on him? It seemed rather counterproductive to the whole secret invasion plot. Time travel seemed too purposeful and complex to be an accidental side effect, and he seriously doubted the Lich had used a spell whose effects it did not understand. Even a neophyte like him knew what a horrible idea it was to use a spell you don't understand in an uncontrolled environment, and the undead spellcaster wouldn't have reached the level it did if it was willing to do something so foolish for the sake of a couple of brats it had already defeated anyway. No, there was a simpler explanation. The Lich wasn't responsible for his time-traveling problems. It really had been trying to kill them. Them plural, because Zack had also been the target. The same Zack that had been shockingly good in all his classes all of a sudden. The same Zack that was wandering around the city armed to the teeth with combat magic that should be beyond any academy student. The same Zack that had been making very curious offhand comments all month long. Perhaps it was Zack, not the Lich, who had cast the time travel spell. Zack being a time traveler would explain his vast abilities and inexplicable academic improvement quite nicely. Since this particular method of time travel seems to just send a person's mind into their younger body, he could be of an arbitrarily large age, and what Zorian remembered of Zack's various comments led him to believe the boy had lived through this particular time period many times over. A mage with decades of experience and detailed foreknowledge would no doubt find third-year curriculum laughably easy. Though even if Zack had been the one to cast the time travel spell, there was still left the question of why Zorian was thrown back too. It could have easily been an accident. He knew that grabbing a mage while they're in the process of casting a teleport spell could pull you along for the ride, and they were basically tangled with one another, but that didn't explain why Zorian was repeating this month for the second time. Zack had been absent all month long, and thus hadn't had the opportunity to cast anything at Zorian. He didn't know what to think. Hopefully Zack would be present for questioning this time around. Now stopping in Corsa, a disembodied voice echoed, the faulty speakers crackling with signal noise every once in a while. I repeat, now stopping in Corsa.
Thank you. What, already?
A glance through the window revealed the familiar white tablet confirming his arrival at the trading hub. He was half tempted to get off the train and spend the entire month fooling around and trying to forget this whole time travel business, but quickly dismissed it. Blowing off the beginning of the school year like that would be really irresponsible and self-destructive, even if going through another identical month of classes was anything but appealing. There was a possibility that he would be flung back into the past for the third time, of course, but that wasn't something he should be relying on. There was no way the spell could keep sending him back indefinitely. After all, it was bound to run out of mana sooner or later. Probably sooner, since time travel must be pretty high level.
Right?
Zorian snapped out of his thoughts and finally noticed the boy peering into his compartment.
He frowned.
He specifically chose this compartment because it was completely empty during his second attempt at life. After he had left the green turtleneck girl to her giggling fate, he had come here for some peace, so this time he decided to be proactive and went here right from the start. Apparently, it wasn't that simple. He supposed that his very presence attracted the boy. Some people just plain like company, and would avoid empty compartments.
Yes.
Zorian said politely, hoping the boy just wanted to ask him something instead of trying to find a seat.
He was mistaken.
Do you mind if I sit here? No, go right ahead, said Zorian, giving the boy a forced smile.
Damn.
The boy smiled brightly at him, and quickly dragged his luggage in. A lot of luggage.
First year, right?
Zorian asked, unable to help himself. So much for his plan on remaining silent and creeping the boy out into leaving the compartment.
Oh well. Yeah, the boy agreed.
How did you know? Your luggage, Zorian remarked. You do realize the academy grounds are pretty far from the main station? Your arms are going to fall off by the time you get there.
The boy blinked.
Apparently he didn't know. It's really not that bad, right? Zorian shrugged. You better hope it doesn't rain. Ha ha, the boy laughed nervously. I'm sure I'm not that unlucky. Zorian smirked.
The benefits of foresight. Or was it hindsight?
Language really wasn't designed with the possibility of time travel in mind.
I didn't introduce myself.
The boy suddenly blurted out. I'm Björn Ivarin. Zorian Kaczynski. The boy's eyes lit up immediately. Like Diamond Kaczynski, yes, Zorian said, suddenly finding the window incredibly interesting. The boy stared at him expectantly, but if he had expected further elaboration from Zorian on the subject, he was about to be sorely disappointed. The last thing Zorian wanted to do was talk about his eldest brother. So, are you related to Diamond Kaczynski, or is your last name just a coincidence? Asked the boy after a lengthy pause. Zorian pretended he couldn't hear him, and instead retrieved his notebook from the neighboring seat and studied it intently. It was almost completely empty, since all his previous notes about the invasion and the mystery of his future memories were now gone, lost in a future he left behind him. It wasn't much of a loss, since the vast majority of those notes had been worthless, hollow speculations and dead-end leads that hadn't got him any closer to solving this mystery. Still, he had written down a few things he remembered from his previous notes, like the spell chant the Lich had uttered before killing him. Yes, Zack was likely responsible for all of this, but he couldn't be sure. After judging the silence to have lasted for a fittingly awkward amount of time, Zorian looked up from his notebook to fixate a look of confusion at the waiting boy.
Huh?
Did you say something? Zorian pretended, frowning slightly as if he honestly hadn't heard a word of the question he was asked. Never mind, the boy backpedaled.
It's not important.
Zorian gave the boy a genuine smile. At least he could take a hint. He talked to the boy for a while, mostly just answering the boy's questions about first-year curriculum, before growing bored with it and starting to feign interest in his notebook again, hoping he will take the hint. What's so interesting about that notebook, anyway? He asked, either oblivious to Zorian's disinterest in continued conversation or deliberately ignoring it. Don't tell me you're studying already? No, these are just notes on some personal research, said Zorian. It's not going too well, so I'm a little frustrated with it. My mind keeps drifting to it. Especially when the alternative was talking to an overly inquisitive first year. The academy library dash.
First thing I tried, Zorian sighed.
I'm not stupid, you know. The boy rolled his eyes at him. Did you search for the books yourself, or did you ask the librarian to help you? Mother works as a librarian, and they have these special divination spells that let them find things in minutes that would take you decades if you search by title and skimming alone. Zorian opened his mouth before closing it. Ask the librarian for help, huh?
Okay, maybe he is stupid.
Well, it's not really a topic I want to bother the librarian with, Zorian tried. Which was true, but he knew he'd end up trying it anyway. Maybe I could find the spells themselves in the spell repository? But no, if they are anything like other divination spells, it's using them correctly and interpreting the results that's the problem, not casting them. You could always get a job in the library, the boy offered. If the academy library is anything like the one my mother works in, they're always desperate for help. They teach their employees how to use those spells as a matter of course.
Really?
Zorian asked, rather intrigued by the idea. It's worth a try, he said, shrugging. For the rest of the ride, Zorian stopped trying to evade conversation. Byrne had definitely earned some respect from him. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk.
Of course.
We're always looking for help. Well, that was easy. We can't pay you much, understand? That miserable gnome of a headmaster cut our budget again. But we're very flexible about work time and we've got a pretty friendly atmosphere here. Zorian waited patiently for the librarian to run out of steam. She was an unassuming middle-aged woman at first glance, but the moment she had begun speaking he realized her looks were rather deceiving. She was cheerful and had a sort of indescribable energy about her. Just standing around her made Zorian feel the same sort of pressure he felt when stuck in a crowd of people, and he had to rein in his instinct to step back as if from a raging fire. I'm guessing you don't get many work offers then?
Zorian tried.
Why is that? Shouldn't people be fighting tooth and nail to work in a place like this? It's a pretty famous library. She snorted, and Zorian could swear he could feel the derision and a touch of bitterness in the seemingly innocuous sound. Academy regulations require us to only hire employees that are first circle mages or higher. Most graduates have better paying and more glamorous options than this. She waved her hand towards rows or bookshelves around them, reducing us to hiring students.
Who are?
She suddenly stopped and blinked, as if remembering something. But anyway, enough of that, she said, clapping her hands and beaming at him. From this day on, you're one of the library assistants. Congratulations. If you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them. It was only through superhuman willpower that Zorian stopped himself from rolling his eyes at her. He never agreed to anything, merely inquired about the possibility of employment, and she undoubtedly knew that. But oh well, he did want the job, and not just because he was hoping to learn some nifty new spells and translate the Lich's chant. He suspected that library employees got to access parts of the library that would normally be restricted to him as a first circle mage, and that was just too much of a temptation to pass up. Question 1, said Zorian, How often do I come to work? She blinked, surprised for a moment. No doubt she expected him to protest her presumptuousness.
Well, when can you come?
Between the classes, and the need for study time and other commitments, most of our student employees work once or twice a week. How much time can you set aside for this? The classes are pretty easy at this point, Zorian said. We're mostly doing the review of our second year, which I know like the back of my hand. Setting aside one day for unexpected developments, I could be here 4 times a week. My weekends are mostly free too, if you need any help then. Zorian mentally berated himself for talking like that. The classes hadn't even started yet, so how would he know what they consisted of? Luckily, the librarian didn't call him out on it. Instead, her eyes immediately lit up upon hearing this, and she started shouting.
Ivory, she called out.
I've got a new partner for you. A bespectacled girl carrying an armload of books popped out of the small room adjacent to the information desk to see what was going on.
Oh.
It was the green turtleneck girl, she was wearing it even now, that he shared a compartment with. Except he had chosen a seat on the other side of the train this time, so they never met on the train. Oh well, probably wouldn't have mattered anyway. Anyway, I believe some introductions are in order, the librarian said. I am Kirathishli Korisova, one of the few actual librarians in this place. This pretty lady, she gestured towards the turtleneck girl, who blushed at the praise and shifted uncomfortably, clutching the stack of books tighter in her arms, is our resident busy little bee, Ivory Ambercomb. Ivory has been working here since last year, and I don't know what I'd do without her. Ivory, this is Zorian Kaczynski. The girl suddenly perked up at this.
Kaczynski? As in,
younger brother of Diamond Kaczynski, Zorian said, unable to suppress a small sigh. Actually, I'm pretty sure she meant your other brother, Kirathishli said with a sly smile. She's in class with Fortov and has a bit of a crush. She and a dozen other girls. Fortov never had a shortage of women throwing themselves at him.
Miss Korisova.
Ivory protested. Oh, lighten up, Kirathishli said. Anyway, Zorian here will be working with us pretty heavily for the foreseeable future. Go show him what to do. And just like that, he was employed at the library. Only time would tell if he was wasting his time. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Much like the last time, Zach hadn't come to class. Zorian was half expecting it, but it was no less annoying because of it. It cemented Zorian's suspicion that Zach was heavily involved in this mess, but the boy's absence made it impossible for Zorian to confront him about it. What was he supposed to do now? For that matter, was he supposed to do anything at all? Last time he had been operating on the belief that if he didn't do something about the invasion, no one would. No one else had the strange future memories he did, after all. If his speculations were correct, though, Zach had probably traveled through time specifically to stop the invasion. What other reason did he have to frequent this particular time period? Besides, he had been wandering the city during the attack, picking off attackers. So all in all, there just might be an experienced time-traveling mage on the job already, and he would only get in the way. The problem with that idea was that he was ultimately just guessing, and had no idea if it was true or not. He could be dooming himself and the city through inaction, relying on a boy who, quite frankly, didn't inspire too much confidence in him. Zach reminded him of his brothers a little too much. And besides, didn't Zach lose?
Against the Lich? Yeah.
Not knowing how to unravel the mystery presented to him, or even where to start, Zorian had thrown himself into schoolwork and his job at the library. Of course, thanks to going through this for the 3rd time, the only issue he had with schoolwork was Svim's grating insistence that his grasp on the pen spinning, as Zorian affectionately called it, exercise was abominable and that he had to do it over and over and over again. His time at the library, on the other hand, was interesting, though not really in the way he hoped it would be. He hadn't learned any spells yet, though he suspected this was because there were so many other, more pressing things he had to learn before Kirathishli and Ivory decided to invest that kind of effort in him. Simply put, he wasn't very good at his job. The seemingly simple job of shuffling some books around was made immensely more complicated by the various library protocols and the all-important book classification scheme. Zorian had hoped to demonstrate basic proficiency with his duties before asking for favors, but it had been 2 weeks and he was beginning to understand that it would take him at least a couple of months to reach that level, and he didn't have that. The summer festival was getting closer. That's why he proceeded to corner Kirathishli after she had dismissed him for the day to ask her about the coveted book divinations. Ivory lingered, pretending to be busy so she could eavesdrop. She sure was nosy for such a shy girl. Say, I've been meaning to ask a small favor of you, Zorian began. Go ahead, Kirathishli said. You've helped us a lot, so I'll be happy to help if I can. It's not often we get such a competent worker.
balked Zorian. Competent?
I barely know what I'm doing. If it weren't for your and Ivory's help, I would wander around like a headless chicken. That's why I paired you with Ivory, to learn. And boy, are you learning fast. Faster than I did when I first started at this job, that's for sure. To be honest, I usually give only the simplest and most tedious jobs to student employees, but since you're more dedicated than them, I've given you the advanced course.
Ah, Zorian said after a short silence. I'm flattered. And he really was.
Anyway, I was wondering about bookfinding divinations. I've been searching for a pretty obscure topic and I'm not going anywhere with it.
Ah,
Kirathishli said, slapping her forehead. How could I forget about that? Of course I'll teach you. We teach all our long-term workers those. They're a bit tricky to use though, so it will take a while to learn how to use them properly.
Ivory will show you how.
Though you can always tell me what exactly you're looking for and I'll do my best to help you out. I know this library like the back of my hand, you know. Zorian debated the merit of showing her the Lich's chant, since he suspected it was something that could get him into a lot of trouble just for asking about it, but saw no other way. No doubt learning how to use those divinations took months he didn't have. He took out his notebook and ripped out the corresponding page, handing it to her. Kirathishli arched her eyebrow at the text, and Ivory gave up on all pretenses of not paying attention and peered over her shoulder to see what was on the slip of paper. It's an unknown language, Zorian clarified. I don't even know which one really.
Tricky, Kirathishli remarked.
Finding a written reference based on a phonetic pronunciation of a word you don't even understand is a tall order, even with divinations. You should just find an expert in languages to help you if it's so important. You should try Zenemir, piped in Ivory. Our history teacher? Asked Zorian incredulously. He also teaches linguistics, Ivory said.
He's a polyglot.
Speaks 37 languages.
Whoa. Yeah, Ivory agreed.
He should at least know what language that is, even if he can't read it. He's pretty helpful if you approach him nicely. I doubt he'll turn you away.
Interesting.
Ah, Mr. Kaczynski, what can I do for you? Zenemir Olgai was old.
Really old.
He wore blue robes, actual robes like the Magi of old, and had a carefully sculpted white beard. Despite his advanced age, he moved with a spring in his step and his eyes had sharpness that most people half his age lacked. Zorian hadn't taken the linguistics elective, but he knew from his history class that Zenemir cared about his subject almost as much as Norabul did about runes and mathematics, though he at least understood that most students didn't share his passion for the subject. I was told you can help me about some translation, Zorian said. I have a pretty fragmentary recording of an unknown language in phonetic form, and I was hoping you could at least tell me what kind of language it is. It's nothing like any language I've encountered so far. Zenemir perked up at the notion of an unknown language and gingerly took the paper slip with the Lich's chant from Zorian's hand. His eyes widened barely a second afterward. Where did you get this? He asked quietly. Zorian debated internally what to do and then settled for a measure of truth. I was attacked by someone a while ago. They used a spell with that chant as the incantation. I just wanted to know what it does. Zenemir took a deep breath and leaned back. You're lucky it didn't hit. It's some kind of soul magic spell. Soul magic? Necromancy, clarified Zenemir. Zorian blinked.
Necromancy?
Well, it sort of made sense for the Lich to use that sort of spells, but what did necromancy have to do with time travel?
Nothing.
This was pretty much a definite confirmation of Zack as a primary cause of his predicament. So wait, what is that language anyway? Asked Zorian.
HM? Oh.
Yes, the language. It's Old Majera language, spoken by many of the cultures that shared the continent of Mycena with Icosians before their rise to prominence. Many of the ruins in Koth are written in it and sadly, it is the language in which many of the blackest rituals and necromantic spells are formulated. You won't find any books about it available in public circulations, I'm afraid. But let's return to the matter of this assailant. This is the darkest of magic they used, and they can be up to no good if they're throwing spells like that on academy students. Deciding he couldn't just backpedal now, Zorian nonetheless decided against mentioning time travel in any way and settled for making something up. He told Zenemir about him overhearing a plan to invade the city during the summer festival. At first he dismissed it as some kind of prank because of its ludicrous nature, but when the two cloaked figures noticed him eavesdropping and started throwing spells he didn't recognize at him, he grew concerned. Zenemir took him a lot more seriously than Zorian thought he would, and told him to go home and leave everything up to him from now on. That went surprisingly well. At least Zenemir hadn't dragged him off to the police station to give a statement right away, though he suspected something like that might be in his near future. He paced nervously around in his room, unable to sleep and steadily losing the fight to keep his growing apprehension in check. Smart or not, the deed was done, and now the only thing he could do was wait and see what the consequences of his decision would be. For him and for everyone. A knock on the door interrupted him. Strong, confident knocking that nonetheless only lasted for a second or two, completely unlike the knocking of anyone he knew.
Coming.
Zorian called out, suspecting it was someone coming to talk to him about the story he told Xenomir. What can I irk? Zorian stared dumbly at the blade sticking out of his chest, his mouth opening in an unvoiced scream. He had just enough time to look at his assailant, a short figure dressed in loose black clothes and a faceless white mask, before the blade was painfully wrenched out of his body and then immediately inserted again into his chest cavity. Again and again and again. When darkness consumed his vision, he was actually glad he was dying. Being repeatedly stabbed in the chest hurts. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Zorian's eyes abruptly shot open as sharp pain erupted from his stomach. His whole body convulsed, buckling against the object that fell on him, and suddenly he was wide awake, not a trace of drowsiness in his mind.
Good M dash.
Kiriel was cut off as Zorian shot upright, eyes wide in fright, gasping for breath.
He was killed. They killed him.
He told someone about the attack and he was killed that very evening. How the hell had they even found out that fast? Was Xenomir in on the attack or were they just that well informed?
Nightmare? Kiriel asked.
Zorian breathed deeply, ignoring the phantom pain in his chest as he did so.
Yeah.
Definitely a nightmare. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Zorian knew he should focus on what Ilsa was saying, but for the life of him his mind wouldn't stop dwelling on what had happened. In retrospect, he shouldn't be so surprised at that particular turn of events. An invasion of that scale cannot be kept secret without some hefty inside help, so of course they'd find out about anyone raising an alarm about them. And besides, if stopping the invasion had as simple a solution as notifying the law enforcement, surely Zack would have already done it and Zorian wouldn't be repeating this month for the third time. Although, he was starting to develop a healthy dose of respect for these restarts. This was the second time he died and he only went through this month thrice.
He seemed prone to dying.
Didn't Zack say something about him always getting blown up in that initial barrage unless he did something about it? He snapped back into the real world when he realized Ilsa had stopped talking and was looking at him intently. He gave her a questioning look. Are you quite all right? She asked, and Zorian noticed her glancing at his hands. Why would she?
Oh.
His hands were shaking. He was probably quite pale too, if the skin on his hands was of any indication. He rubbed his hands together a few times and then balled them up into fists to reassert control over them. Not quite, Zorian admitted.
But I will be.
You don't have to worry about it. She stared at him for a second longer and then nodded.
Very well, she said.
Do you want me to teleport you to the academy? I can't imagine riding the train in the state you're in is going to be very pleasant for you. Zorian blinked, at loss what to say. He disdained train travel at the best of times, so an offer like this was a godsend at the moment. But why? I don't want to inconvenience you, he tried. Don't worry, I was going there anyway, she said. It's the least I could do for getting to you so late and taking the choice of your mentor away from you. Well, that much was true. Svim really was a horrible, useless mentor. Zorian excused himself to tell Mother he was leaving, which took way too long in his opinion, since Mother wouldn't stop bombarding him with questions about teleportation, suddenly concerned about his safety, before picking up his luggage and following Ilsa outside. He was actually a little excited, since he'd never teleported before. He'd have been even more excited, but the memory of being stabbed to death was still uncomfortably fresh, dampening his enthusiasm somewhat.
Ready? She asked. He nodded.
Don't worry, the rumors about the dangers of teleporting are mostly exaggerated, Ilsa said. You can't get stuck inside solid objects, the spell doesn't work that way, and if something goes wrong I'll immediately know it and collapse the spell before dimensional ripples tear us apart. Zorian scowled. He already knew that, but saw no point in pointing that out. She obviously heard his little exchange with Mother. Ilsa started chanting and Zorian stood straighter, not wanting to miss. The world rippled, then changed. Suddenly they were both standing in a well-lit circular room, a large magical circle carved into the marble floor they stood on. There was no disorientation, no flash of colors, no nothing, almost disappointing. He studied the room they were in a little more closely, trying to understand where they were. This is the teleport redirection point, Ilsa said. The Academy wards shunt every incoming teleport into this place for security reasons. Of course, that's assuming you're properly keyed in and have sufficient authorization to teleport in at all. She fixed him with a penetrating gaze. Teleporting into a warded space is just one of the many dangers of the spell. Don't experiment with it on your own. I'm pretty sure teleport is far above my access level, pointed out Zorian.
She shrugged.
Some students are capable of reconstructing a spell after seeing it performed only once. Once you know the chant and gestures, 80% of the work has already been done for you. Zorian blinked. Now why didn't he think of that? Would you mind casting that spell one more time? He asked innocently. Strictly for academic purposes, you see.
She chuckled. No.
If it makes you feel any better, I doubt you have enough mana reserves to cast the spell even once. As a point of fact, it didn't make him feel any better. He didn't care how dangerous it was, he'd learned the teleport spell as soon as he was able. He just shaved off an entire day of train travel from his journey in an instant. The ability to do that kind of thing at will would be worth quite a lot of trouble to acquire. He let out a sigh and left Ilsa to her own devices to get settled in. I could get used to this kind of travel, Zorian mumbled to himself as he unlocked the door to his room and dropped his luggage to the floor in relief. Too bad I could never fake distress convincingly enough, or else I'd convince Ilsa to take me along at the beginning of every restart.
He froze mid-step.
He shouldn't be thinking like that. That was dangerous thinking. He had no proof that the restarts would keep happening indefinitely. In fact, everything he knew about magic told him it couldn't be true. Whatever spell had been put on him was going to run out of mana at some point, and then there'd be no restart, no second chances, no return from the dead. He had to treat every restart as if it were his last, because it might very well be. Though he had to admit that, despite it ending with him getting stabbed to death, the previous restart wasn't a complete disaster. At least he had all but confirmed it was Zack, and not the Lich, that was responsible for this. Instead of researching unknown languages and time travel, it would probably be wiser to find out where Zack keeps disappearing to every time. But not right now. He deserved a little rest after being brought back from the dead. Asterisk. He really should have known it wouldn't be that easy. The moment he tried to track down Zack, he was reminded of why he didn't do that in his very first restart. Zack was not only an heir of noble House Novita, he was the only still living member of that house, the rest of his family having been killed in the Splinter Wars. Zack stood to inherit a sizable financial empire and a legacy of several generations of mages once he came of age, so everything about him was scrutinized closely by a great number of interested parties. Consequently, his disappearance was a big deal, and a lot of people wanted to know where he went. Zorian was just one of these people, and if those people and the people they hired hadn't managed to track him down, he had very little chance to do so.
Needless to say, he didn't get anywhere. Like he
suspected, the two girls Zack hung out with during Zorian's original month were nothing special without the Novita heir there to help them out and hang out with them, and asking people about them led to some pretty annoying rumors being spread around. Honestly, can't a guy ask about a girl without everyone assuming he's got a romantic interest in her? His house was sealed with some pretty heavy ward work. His legal guardian could not be reached, and if he had any close friends they weren't
among his classmates.
Zorian wasn't a detective, and had no idea what else to look for. And considering that many professional detectives had already failed, and continued to fail, to track the boy down, he suspected it wouldn't help even if he did know a thing or two about tracking people down. A month went by with little to show for it. Summer festival came, and Zorian once again boarded a train out of Scioria, awake and alert as the night deepened and minutes ticked away. He brought a pocket watch with him this time, and kept glancing at it every once in a while, silently praying that he wouldn't have to start over once again, but wanting to know exactly when he got thrown back in case he did. Sure enough, his prayers wouldn't be answered. Somewhere around 2 past midnight he blacked out and woke up with Kiri on top of him, wishing him a good morning. He probably should have admitted it to himself right then and there. He was a fairly smart person after all, and not prone to deluding himself. Instead it took 4 more restarts before he accepted the truth of his predicament. He was stuck in some kind of a time loop, and it wasn't going to end anytime soon. He didn't know how it was possible. Maybe the spell was powered by Zack's seemingly inexhaustible mana reserves instead of being limited to a fixed amount at the moment of casting. Maybe it was one of those rare self-sustaining spells. Hell, maybe it reached into the heart of the world and drew power from the dragon below itself. It didn't really matter how it did it, only that it did. But that's retrospect. At the time he just refused to accept it, and instead tried to live like he normally would. It was rather boring, yes, but what if this particular restart was the one where it ended? The restart where the consequences of his choices would not magically disappear at 2 past midnight on the night of the festival. He checked and yes, it was consistent across all 4 restarts. He was through with that though, he couldn't go on like this. Excluding the invasion bit, the month had been a bore even the first time around, and he had lived through it 8 times already. He knew the first month curriculum well enough by now to get near-perfect scores in all subjects, even warding. It had little effect on how people treated him, as he found out. He was known to be capable, and his grades had always been very good, so people weren't really surprised if he aced all the exams or effortlessly performed a perfect magic missile on their very first combat magic class. It was within the realm of people's expectations, unlike Zach's sudden improvement. The only people whose behavior changed in response to his improvement were Akoja and Svim. Akoja had gotten twice as annoying now that she apparently found a kindred soul, always insisting that they check each other's work and asking him for help whenever she didn't understand something. Zorian had thought she'd be green with jealousy that he was beating her scores, but it seemed she was a lot less bothered to be outdone by him, as opposed to by the likes of Zach and Nialu. Svim took his superb scores as an indication that he should be held to an even higher standard. As such, not only did he not declare his pen spinning good enough to move on to something else, he had demoted him back to the regular levitation exercise. In all honesty, Zorian wasn't terribly bothered by that. Even if he did master the pen spinning exercise to Svim's satisfaction, no doubt he'd get nothing more than another minor variation of the basic 3 to practice. So all in all, going through another boring month like that was out of the question. He took different electives this time: astronomy, architecture, and geography of the global mana flow, and he fully intended to bring down his academic scores back to normal so Svim and Akoja would remain their normal, more tolerable selves. He also intended to skip quite a few time-consuming homework projects to focus on his own personal studies, and he was going to spend a sizable portion of his savings on alchemical supplies. Should this restart be the final one, he was going to be seriously inconvenienced, but it wouldn't be the end of the world, and he suspected the disruptions following in the wake of the invasion would render many of the normal concerns moot. Then he walked into the Essential Invocations classroom on the first day of school and realized his plans would have to be adjusted. Zach was finally back in class. At first, Zorian hadn't even noticed him. That was noteworthy by itself, as Zach wasn't an easy person to overlook. The boy loved attention and seemed to have trouble staying still and quiet, something that remained consistent even after Zach suddenly turned into some kind of a weirdo time traveler. Today, however, the normally loud and exuberant boy remained eerily silent. He also eschewed his typical tactic of sitting in the back of the classroom to occupy a seat near the front. If his out-of-character behavior hadn't caused people to glance at him a bit too often, Zorian would have probably overlooked him. He was so shocked to see the boy finally present in class that he momentarily halted in his tracks, standing like an idiot in the middle of the classroom. Then, after a moment's thought, he set off towards the likely cause of his predicament. His first instinct was to immediately march up to the boy and drag him away into some forgotten corner to clear everything up, but Zach's subdued appearance gave him pause. Zach's skin was pale and bloodless, and he was breathing a little too quickly and shallowly for a healthy person. He looked sick. Thinking about it a little more carefully, approaching the boy so directly would be a reckless and possibly dangerous course of action. His loss to the Lich aside, Zach was vastly more powerful than Zorian, and Zorian had no idea how the other boy would react if he knew there was another person tagging along in his time-traveling adventure. He'd need to confront him sooner or later, though, so he fully intended to make at least tentative contact with the boy. He scanned the front of the classroom, looking for a free seat near Zach that would allow him to study the boy during the lecture. He didn't have to look hard. Zach was sitting very close to Briam, and every seat around Briam was empty. The cause was easy to divine. People were reluctant to get close to the angry-looking fire drake he was holding. As someone with future knowledge, Zorian knew their fears were well-founded. While the young fire drake didn't torch anyone, and sometimes Zorian wondered how much of that was thanks to the drake's youth and lack of ability, as opposed to having self-restraint, it didn't hesitate to bite and scratch, and it was hard to tell what would set it off. Fortunately, it seemed to tolerate Zorian better than most people, so he simply plopped down into the seat next to Briam, silencing the lizard's hissing with an annoyed glare. He stared at the fire drake's slitted yellow eyes until the reptile turned its head and left him alone. "Wow, you shut him down in an instant," remarked Briam. "I wish I could control him that easily." The fire drake snapped its jaws at the air in front of Briam's face, causing the boy to flinch back. Briam huffed in annoyance and apparently let the matter drop. Not for the first time, Zorian wondered just how smart that creature really was. Then, doing his best to appear natural, Zorian turned to Zach sitting a bit further away from him. "You look like hell," Zorian remarked. Zach groaned and buried his face into his hands. "I feel like hell," he moaned. "What did that pile of bones do to me?" Zorian's heart quickened. Zach no doubt expected his comment to be disregarded as a weird metaphor, but to Zorian it was definite confirmation that Zach was also a time traveler. No points for guessing who or what the mysterious pile of bones was. Now, how could he get Zach to talk more without revealing that he knew more than he should? Pile of bones. Zorian asked, his voice curious. Zack opened his mouth to respond, but Ilsa chose that exact moment to walk into the classroom and Zack dropped the issue. Zorian had to restrain himself from glaring at Ilsa as she smiled at him. Couldn't she have waited a few more minutes? Ignorant and uncaring of Zorian's internal grumbling, Ilsa accepted the list of present students from Akoja and began introducing herself and her class. It wasn't anything that Zorian hadn't heard 8 times already, so he mostly ignored her in favor of keeping an eye on Zack and plotting how to extract time travel-related information out of him. Suddenly he realized that Ilsa had stopped talking and was looking in his direction. After a few moments he realized she was looking at Zack.
Mr. Novita, you look quite ill.
Please tell me you didn't come to my class with a hangover. The class erupted into laughter and Zack winced, either because loud noises bothered him in the state he was in or because he noticed the undercurrent of agitation in Ilsa's question. Either way he recovered quickly.
It's not a hangover, protested Zack.
I just woke up like this, I swear. And you thought that coming to class like this was a good idea, why?
Ilsa prodded.
I honestly didn't think it would last this long. I figured it would pass in an hour or two, said Zack sheepishly.
Zorian frowned.
If the sickness was a consequence of the spell the Lich had targeted them with that evening, and Zack certainly seemed to think so, if his previous comment was any indication, that would mean Zack had been suffering its effects for the past 8 months or so, as Zack had been absent for that long. Why would Zack expect a condition that's serious to pass in an hour or two? Why couldn't there be any simple answers in all this?
Well, it didn't, Ilsa concluded.
While I appreciate your dedication to your studies, Zorian distinctly heard Ako snorting derisively in the background. I must insist you go home or, better yet, visit a healer. You look like you're going to collapse any moment. Before Zack could say anything, Zorian rose from his seat. I'll get him home, teacher, he said. Zack gave him a surprised look, but Ilsa just nodded and shooed them away. Zorian picked up his bag and left with Zack in tow, very pleased with himself. He got a legitimate excuse to talk to Zack in private and a permission to skip a class he had already attended 8 times by now. Could a victory be more complete? You didn't have to do that, you know? Zack remarked, trailing behind him. I can get back home on my own. I don't feel that sick. But if I hadn't done that, I would have had to sit through 2 hours of boring review, countered Zorian. Zack laughed, but his laughter quickly collapsed into a painful-sounding cough.
Damn, he wheezed.
He really did a number on me. Who is this someone you keep mentioning? Prodded Zorian.
It's not important, Zack mumbled.
He took a deep breath and fixed Zorian with a speculative look. Hey. Want to go to the cafeteria and grab something to eat? You think your stomach can handle it?
Zorian asked. You bet, Zack nodded.
I'm starving. Zorian shrugged and gestured for Zack to lead the way. That was how Zorian found himself sharing a table with the cause of his time-traveling problems, trying to think of a good opening for a conversation he wanted to have with the boy. Or should he wait for a few days to make Zack get used to his presence? You know, I find this whole situation very amusing, Zack said between mouthfuls, shoveling noodles into his mouth and attempting to talk at the same time. Now that was very amusing. His mother always insisted he should aspire to behave like a noble. She would have a heart attack if he ever adopted Zack's eating manners. A good little student like you, skipping class to have lunch with a class delinquent. What is the world coming to? What would your mother say if she saw you now? First of all, I'm not skipping class, I'm escorting you home, Zorian pointed out, ignoring a snort from Zack. We just stopped for a meal, so you wouldn't collapse from starvation before we get there.
Another snort.
And my mother would go all sparkly-eyed at who I'm having lunch with and promptly forget I'm supposed to be in class.
Ah.
A social climber, Zack said, a sour expression on his face.
Say no more.
At least you're male, so she wouldn't try to pair us. Well, I do have a 9-year-old sister.
Don't go there, Zack warned. Fine, agreed Zorian.
He didn't particularly want to continue in that avenue, anyway. So are you going to tell me who roughed you up or what? You're a lot nosier than I remember, Zack huffed. What makes you think someone roughed me up? Your offhand comments aren't as oblique as you imagine them to be, Zorian said.
Whatever, Zack scoffed.
I just breathed in some weird fumes while I was messing with my alchemy set yesterday, that all. Ah, the trusty alchemical accident excuse.
So cliché, yet so effective.
Zorian had used it quite a few times himself. In any case, he wasn't willing to let go so easily. He decided to risk it and try to provoke a reaction from the boy. Must have been some really weird fumes. The after effects almost look like soul magic exposure, Zorian speculated loudly. Zorian had expected some kind of reaction from Zack, but what he got was quite a bit stronger than what he had imagined. Zack immediately sat straighter in his seat, eyes wide in realization.
Of course.
That's why I'm still suffering the effects, even after the revert. The son of a bitch targeted the very thing that gets sent back, my soul. There was an eerie silence in the cafeteria as everyone stared at the crazy boy shouting nonsense in a crowded dining hall. Zack slowly lowered his hands. He had been gesticulating wildly during his little speech, and mumbled an apology that was too quiet for anyone but Zorian to hear. Scattered laughter rippled through the gathered students for a few moments before everything finally returned to normal.
Started Zack.
Maybe we should continue this at the fountain, yeah?
I don't know, remarked Zorian carefully.
If you intend to be this loud, I don't think it will do much.
Oh ha ha, grumbled Zack.
So I got a little excited. Not everyone is an ice cube like you, Zorian. Ice cube? Asked Zorian, an undercurrent of warning in his voice. But Zack was already packing, and Zorian could do nothing but huff in annoyance and follow after him. Still, Zack's little outburst answered a few of his questions. So it wasn't his memories, or even his mind that got sent back, it was his soul. That would certainly explain why his spell work and shaping skills didn't disappear every time he started over. It was common knowledge that magic was heavily connected to the soul, even if no one really knew the exact mechanism of their interaction. When they finally reached the fountain, Zack seemed to be in a contemplative mood, so Zorian took a moment to study the schools of colorful fish swimming in the basin of the fountain. He actually pitied the poor things, since they were unlikely to last long. For years the fountain had been in disrepair, and it was only due to the grander-than-usual summer festival that it was renovated. How likely was it that the academy would continue to maintain it after the occasion passed?
Not very.
And it was even less likely it would be kept in a good enough condition for the fish to survive. Their days were numbered.
Zorian, Zack prodded.
Tell me, what do you know about time travel? Zorian blinked.
Well,
that was direct. Time travel? Zorian asked with as much confusion as he could fake.
Not much, I guess.
What's that got to do with anything? Ugh, well, Zack fumbled with words, scratching his chin nervously. You'll probably think I'm insane, but I'm a time traveler of sorts. Wow, Zack really didn't have a subtle bone in his body, did he? You don't look very old, Zorian remarked. If you come from the future, it must not be a very far one. No, it's more like, the whole world resets itself on the night of the summer festival, and I'm the only one who remembers what happened. That was an interesting way of explaining it, though the idea of a spell affecting the whole world was even more ridiculous than the idea of working time travel magic. I've lived through this month, God, at least 200 times by now, continued Zack. Honestly, I'm starting to lose count. Wait, you're talking about it like you can't stop it, said Zorian, unable to keep a tiny bit of alarm out of his voice. Luckily, Zack appeared to be too agitated to notice. That's just it, I don't know if I can stop it. Zack shouted, before he realized what he was doing, and quieted down so as to not attract unneeded attention. I was hit by this spell in the previous revert, and its effects didn't completely go away when I reverted into the past.
Zorian frowned. Previous revert?
What about the other 7? Did Zack somehow skip those, or did he simply not remember them? It occurred to Zorian that the after effects of the Lich's spell could have been even more serious than what he was currently looking at. What if Zack had spent the past 7 restarts in a coma? Though that begged the question of why his guardian had reported him as missing instead of bringing a healer. I guess it really was a soul magic spell like you said, continued Zack. I need to watch out for those from now on. Anyway, at first I thought it's just some nasty sickness that'll pass, and to a degree I was right. I already feel a lot better than I did this morning. It's just that it wasn't only my body that was affected. My mind has been a little spotty ever since I woke up.
Oh no.
I don't remember how I started this time loop, concluded Zack, confirming Zorian's fears. Or whether it was me who started it in the first place. My memory is full of blanks like that at the moment. I'm hoping it will all come back to me, but... Zorian stared at the other boy, stony-faced. Basically, they were both in deep shit. Zack seemed to interpret Zorian's serious look a little differently though.
You don't believe me, he concluded. It's pretty far-fetched, Zorian said.
If he hadn't lived through it, he wouldn't have believed him, no. But I'm a pretty open-minded guy. Let's pretend you're right for the moment. What's that got to do with me? Zack arched an eyebrow at him, apparently incredulous about something.
Ha, he said.
You're really different from your other self. My other self? Zorian asked curiously.
Yeah, Zack nodded.
My memory may be spotty about some things, but I definitely remember you. Mostly because you kept dying at the start of the attack. Zack mumbled the last sentence in a quiet voice that probably wasn't meant to carry but did. Zorian pretended he didn't hear it. You're different than you used to be, Zack said. You were more irritable, and always busy with something or other. You never believed me when I tried to tell you about the whole time travel thing. You thought I was trying to make fun of you. Well, that kind of story sounded exactly like something his brothers would try to fool him with. And Zack did have a great many things in common with those two already.
You've changed, Zack concluded. You're a lot calmer.
More laid back, I guess.
Zorian frowned.
He didn't think he changed that much in personality, but he supposed it would be hard to not change when going through something like this. To say nothing of the fact that more than 8 months had passed since the restart started for Zorian. So, wait, why did I change then?
Zorian asked.
Didn't you say the whole world resets itself? Don't know, Zack shrugged, then gave him a speculative look. Come to think of it, you were there too, weren't you? Zorian gave him a confused look. He wasn't going to get baited that easily. No, of course you don't remember, Zack sighed. Do you at least feel a little different lately or something? Come to think of it, yes, confirmed Zorian. I chose different electives than I intended to, for no good reason really, and I did a bunch of other strange things ever since I came to Scioria. Zorian's motivation for saying that was twofold. First of all, he wanted to see how Zack would react to the idea of another person going through the time loop with him. Secondly, he wanted to lay the groundwork for an explanation why he'd be acting differently in every restart, in case he decided not to tell Zack about himself. He was surprised that Zack was so willing to believe him though. Apparently even after all this time, nearly 17 years, if the other boy was to be believed, Zack still haven't developed an ability to effectively read people. That, or Zorian really was that good of an actor. Strange, was all Zack said.
Yeah, Zorian agreed.
So, any advice a time traveler can tell a mortal like me? A secret spell of awesomeness, maybe? To be honest, most of the spells I know are combat ones, Zack admitted. I'm really good at combat magic, which is good because I need to be good at it. There is something I'm trying to stop. Something involving the mysterious adversary that messed you up? Tried Zorian. He really wanted to work the invasion into the conversation, but didn't know how to justify knowing anything about it. Do you remember how that happened, at least?
Ugh, grunted Zack. Mostly.
I distinctly remember you being there, but you probably died right at the start of the battle. No offense, Zorian, but you aren't much of a fighter, and then I stupidly charged in, thinking myself invulnerable. Why would you ever think that? Zorian asked, honestly confused.
That you're invulnerable, I mean.
Doesn't it strike you as dangerously arrogant to perceive yourself as invincible? Do you know how many times I've died in these reverts? Protested Zack. My memory is failing me again, but it was a lot. You tend not to take it too seriously after a while. And it's not like I was too far off, I just have to watch out for necromancy next time, right? Not just necromancy, Zorian replied with a heavy sigh. There is also mind magic to worry about. Aside from the obvious possibility of ending up as a mind thrall, you could also end up with more than a few gaps in your memory. You could have your whole mind blanked out. Then there is a possibility of having a haze forced upon you if you're too careless, which also bind to the soul as far as I know. Some creatures, such as wraiths, eat souls, that's another thing to worry about. And there are a couple of methods of sealing away a mage's ability to do magic, which might very well stay with you when you revert. Zack was silent, but Zorian could have sworn he had gotten even paler as he listened to Zorian speak. And that's just a couple of points off the top of my head, finished Zorian. I'm only an academy student, and I don't know anything. It's obvious you are not invulnerable.
Okay.
Zorian swallowed heavily.
That was close.
It was fortunate that Zack was so oblivious, because had the situation been reverse, he would have called Zack out on it ages ago. Wow, you almost sound like you care, Zack finally said with a nervous chuckle. You really do believe I'm a time traveler now, huh? Zorian shrugged. I'm not completely convinced, but it's not something that's worth fighting over in my opinion. If you say you're a time traveler, then we'll pretend you're a time traveler. Yes. Until he got a better feel for Zack's character and understood what the deal was with the time loop, he would pretend. Asterisk. When Zorian finally returned to school, having missed both the remainder of essential invocations and the following lecture about magical law, he was beset by curious classmates and AKO. AKO was easy to deal with, since she only wanted to scold him for taking too long and warn him she recorded his absence in the attendance record. Zorian was pretty sure the only person, teachers included, who cared about what was written on that list was Akoja. The ones that wanted to know what's wrong with Zack were also easy. It was an alchemical accident.
What?
It's the excuse Zack used. Unfortunately, many people also wanted to know why he had suddenly volunteered to take him home, or what had taken him so long.
Nosy people.
And they were persistent too, refusing to leave him alone for the rest of the day. When Zorian finally reached his room, he immediately locked his door and breathed a sigh of relief. He finally had enough time to think about what he found out today. Zack was confident he would be fine by tomorrow, and that his memory would come back to him. Zorian was not nearly as confident. That Zack had a 7-month gap in his memory, and possibly existence, suggested something very serious had been done to him. Why hadn't Zorian suffered anything of the sort?
Well, maybe he had.
He had felt uncharacteristically tired in his first restart, but had written it off as mental stress. Maybe he had only been caught at the very edge of the spell and thus only suffered minor damage, or maybe his first restart was only the first one he had memory of. It was a disturbing possibility, but there was not much point in dwelling on it much. It really wasn't that unexpected, when you really thought about it. The strange time travel effect he and Zack were under had essentially turned them into soul entities. A lich was, at its core, also a soul entity. They were mages that ritually killed themselves and tethered their souls to an object, their phylactery, before it could move on into the afterlife. If the form they currently inhabited ever got destroyed, they'd snap back to their phylactery and simply possess someone. It would make sense for a lich to know how to fight another lich. And a method that worked against a lich would work just as well against him and Zack. And Zack had stupidly said as much to the lich at the end of their battle. It's not like I'll be dead for good indeed. The lich may not have known what Zack was exactly, but a statement like that strongly suggested he was either a lich himself or some kind of a possessor entity, and from a practical standpoint it wasn't that far off. But that was all neither here nor there. The real question was, what was he going to do now? Even if Zack regained his memories, doubtful, he would no doubt want to keep the time loop going until he found a way to defeat the lich. If the boy's previous altercation with the undead mage was of any indication, that could take a while. And that was assuming Zack was the originator of the spell in the first place. If it happened once, it could have happened twice. He had a sneaking suspicion that Zack might be as much of a stowaway as Zorian was. Was there a third looping person running around? Suddenly, he didn't feel as desperate to get out of this thing as he was at the start of it. Getting out might not necessarily mean going back to normal. The invasion was clearly more than a random terrorist attack, and Zorian somehow doubted that stopping it would be the end of it. Something very big was happening, and Zorian was a very small fish. A roach, as Taven would charmingly say. Inside the time loop, he had a chance to secure his future. Outside of it, he was just another victim. Besides, if Zack was to be believed, normal for Zorian meant getting killed at the start of the invasion. He didn't care much for that kind of normal. In fact, the more he thought about it, the more it seemed to him this whole thing was a giant opportunity rather than an annoyance. Once upon a time, when Zorian was younger, he dreamt of being a great mage. The sort that legends were made of, the kind that revolutionized whole fields of magic all by themselves. In time this dream died as it became clear he didn't have the talent, the work ethic, or the right connections to make that happen. He was just a slightly above average civilian-born student with no special advantages to his name.
But now?
He had all the time he needed to build up an advantage over his peers and become truly great. Greater than Daimen. He shook his head, abandoning that train of thought. He was getting ahead of himself. He needed something more concrete than a fuzzy notion of greatness to guide him, a clear set of goals to achieve, and courses of action to pursue. Right now, the only thing he could think of was harassing Zack for some tips, raiding the library for more spells, and leveraging his curious monetary situation to improve his alchemical skills. He was leery about relying on Zack for help. Even if the boy would be cooperative, there was only so much he could learn from the other time traveler without revealing that he too retained his memories each time they reverted to the past. The library was full of spells, of course, but anything serious, that is, that could be used for combat, crime, or spying, was restricted, and he knew from talking to older students that teachers were really stingy with permission slips. Not even Fortov succeeded in getting one, and he could charm a troll into not eating him. Honing his alchemy skills was definitely an option. The only reason he focused more heavily on invocation thus far was because he had to buy any ingredients he wished to work with, and he was trying to save money. Any serious study of alchemy required a lot of funds. Alchemical ingredients were expensive. With his saving account spontaneously refilling after each restart, however, monetary concerns didn't limit him as much as they did before. It wasn't much, to be honest.
He needed a better plan.
With another sigh, Zorian pulled out his trusty notebook and began to plot and write. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Something I can do for you, Sonny? Asked Kiran. The class has been dismissed, in case you didn't notice.
I noticed.
I just wanted to talk to you about something, Zorian said. Kiran gestured him to keep talking. I hope you don't find it insulting, but your stated program seems a bit easy. Practicing magic missile for a whole month seems rather pointless to me, since I already have a pretty good grasp on it. Kiran stared at him for a few seconds. Zorian suppressed the instinct to shuffle nervously in place and returned the man's stare. Kiran seemed like a sort of person who would be impressed by that. I hope you don't find it insulting, Sonny, but you just don't have enough power to be a proper battle mage, Kiran finally said. Your shaping skills are rather impressive for your age, but you tire after only 10 shots from the rod. And that just won't do in any serious combat. Well, I kind of know that, admitted Zorian. His reserves had increased slightly from what they were when he first tackled this class, so 10 shots was actually an improvement. Incidentally, is there anything I can do about that? Nothing I would recommend, Kiran said, shaking his head. Your mana reserves will grow as your proficiency in magic grows, of course, but so will everyone else's. You will always be at a disadvantage against naturally powerful opponents, which would be most of the professional battle mages. Of course, I cannot forbid you from pursuing a career as a battle mage, but I definitely advise you against it. There are plenty of magical disciplines where great shaping skills are an asset, but combat magic is mostly about power.
I see, said Zorian.
He didn't intend to become a battle mage, but he had a feeling he was going to need some combat magic, whether he liked it or not. At the very least, he wanted to be able to deal with any stray winter wolves or trolls he might encounter during the invasion.
Though my point still stands.
Since I can already do the spell well enough, and that's the only thing you intend to instruct us in for the foreseeable future, I can see little point in attending the class for the foreseeable future.
Humph, Kiran snorted.
Trying blackmail on me, Sonny?
It's fine, I don't mind.
And I do understand your point of view here. Kiran rubbed his chin for a second, mulling something over in his head. Wait here. 15 minutes later, Kiran returned with another spell rod, a small booklet, and 4 ceramic plates. He threw the plates toward Zorian, who hastily caught them before they shattered upon the ground. Good reflexes, Kiran complimented. They're actually reinforced, so you don't have to worry about dropping them too much. He took one of the spell rods they used in class and grasped it firmly in his hand. Let me demonstrate something to you. Throw one of the plates to my left. Zorian immediately complied, and Kiran wordlessly pointed the rod in the plate's general direction and fired. He was wide of the mark, but the bolt of force actually homed in on the plate anyway, curving through the air to intercept it. The plate shattered into dust and sharp fragments.
Again, Kiran snapped.
Zorian threw another plate, and another bolt of force sped towards it. This one was different, however. It was longer and thinner, like an oversized needle. It hit the plate, but instead of smashing it to pieces, it went right through it, punching a hole through the center before dissipating. Throw the last 2 together, Kiran instructed. 2 plates flew into the air, and Kiran once again pointed the rod in their general direction. Zorian waited for the bolt of force, but none was forthcoming. Instead, both plates were suddenly cut in half by some unseen blades. Kiran lowered his hand and began to speak. The reason I'll be spending so much time on Magic Missile is because it's a very versatile spell, Kiran spoke. In its simplest form, it takes the form of a shining bolt of force that travels in a straight line, delivering concussive blasts of force to whatever it impacts. This variant is often called the Smasher, and it is a very simple and effective spell. A skilled mage can do so much more with it, however. You can use animation magic to make it home in on a target. You can sharpen it into a point that will pierce things instead of batter them, or a line to cut them, the piercer and cutter, respectively. You can fire multiple missiles instead of one, a swarm, even if you have the reserves and skill to pull it off. And, of course, you can make the projectile invisible.
Invisible? Asked Zorian.
Yes, Kiran agreed. A perfectly cast force spell is completely transparent. The light show you usually see is magical leakage resulting from an imperfect spell boundary. The speed with which combat magic is cast virtually guarantees that some mistakes in constructing the spell boundary will be made, and even if no mistakes are made, the large amounts of mana pumped into the constructs can easily distort or unravel some of the pieces. So I'm messing the spell up? Summarized Zorian, thinking of the brightly shining projectiles he always got when he used the rod. Wait, your missiles normally shine too. Is that dash?
Kiran chuckled.
Like I said at the start, there are plenty of magical disciplines where great shaping skills are an asset, but combat magic is mostly about power. Most battle mages can't even make a simple magic missile transparent, much less one of the higher level 4 spells. It doesn't hold them back any. Even I usually don't bother, since the benefits are so marginal. You, on the other hand, need every advantage you can get. Kieran pushed the spell rod and the accompanying booklet into Zorian's hands. You are right that you won't learn much in class in the next month or so. The smasher may be simple, but more than half of your classmates are having trouble with it as it is, and you're the only one that truly has a good grasp on it. So read the booklet, find some targets to practice on, and make sure there is a friend nearby while you practice to get help if you screw up big. Oh, and don't hurt anyone with the rod I'm loaning you or I'll be mad. Come back to me in 2 weeks so I can see how you're progressing. Right, agreed Zorian enthusiastically. This went a lot better than he thought it would. Now get lost, Kieran gestured towards the door. You've wasted my entire coffee break already. Zorian dropped the stack of books on a nearby table and surveyed the shelves. He had decided to try his luck as a library employee again, hoping he would find a way to get around spell restrictions as an employee. Zack had been absent from class for a couple of days at this point, probably still suffering from the aftereffects of the soul spell, so he couldn't simply trick the answer out of his fellow time traveler. And besides, he wanted to learn those book divinations he was promised before being brutally murdered, and all. He wasn't in a hurry to get Kirathishli to teach him those divination spells, though the magic missile variations Kieran gave him to practice were giving him enough problems as it was. Like Kieran had said at the beginning of the lecture, the problem was that shaping had to be done in an instant and involved shoving a great deal of his mana reserves into a hastily constructed spell boundary. That was easy enough when you just wanted a bolt that traveled in a straight line and smashed things, but trying to weave, say, a homing function into the spell was a chore to do in a fraction of a second. To say nothing of trying to eliminate all the little imperfections and make the bolt transparent. Which is not to say he made no progress. He could make the bolt curve towards a target even if his aim was a little off, and he managed to make a flawless piercer yesterday. Progress. You're pretty good at this stuff, Ivory remarked beside him, putting a book on the shelf. I'm surprised. Usually it takes a while for people to really understand the system we use here. I guess you worked in a library before, huh? Yeah, agreed Zorian. It was technically true. It was surprisingly similar to this one in organization. It's not really surprising, Kirathishli said behind him, causing him to jump in surprise. All state libraries use the same organizing system. It's a standard enforced by the Society of Librarians. Hell, even the systems of other splinter nations are pretty similar. Because they all used to be part the same country, guessed Zorian. It is debatable whether or not the old alliance could be considered a unified state, Kirathishli said. The name says it all, really. It was an alliance more than anything. Arguably, it was the attempt to turn it into a state that led to the Splinter Wars. But yes, being once part of the old alliance, the Splinter Nations inherited much of its administrative legacy, including library organization. Zorian was starting to understand why Kirathishli had such strained relations with the current headmaster. He knew very little about the man, but what he did suggested he was very politically involved and, well, patriotic. And the country they were living in made its official position clear. There was no old alliance, because the alliance of Eldamar never ended. It simply shrank. That this was a completely ridiculous claim was self-evident to citizens domestic and foreigner alike, but most found it easier to humor the politicians. Kirathishli apparently went a step further and denied there was a predecessor state to be an inheritor of in the first place. A fiery, opinionated woman that she was, she probably said something of the sort within the headmaster's earshot. That must have been a fun conversation. Hey! Called a familiar voice. Is Zorian here? I heard dash. Don't shout in the library, Zack, Zorian sighed. Since you're back to your usual exuberance, I'm guessing you're alright now? Yup. Zack said happily, thumping his chest a few times. Healthy like an oak. Got an hour to grab something to eat. In case you haven't noticed, I'm working at the moment, Zorian protested. It's not an issue, Zorian, we're mostly done for the day, Kirathishli pointed out. Then she leaned towards him and whispered into his ear. Unless you wanted to get rid of him and I'm interfering? Zorian waved her concerns away and followed Zack outside. As amusing as it would be to see what Kirathishli would say to Zack to get rid of him, he actually wanted to talk to the boy. So how come you sought me out? Zorian asked. He thought he'd have to hound the boy to get more information, but it seemed Zack had taken a liking to him. He didn't know whether to be pleased or annoyed by that. It was convenient, but it increased the chances that he'd realize something was off with Zorian. You're the most interesting person I know of at the moment, and the only other person who believes me about time travel except Nialu, Zack said. Nialu? Asked Zorian incredulously. She's an avid reader of speculative fiction and mysteries and is very imaginative and open-minded, said Zack. A naive dreamer, her father would say. It was surprisingly easy to convince her I'm really a time traveler. I guess she wants to believe it's true.
Ah, said Zorian.
He supposed that he knew now why Zack involved Nialu so much the first time he went through this month. He still didn't know who the other girl was, though, and didn't know how he might work her into the conversation. How many people did you try to convince anyway? Asked Zorian. All of our classmates and teachers, the headmaster, and the heads of every police department in the city. A couple of nobles and other influential people.
How persistent.
Not very successful, I imagine, Zorian guessed. That's putting it mildly, Zack sighed. Zorian frowned, suddenly realized something. Why did Zack try to convince all those people he was a time traveler? That didn't sound like something a time traveler that came specifically to stop the invasion would do. It sounded more like something Zorian briefly considered when he realized how utterly over the head he was, but ultimately decided to scrap the idea because he expected the results to be more or less identical to what Zack got. Zack, began Zorian carefully, what about those gaps in your memory?
Are they?
They're still there, Zack scowled. I'm pretty sure they're not increasing anymore though, thank the gods.
Agreed Zorian.
So you don't know how you achieved this time travel magic, then? I looked it up, and it's supposed to be impossible, you know? As impossible as drawing a square triangle, in fact. Well, it's clearly not that impossible, is it?
Zack countered.
But no, I have no idea how I did that. If I did that.
If you did that, agreed Zorian.
From your comments, I'm getting a feeling you started these reverts as a common academy student. And I mean no offense, but the Zack I remember wasn't really the kind of person capable of inventing any spell, much less something as concept-breaking as time travel. Zack chuckled nervously.
You're probably right.
I used to be really bad at this whole mage business, didn't I? But enough of such depressing topics, because I've got good news for you.
Oh?
Zorian asked curiously.
Yes, Zack confirmed.
I heard you've been trying to learn combat magic. Where did you hear that? Protested Zorian. Kiran told the rest of the teachers told the administrative staff told the janitors and other low-paying workers, they told the students, and the students told me, finished Zack. What does it matter? What matters is that I'm very good at combat magic thanks to the reverts, and that I've decided to teach you. Think of it as a reward for believing me. Zorian gave Zack an incredulous look. He was going to help him out on his own free will? Just like that? No need for any plotting or subtle maneuvering.
Almost disappointing. What? Zack protested.
It's true, I really am good at combat magic. In fact, that's the field I'm most talented at. Oh, now that's a wonderful opening. Not that I don't believe you, but how exactly did you get so good at combat magic? Asked Zorian. I mean, mages are really stingy about sharing combat magic. Even with these reverts, why would they share them with an academy student like you? Especially since you're, known to be irresponsible, Zack finished for him. To be honest, I didn't get the spells I know legally. I wouldn't recommend my methods of acquiring combat magic to anyone who isn't a time traveler. You tend to die a lot.
Oh. Yeah.
But you have me, so there's that. Quietly wondering what he was getting himself into, Zorian followed after him. Here we are, said Zack happily, twirling around with his hands outstretched. What do you think? Zorian studied the meadow in front of him, his eyes darting back and forth with suspicion. At first glance the area was just a large patch of grass surrounded by a ring of trees, but Zorian couldn't help but notice signs of obvious neglect. The grass was too wild and tall, and the space between trees was full of young saplings fighting for their own place under the sun. It was a good place to practice combat magic at, but also a good place to hide a body in. In an even remotely normal situation, Zorian wouldn't be caught dead following a complete stranger into a creepy, isolated place like this one. Oh, how far his perspective had shifted. I wonder what's keeping the saplings confined to that ring of trees, wondered Zorian aloud. This meadow should be a copse of trees by now. Zack blinked. I never thought about that, he admitted. You notice the strangest things, Zorian. I also wonder how a place like this can exist at all, Zorian continued. I mean, we're in Scioria. Land is very expensive here. Why is someone letting this place deteriorate like this instead of selling it?
Oh, that's easy, Zack said. It's my land.
Or rather, it's part of the Novita family estates. It's supposed to be a private garden for the head of house, or something like that, so no one could do anything with it unless they had my explicit permission. But since I hadn't even known this place existed before the reverts, yeah.
Zorian agreed.
I guess I should have expected something like that. Your home is pretty close from here, isn't it? You know where I live? Zack asked, surprise evident in his voice.
Crap.
What to say? Of course I know where you live, Zorian said, looking at Zack like the boy was an idiot for asking. Who doesn't know where the Novita estate is located? A lot of people, probably. Zorian himself certainly hadn't known, not until he tried to track Zack down in one of the restarts.
Heh.
I'm pretty famous, aren't I? Zack said, grinning widely. Note to self, Zack is easy to distract by appealing to his pride. Yeah, sighed Zorian. So is the great Novita going to help me learn combat magic like he promised or not? Daylight's burning. Zack snapped his fingers, apparently remembering just why they came here in the first place. His hands blurred into a sequence of gestures, and several humanoids made of earth rose from the ground on the other side of the clearing. Zorian gaped. Now that was impressive. Zack didn't even have to chant anything to cast that spell, and he went through the gestures with such speed Zorian had trouble remembering what they even were. Plus, those earthen constructs weren't just immobile statues, they moved. It was in times like this that Zorian remembered he was dealing with a vastly superior mage that had him beat in virtually every conceivable way. It was humbling, to say the least. Wow, he said out loud. It's not as impressive as it looks, Zack said. They're nearly useless in actual battle. They make good targets though, since they're pretty resilient and reform each time you mess them up. Zack fired a quick magic missile at one of the statues to demonstrate, hitting it square in the chest. The earthen construct took a step back from the force of the bolt, and a web of cracks erupted from the impact point, but the cracks quickly sealed themselves shut and the construct otherwise completely ignored the attack. I don't believe this, Zorian stated incredulously.
What do you mean? Zack asked.
They're just animated earth so it's dash.
Not them, Zorian protested.
The magic missile.
No chant, no gestures, no spell formula, no nothing.
You just pointed your finger at the target and produced a magic missile. Which, admittedly, was a gesture. Not one that should be sufficient to produce a magic missile though. Oh that, Zack said, waving his hand dismissively. That's not terribly special either. That's just reflexive magic. When you cast a spell enough times dash, mana shaping becomes instinctive and you can start leaving out spell components, finished Zorian for him. Any serious mage had at least a couple of spells they knew so intimately they could leave out a couple of words and gestures and still get it working. But getting a spell to work with something as simple as pointing a finger would take years. Zack simply grinned from ear to ear. Here we are, said Zack happily, twirling around with his hands outstretched. What do you think? Zorian studied the meadow in front of him, his eyes darting back and forth with suspicion. At first glance the area was just a large patch of grass surrounded by a ring of trees, but Zorian couldn't help but notice signs of obvious neglect. The grass was too wild and tall, and the space between trees was full of young saplings fighting for their own place under the sun. It was a good place to practice combat magic at, but also a good place to hide a body in. In an even remotely normal situation, Zorian wouldn't be caught dead following a complete stranger into a creepy, isolated place like this one. Oh, how far his perspective had shifted. I wonder what's keeping the saplings confined to that ring of trees, wondered Zorian aloud. This meadow should be a copse of trees by now. Zack blinked. I never thought about that, he admitted. You notice the strangest things, Zorian. I also wonder how a place like this can exist at all, Zorian continued. I mean, we're in Scioria. Land is very expensive here. Why is someone letting this place deteriorate like this instead of selling it?
Oh, that's easy, Zack said. It's my land.
Or rather, it's part of the Novita family estates. It's supposed to be a private garden for the head of house, or something like that, so no one could do anything with it unless they had my explicit permission. But since I hadn't even known this place existed before the reverts, yeah.
Zorian agreed.
I guess I should have expected something like that. Your home is pretty close from here, isn't it? You know where I live? Zack asked, surprise evident in his voice. Crap. What to say? Of course I know where you live, Zorian said, looking at Zack like the boy was an idiot for asking. Who doesn't know where the Novita estate is located? A lot of people, probably. Zorian himself certainly hadn't known, not until he tried to track Zack down in one of the restarts. Heh. I'm pretty famous, aren't I? Zack said, grinning widely. Note to self, Zack is easy to distract by appealing to his pride. Yeah, sighed Zorian. So is the great Novita going to help me learn combat magic like he promised or not? Daylight's burning. Zack snapped his fingers, apparently remembering just why they came here in the first place. His hands blurred into a sequence of gestures, and several humanoids made of earth rose from the ground on the other side of the clearing. Zorian gaped. Now that was impressive. Zack didn't even have to chant anything to cast that spell, and he went through the gestures with such speed Zorian had trouble remembering what they even were. Plus, those earthen constructs weren't just immobile statues, they moved. It was in times like this that Zorian remembered he was dealing with a vastly superior mage that had him beat in virtually every conceivable way. It was humbling, to say the least. Wow, he said out loud. It's not as impressive as it looks, Zack said. They're nearly useless in actual battle. They make good targets though, since they're pretty resilient and reform each time you mess them up. Zack fired a quick magic missile at one of the statues to demonstrate, hitting it square in the chest. The earthen construct took a step back from the force of the bolt, and a web of cracks erupted from the impact point, but the cracks quickly sealed themselves shut and the construct otherwise completely ignored the attack. I don't believe this, Zorian stated incredulously.
What do you mean? Zack asked.
They're just animated earth so it's dash.
Not them, Zorian protested.
The magic missile.
No chant, no gestures, no spell formula, no nothing.
You just pointed your finger at the target and produced a magic missile. Which, admittedly, was a gesture. Not one that should be sufficient to produce a magic missile though. Oh that, Zack said, waving his hand dismissively. That's not terribly special either. That's just reflexive magic. When you cast a spell enough times dash, mana shaping becomes instinctive and you can start leaving out spell components, finished Zorian for him. Any serious mage had at least a couple of spells they knew so intimately they could leave out a couple of words and gestures and still get it working. But getting a spell to work with something as simple as pointing a finger would take years. Zack simply grinned from ear to ear. Which, I guess you had, Zorian concluded, feeling rather stupid. This time travel thing is really convenient, isn't it? How many reflexive spells do you have anyway? You mean, how many are as reflexive as the magic missile I just showed you? Shield, hurl, recall, flamethrower, and a couple of other easy combat spells. There are a lot of spells I'm familiar with, but I can't exactly throw fireballs by pointing my fingers. Right, said Zorian sourly. He was getting way past humbling, and straight into feeling mightily inadequate territory. Better steer the conversation back to the lesson before Zack completely demoralized him. So where do we start? Kirin gave you a spell rod and told you to practice magic missile, didn't he? Asked Zack. Yeah, confirmed Zorian. Well, let's see how that's working out for you first, said Zack, waving his hand in the direction of the earthen constructs. Fire a couple of missiles at the mud people. Mud people? Asked Zorian incredulously. Is that dash? Probably not, Zack admitted. I kinda forgot the official name of the spell, so I just refer to it as create mud people. It doesn't matter all that much since the spell is obscure and obsolete, and virtually no one except me uses it. I guess, agreed Zorian. He was tempted to ask more, but figured he would never get to actual spell practice if he kept distracting Zack with his questions. He pointed the spell rod Kirin gave him at the closest mud person and fired. He was a bit surprised when the construct tried to sidestep his magic missile instead of soaking the spell like it did when Zack targeted it, but that didn't save it. He had enough control of the spell to alter the missile's flight path accordingly, even if he couldn't get the bolt to home in on the target on its own. Of course, the bolt did very little actual damage to the construct, and even that repaired itself quickly. Undeterred, Zorian kept firing. His next shot was a piercer aimed at the head of the construct, which succeeded in hitting it squarely in the forehead but failed to actually punch through the animated earth. He tried to shape the next bolt into a cutter, but all he got was a diffuse blob of multicolored light that popped like a soap bubble halfway to the target. The next two were regular smashers, one of which missed when its target leaned to the side at the last moment before the bolt hit him. Zorian stopped at this point, not wanting to completely deplete his mana reserves. He demonstrated pretty much everything he achieved so far anyway. Zack clapped over dramatically, completely ignoring the mild glare Zorian sent his way. You've only been practicing, what, for a couple of days? Asked Zack.
Zorian nodded.
And you can direct your bolts already? You're a lot better than I thought you'd be. Oh? Asked Zorian, a hint of warning in his voice. And why is that? Let me ask you this instead, how many magic missiles can you cast before you run out of mana? asked Zack.
10, answered Zorian. He didn't see what that,
Normally learning time corresponds to mana capacity, doesn't it?
Yup.
The bigger your mana reserves, the longer you can train each day, confirmed Zack. It means mages with larger reserves tend to learn faster than their less gifted compatriots. Assuming everyone is equally dedicated and equally good at shaping mana, noted Zorian. Assuming that, agreed Zack. Though the difference in mana reserves tends to overshadow almost everything else. Do you know how many magic missiles I can cast before I run out of mana? Zorian hadn't forgotten Zack's seemingly inexhaustible mana reserves that he demonstrated during the invasion, and was aware that the number must be pretty high. Still, there was a limit to how big your mana reserves could get. The booklet Kiran gave him said average mages can fire somewhere between 8 to 12 magic missiles before running out of mana, while very gifted ones could manage as much as 20 or 30. Furthermore, while mana reserves increased with age and practice, they were not unlimited in potential. Most people's maximum was roughly 4 times the amount of mana reserves they started with, and usually less. Assuming Zack was in the above-average range, something his comments and attitude strongly suggested, and that he achieved his maximum due to the time loop.
50. He tried. 232, said Zack smugly.
Zorian almost dropped the spell rod in shock, but in the end settled for staring at Zack like he just swallowed a live chicken.
232. What the hell?
Admittedly, I'm at the extreme high end when it comes to mana reserves, Zack said. Understatement of the century. And unlike you, I've spent years building them up, so they're as high as they're ever going to be. Still, even if you had a lifetime of practice, you'd probably never go over 40. That would make my reserves almost 6 times larger than yours. Quite a disadvantage to make up for.
No kidding, agreed Zorian.
I'm guessing that's where you come in. Unless you've brought me here just to tell me how much I suck compared to you.
Ha!
I admit the look on your face when you realized how awesome I am was absolutely priceless, but that's just a bonus, said Zack. He beckoned for Zorian to come closer and Zorian complied, allowing Zack to cast a completely unfamiliar spell on him. Zorian felt the spell seep into his eyes, foreign mana straining against the innate magical resistance possessed by every living creature, and briefly considered snuffing the spell out before it took root. Not because he thought the spell was harmful, mind you, but out of principle. Zack just cast a spell on him without asking for permission or explaining what the spell did, which was a major breach of magical etiquette no matter how you looked at it. In the end, he decided not to be that spiteful and simply reeled in his magical resistance, allowing the spell to do its work unopposed. You already have control over your magical resistance? Asked Zack.
Sweet.
I usually have to teach people how to do that first. Hell, I didn't know how to do that before the reverts. Zorian frowned, ignoring Zack's comments in favor of trying to figure out what the spell actually did. It was concentrated in his eyes, so he should see.
Oh.
A glowing, mind-bogglingly huge pillar rose into the sky, warping and undulating like a living being, occasionally spawning short-lived whirls of glowing matter along its length. It only took Zorian a moment to realize what he was looking at. That's how the whole looks like under mage sight? He asked, focusing back on Zack. Magnificent, isn't it? Zack said. Watching that huge geyser of mana rising into the sky always puts things into perspective for me. Mage sight shouldn't work in Cyoria, though, remarked Zorian. Too much ambient mana saturating everything. Why aren't I blinded by painful glow emanating from everything in sight? It's an experimental variation that tries to filter out such noise, showing only the important stuff, said Zack. It's not terribly reliable, but it will do for our purposes. Those being? Asked Zorian. I'll cast Magic Missile repeatedly and you'll watch what I'm doing for a while before trying to copy me, Zack said. I'll be using the proper invocation this time, and go at it as slowly as I can. Try to memorize the words and gestures, because you'll be using them instead of the rod Kiran gave you. A spell rod is more useful in combat, but for training purposes it's better to work with actual invocations. Zorian was completely on board with the idea. He had been trying to find invocations for combat spells for a while now anyway. Zack was underestimating him, though.
Try to memorize?
Zorian might not have Zack's absurd mana reserves, but his memory was quite good. It took only one proper casting from Zack and Zorian had already burned the casting procedure into his memory. Unfortunately, the rest of the session was a lot less impressive. Zack kept performing the spell a few more times before instructing Zorian to give it a try, upon which he found out that performing combat magic with classical invocations wasn't only slower than using a spell rod, it was a lot harder too. Thankfully, the fact that he actually saw how the mana was supposed to be shaped during Zack's demonstration drastically improved his learning speed, so he managed to fire off a passable magic missile in the end. He was completely out of mana by then, however, and Zack decided that was a good time to stop for the day. Walking back to his apartment, Zorian was lost in thought. Zack's comment about the giant pillar of mana putting things into perspective for him seemed oddly applicable to his situation as well. Time loop or not, he would never beat Zack and people like him at their own game. Clearly Zorian couldn't bulldoze his way through with combat magic, like Zack intended to do. No, if he was going to get out of this in a favorable manner, he had to forge his own path. If only he knew what that path was though. At the moment, getting to the bottom of what caused this time loop and how the damn thing worked seemed to be just about the only thing he could do to help himself. Which was unfortunate, because he just didn't have the skills to unravel the mystery. Apparently he had to spend some time improving his magical abilities.
Time, at least, he had in spades. Probably.
He could never be sure the time loop would continue happening, but Zack certainly didn't behave like it would end anytime soon, and Zorian decided to follow Zack's lead in that regard. He really wished he had someone other than Zack to ask for advice on how to proceed in his quest to improve himself. Typically, this was what a student's mentor was for, but he already knew what Svim would tell him: more shaping exercises. Then he'd throw marbles at him. Although, Ilsa did offer to take over his mentorship in a couple of restarts, didn't she? Asterisk. Despite his desire for some additional help, Zorian delayed approaching Ilsa until he actually had a few sessions with Svim. That would require a lengthy wait, but it would make it easier to complain about Svim's mentoring methods, since he wouldn't have to explain how he knew so much about the man already. It wasn't like he didn't have anything to amuse himself in the meantime. Zack was, if anything, even more enthusiastic about their combat magic practice sessions than Zorian was, insisting they meet up every day after classes. After 2 weeks of such practice, Zorian was not only able to weave a proper homing function into the magic missile spell, but also learned how to cast shield and flamethrower spells as well. He was keenly aware that his ability to cast such spells would amount to exactly 0 against a human battle mage, but he also knew they weren't the only threats he faced. Those spells might buy him a second or two against a winter wolf or a troll, which could be the difference between life and death. Zack returned to classes the day after their first practice session, apparently completely recovered. For a guy that lost a good chunk of his memory, he was surprisingly exuberant. Zorian admired his fellow time traveler for his ability to maintain good cheer in poor circumstances, but Zack's attention-grabbing behavior only made his inexplicable improvement in skill that much more noticeable. It was almost a repeat of the very first time he lived through this month, only instead of hanging out with Nilu and that other mystery girl, Zack was hanging out with him. Which, of course, made Zorian a target for every curious classmate that wanted to know how Zack suddenly got so good all of a sudden. "What am I supposed to tell them?" he asked Zack. They were both in the cafeteria, and he had noticed a couple of students glancing at him a bit too often, doubtlessly waiting for the chance to talk to him when Zack left. "I can't exactly tell them you're a time traveler."
Why not? Zack asked. Time travel.
"It's what I say every time they ask me how I got this good." "You actually tell them you're a time traveler?" asked Zorian incredulously. He didn't know whether to laugh or bang his head against the table.
"Yeah," confirmed Zack.
"What's the worst that could happen?" Zorian felt a pang of phantom pain in his chest where, in another timeline, a masked assassin stabbed him through and killed him. Did Zack honestly never experience consequences like that when trying to convince people of his story? Then again, he said he tried to convince them he was a time traveler, not that he told them about the invasion. In fact, he didn't actually tell Zorian about that either. He danced around the topic whenever Zorian tried to lead the conversation in that particular direction. "This could have all been avoided if you just held back a little in classes," Zorian sighed. "I kind of like the attention," Zack admitted. "Really?" asked Zorian. "I'm only going through this once, and I'm already sick of it." "You're saying the novelty of all that attention still hasn't worn off after, what, more than a decade?" "Oh come on, do you really think I spend these reverts attending classes of all things?" scoffed Zack. "That got seriously old after the third revert or so. I spend most of the time doing my own thing. Hell, usually I'm not even near Scioria. I only attend the classes when I want to relax or when I am feeling nostalgic. The only reason why I'm here right now is because I got kind of roughed up in my last revert and I'm still trying to sort out the holes in my memory. Oh, and because you've kind of caught my interest." "Why did I catch your interest though?" asked Zorian. "Not that I'm complaining or anything, but how come you're willing to invest so much time in me? Isn't it all going to be useless in the next revert?" "That's a pretty cold way of thinking about things," Zack said. "I don't really think like that. I've tried to get to know all of our classmates in these reverts, even though some of them were pretty uncooperative with the idea, and I've never thought of it as a waste of time. This is the first time I've gotten you this friendly, and I have no idea what exactly I did to cause that. It's best to make use of it while I can." Now he was starting to feel pretty bad. Not only had he never tried to get to know any of his classmates during the reverts, the idea had never even occurred to him. And this wasn't the first time Zack had insinuated that Zorian was kind of a jerk to him in the past. Just what had happened between Zack and past Zorian to leave that much of an impression? "I see," said Zorian uncertainly, not knowing how to respond to that. "I really do wonder about you though," Zack continued. "You're so different from the Zorian I knew, I'm starting to wonder if you're really the same person." "Who else would I be?" asked Zorian, honestly at a loss as to where Zack was going with this. He didn't appear to have figured out that Zorian was reverting, as he would say, so what was he getting at? "I think I may have shifted timelines or something," Zack said. Zorian gave him an incredulous look. "Shifted timelines?"
That's his explanation? Really? Really?
He almost revealed himself right then and there, just so he could tell him how silly that was.
Almost.
Or something, deadpanned Zorian.
What? Protested Zack. It could happen.
"Do you know how temporal mechanics work?"
No?
"Didn't think so." "I did look up a couple of books about time travel after our first meeting," said Zorian. It was a lie, of course, but only a small one. He had sifted through time travel related texts, just not in this particular restart.
"And learned nothing," concluded Zack. "It's a total wasteland.
All they write about is about various ethical dilemmas and time paradoxes and whatnot. That was the first and last time I set foot in the Academy library, let me tell you." Zorian gave him a strange look. "That was a joke, right?"
"Which part?" Zack asked.
"The part where you only visited the Academy library once," clarified Zorian. Well," tried Zack, chuckling nervously. "What can I say? I don't really like to read." Zorian stared at Zack, wondering if the boy was pulling his leg. He would totally understand if the old Zack, the one he knew before the time loop, told him he never set foot in the library. He wouldn't be terribly unique in that regard. Lots of students never visited the library before their third year, since they couldn't access the spell repository before their certification anyway. But this Zack had lived through this month over 200 times, and had access to the spells buried within its depths. And he never tried to search through it. Because he didn't like to read. The mind boggled. Well, Zorian's mind boggled. "You've clearly read our textbooks," Zorian noted. "There's no way you'd excel as well as you do otherwise." "Yeah, well, I didn't say I don't read at all," Zack countered. "Just that I'd rather avoid it if I can. I learn much better by example anyway." Funny, it was just the opposite with Zorian. He tended to learn much better when he had the chance to study the topic on his own before trying. He still thought it was a pretty serious flaw for a mage to avoid books, but Zorian had to remind himself that Zack was clearly achieving results somehow. Come to think of it, there was a serious shortage of anything dangerous in the Academy spell collection, so a mage that was chiefly interested in the more restricted areas of magic would find the library of very limited usefulness. "So you learn primarily by mentorship?" guessed Zorian. "I'm surprised you can convince mages to teach you in less than a month. Don't they all require apprenticeships lasting for several years before they'll agree to teach you anything useful?" "Well, usually," said Zack. "But I'm the last Novita, don't you know? I had highly respectable mages tripping over themselves to teach me my whole life. Usually I just have to show up and tell them who I am and they're all too happy to help me out." Zorian suppressed a wave of jealousy that washed over him. Zack was just making the most of his unique situation, just like Zorian would have in his place. It still bothered him though, reminding him of how Daimen and Fortov could ask and get all sorts of help and concessions from their teachers, only for Zorian to fail in securing the same for himself. His parents had lectured him endlessly that the difference was in their attitudes, that if only Zorian was more sociable, more polite, more everything, he too could enjoy the same benefits. To Zorian, it always seemed like his brothers had some sort of invisible tattoo on their foreheads that only mages could see, and which marked them as somehow more special than him. Zack wasn't his brothers, though, and didn't deserve to be the target for Zorian's personal frustrations. "Convenient," said Zorian out loud, giving his fellow time traveler a smile that was somewhat forced. Zack didn't appear to notice. His jealousy aside, he was really starting to wonder if his assumption about Zack being an accidental stowaway like him had any merit at all. Zack had ridiculously huge mana reserves, probably the largest of any student currently attending the academy. He was the last member of a famous noble house, enjoying all the prestige that comes from that without having to deal with nosy parents who might be freaked out by Zack's sudden transformation. In addition to the power inherent in his name, the boy was also fairly charming and outgoing, further improving his chances of getting help from otherwise unapproachable high circle mages. He was not your average spoiled prince, by any means. There was a lot of potential in the boy, if only he would get enough time to bring it out.
Time that Zack now had. It was convenient.
A bit too convenient, in Zorian's opinion. That is why, despite Zack's seeming friendliness, Zorian just didn't feel at ease with the boy. Not enough to reveal himself as a stowaway, in any case. Right now, his main advantage was that he was an outside element in this game Zack was playing. An unaccounted variable. He intended to use and abuse that advantage for all it was worth. Whatever force was behind Zack, Zorian had no intention of revealing himself to it anytime soon. Asterisk. Take a seat, Mr. Kaczynski, Ilsa said. I sort of suspected I'd be seeing you soon.
You did? Asked Zorian. Oh yes, Ilsa said.
Usually students come knocking at my door immediately after a single session with Svim. You actually waited until the second one, so points for patience. Right, said Zorian sourly. I can't transfer you to another mentor at this time, though, so I'm afraid you'll just have to bear with him for now, she said. I sort of expected that, Zorian said. Why should her answer be any different than it was the last time he asked her? It's not what I'm here for. No? Asked Ilsa, raising an eyebrow.
No, confirmed Zorian.
Since everything I've heard and experienced about Svim suggests we'll never progress beyond the basic 3, I've decided to be proactive about self-study. I've been hoping for some pointers from you, where I should start, what I should watch out for, that sort of thing. Ilsa sighed heavily. It's hard to give that sort of advice, Mr. Kaczynski. That's why the Academy gives students mentors, because there is no one-size-fits-all solution. I suppose I could give you advice about my own subject, though. How good are you at the basic 3? Depends who you ask, said Zorian. Most of the teachers from my second year told me I had them mastered. Svim says I'm ashamed to mages everywhere. She snorted and handed him a pen. Actually handed it to him, not threw it at him like Svim would have. Ah, the joy of interacting with sane teachers. Levitate that, Ilsa said. She wasn't even finished talking, and the pen was already spinning above his outstretched palm. Oh, so you can already spin the levitated object? Ilsa said, sounding pleased. I bet Svim was very happy with that. No, not really. Do you know any other variation?
No, said Zorian.
Don't tell me learning those is standard procedure? Not like Svim is teaching them, Ilsa said. But yes, most mentors will give students variations of the basic 3 to improve their shaping skills. And how many of those variations are there? Asked Zorian. Oh, thousands, said Ilsa, confirming Zorian's suspicions. But most students only learn 6 or so by the end of their third year. Here. She pushed a rather heavy book into his hands, patiently waiting for him to leaf through it. It was apparently a book describing 15 particularly interesting variations of the basic 3, 5 for each exercise. Let me guess, you want me to learn everything inside this book, Zorian sighed. That would be a pretty neat trick, Ilsa snorted. Didn't you hear what I said? Most people learn 6 or less in a year. You'll probably be finished with the academy by the time you've learned everything inside that book. Assuming you want to, of course, I'm not making you do anything. 6 in a year, huh? Asked Zorian carefully, an idea forming in his mind. That's right, Ilsa confirmed. So what if I could master all 15 before this month is done? Asked Zorian. Ilsa stared at him for a second before bursting into laughter. It took her a few seconds to calm down. My, aren't you the confident one? Ilsa said, chuckling softly. If you were really that good, I'd fill out the transfer forms right now, regulations be damned, and take you as my apprentice. I'd never pass up an opportunity to teach such a legend in the making. Not that I think you could do it, mind you. Zorian just gave her a wicked smile. Asterisk. Of course, there was absolutely no chance for Zorian to master all 15 exercises in this particular restart, but that was beside the point. Thanks to the wonder of the time loop, he had far more than a few measly weeks to learn the contents of the book. It was even available in the academy library, so he didn't have to go to Ilsa in the next restart to acquire it. And who knew, maybe if he learned those he could get Svim to cut him some slack too.
A man could dream.
Besides, the book was actually fairly interesting. Not only did it explain how to perform each variation in great detail, it also explained the reasons for including each particular exercise, as well as providing a background for understanding why the basic 3 were being taught to students in the first place. Zorian briefly familiarized himself with each of the variations before starting to read earnestly from the start. making an object glow, levitating it, or setting it aflame. These were very simple effects, requiring only rudimentary shaping skills. The levitation exercise, for instance, was just repelling force emanating from the mage's palm. It doesn't get much simpler than that. There were actually a lot of these simple effects, certainly more than the 3 they were taught, but these 3 were deemed a priority. Production of light, heat, or kinetic force were common components of many spells, giving the basic 3 the sort of general usefulness that most other simple exercises lacked. The variations listed in the book were not in the same category as these simple or starter exercises. Although Svim, Ilsa, and the book itself referred to them as variations, Zorian realized they were more like upgrades, or perhaps advanced versions. He hadn't realized it at the time, but the pen spinning exercise, which was the very first variation outlined in the book, albeit under a fancier name, was a whole other category of difficulty from simply levitating the pen above his palm. Not only did he have to maintain the levitation effect on the pen, he also had to shape an additional effect to make the pen spin. The variation was supposed to teach mages how to multitask, by making them maintain 2 effects at once. Though Svim would have disagreed, Zorian considered his pen spinning exercise mastered, and the guidelines in the book seemed to agree with him. As such, he started poring over the other 4 variations of the levitation exercise, trying to figure out which one was the easiest. He quickly realized they were not only arranged in an ascending order of difficulty, but that mastering the later variations probably requires mastering the preceding ones first. Vertical levitation required him to make an object stick to his palm with attractive force, position his palm vertically, and then make the object separate from his palm without falling down. The sticking part was easy, and something Zorian could already do, but making the object float off the palm without falling required that he balances the attractive force binding the object to his palm and the repelling force that made it separate from it. Without the ability to multitask he acquired from the pen spinning exercise, it probably would have taken forever to master this one. Next was fixed position levitation, which required an ability to maintain the levitated object's position in space despite disruptions and changes in initial conditions. In other words, he had to be able to move his hand up and down, left and right, while keeping the levitated object static in space. It required the ability to balance attractive and repelling force he presumably acquired from the vertical levitation exercise, but this time he had to continually adjust the balance in response to changes.
And so on.
Seeing how there was only one correct order in which these exercises could be learned, Zorian started practicing vertical levitation. Unfortunately, he wouldn't accomplish much in this particular restart. The summer festival was approaching. Majera, intoned Zorian, finishing the spell with the word he wanted the spell to search for. He felt the spell reach out around him, scanning the books in the surrounding shelves for any mention of the word in question, and poured some more mana into the spell to expand its radius. His efforts to overcharge the spell almost unraveled it, forcing him to spend several seconds stabilizing the spell boundary, but in the end the mana flow snapped into its proper place and the spell finished its task as planned. 7 golden threads flickered into existence, seemingly growing out of his chest and connecting him to various books in this particular section of the library. Zorian smiled. The spell was one of the book divinations Ibery had taught him, one that sought out books containing a specified word or string of words. It was a somewhat fragile spell, failing if the number of positive matches exceeded a certain number, the exact number depending on the caster's skill. It was mostly used to search for quotes or really exotic terms. Exotic terms like, say, the dead language of Majera. Xenomir hadn't been kidding when he had told Zorian that he wouldn't be able to find any books about it. There were no books specifically about the Majera language, and very few books even mentioned it. Up until now, he had only found 13 other books that contained the word, and most of them only in the form of a throwaway comment or 2. It was possible that the knowledge he sought existed somewhere in the library, only in a format that was invisible to the divinations he was using. Ibery had only taught him the very basics of library magic, as she called it, so his searches were painfully crude in the grand scheme of things, but if that was the case, there was little he could do about it. He glanced down at the threads growing out of his chest and waved his hand through them, watching it pass through them without effect. He never got tired of doing that. Well, he probably would in time, but the novelty hadn't worn off yet. The threads were an illusion, existing only in the privacy of his own mind. Every divination spell needed a medium through which it could present information to the caster, since it was impossible for human minds to process the raw output of a divination spell. A self-imposed illusion like the threads he was currently looking at was actually fairly advanced as divination mediums go, or so Ibery had claimed when he had tried to tell her he got the spell working within 30 minutes of being shown how to do it. He had a distinct impression she thought he was lying. He didn't really understand what was supposed to be so difficult about it. To be honest, the threads were a purely mental construct that didn't even require much in the way of shaping skills, just visualization.
It seemed pretty simple to him.
Natural even. He shook his head and followed after one of the golden threads till he reached a book it was attached to. It was a huge, intimidating 400-page book about the history of Mycena, and Zorian had absolutely no intention of poring over it until he reached the tiny part that actually interested him, so he cast another divination Ivory had taught him. This one highlighted every mention of the chosen word, in this case Majera, in shining green, so he simply flipped through the book till he caught a flash of green.
Zorian?
What are you doing here? Zorian immediately snapped the book shut and stuffed it back on the shelf. While he wasn't doing anything forbidden, he really didn't want to explain to Ivory what Majera was, and why he was searching the library for any mention of it. The retort he planned to use died on his lips when he finally turned to get a good look on his visitor.
Ivory was a mess.
Her eyes and nose were red, as if she had been crying recently, and there was an ugly purple splotch covering her right cheek and neck. It didn't look like a bruise, not exactly, more like…
Oh hell no. Ivory, he started hesitantly.
You wouldn't happen to go into the same class as my brother, would you? She flinched back and looked away. He sighed heavily. Just great. How did you know? She asked after a second of silence. Brother Dearest came to me earlier today, said Zorian. Said he pushed a girl into a purple creeper patch and wanted me to make an anti-rash potion. I wasn't in the mood, so I kind of blew him off. That was a lie, actually. He had discovered during the last 3 reverts that Fortov was either unable or unwilling to track him down if he failed to return to his room after class. That was actually the main reason why he spent the entire day in the library instead of inside his room. Still, due to his rather unique situation, he knew what would have happened had he been present.
Oh, she said quietly. That's all right. No, disagreed Zorian. No, it's not.
If I had known he was talking about you, I would have helped him out.
Well, helped you out.
He can go die in a fire as far as I'm concerned. He paused for a moment, considering things. You know, there is no reason why I can't do it now. I'll just have to stop by my room to pick up the ingredients and dash. You don't have to do that, Ivory quickly interrupted.
It's not that important.
Zorian took in her appearance one more time. Yup, she had definitely been crying before coming here. Besides, her choice of words was conspicuous. She said that he didn't have to do it, not that he shouldn't, and that it wasn't that important, not that it wasn't.
It's not really a problem, he assured her.
The main reason I refused in the first place is because it was Fortov who asked, not because it was so difficult to do. Just tell me where to find you when I'm done.
I'd like to come with you, if it's not a problem, she said hesitantly.
I'd like to see how the cure is made.
Just in case. Zorian paused.
That was potentially problematic. After all, the alchemical workshop would be closed down this late in the evening, and he would have to employ some, unorthodox methods of gaining access. But what the hell, it wasn't like she would remember this in the next restart. Thus they set off towards Zorian's apartment. Of course, having Ivory looking over his shoulder wasn't enough, so when he had finally reached his room he found another familiar person waiting for him. Specifically, Zack. He wasn't terribly surprised to see Zack waiting for him, to be honest. The boy had been getting steadily more nervous during their practice sessions as the summer festival approached, no doubt unnerved by the impending invasion. Not that he ever told Zorian about the invasion, Zack was stubbornly tight-lipped about that, regardless of how much Zorian tried to goad him into blurting out something. Over the last few days, his fellow time traveler had questioned him about his plans for the summer festival several times, not so subtly implying that staying inside his room would be a bad idea. As Zorian still remembered quite vividly how one of the flares flattened his entire apartment building when the invasion started, he was inclined to agree with Zack on that one. Unfortunately, Zack seemed to have trouble believing that Zorian was in agreement with him on that point. No doubt he came specifically to make sure again that Zorian was going to attend the dance. Zorian wondered, for God knows what time, just what happened between Zack and his previous incarnations to produce this kind of impression. Had he really been that stubborn before the time loop? He walked up to Zack, who was sitting on the floor next to his door, completely oblivious to his surroundings while he concentrated on something on his palm. No, now that he got closer he could see it was actually something above his palm. A pencil, lazily spinning in the air above Zack's palm. Apparently Zack knew the pen spinning exercise too, and was currently practicing it while he waited. Zorian had a strong urge to throw a marble at Zack's forehead and demand that he starts over, but decided against it. Mostly because he didn't have any marbles on his person at the moment. Hello Zack, Zorian said, startling Zack out of his reverie. Are you waiting for me?
Yeah, confirmed Zack.
He opened his mouth to say something else but then noticed Ivory trailing behind Zorian and snapped his mouth shut.
Am I interrupting something?
No, not really, Zorian sighed. I just came to grab some alchemical supplies and then I'll go make something for Miss Ambercombe here. What did you want with me? It can wait a while, Zack said dismissively. What are you making? Maybe I can help, I'm pretty good at alchemy. Is there anything you're not good at? Asked Zorian with a snort.
You'd be surprised, mumbled Zack.
Ivory watched their interaction in silence, but Zack was a fairly sociable person, so by the time Zorian returned from his room with a box of supplies, the two of them were engaged in lively conversation. Mostly about Ivory's current condition. Man, I didn't know your brother is such a jerk, Zorian, Zack remarked. No wonder you turned out to be such a. He trailed off when Zorian raised his eyebrow at him, daring him to finish that sentence. Ivory's reaction was more vocal.
He's not a jerk, she protested.
He didn't mean for this to happen.
He should have fixed it though, Zack insisted. Intentionally or not, it was his fault.
He shouldn't have dumped his responsibility on his little brother like this. Nobody forced Zorian to do anything, Ivory said. He's doing this out of his own free will. Right, Zorian?
Right, agreed Zorian.
I'm doing this because I want to. He actually agreed with Zack, but chose not to say so. If he had learned anything about Ivory from spending an entire revert around her, it was that she had a massive crush on Fortov. No good could come from bad-mouthing him in front of her. Besides, if he was to be honest with himself, Zorian had to admit he was incapable of being objective about Fortov. There was too much bad blood between the two of them. Thankfully, the two of them quickly agreed to disagree on the topic and a comfortable silence descended on the group. Well, it was comfortable for Zorian. Apparently Zack didn't agree.
Hey Zorian, Zack said.
Why are we going towards the academy proper? So I can access the alchemical workshop, of course, said Zorian. He knew what Zack was getting at, of course, but he was still hoping to get away without revealing one of his most closely guarded tricks.
No such luck.
But all the workshops are closed this late in the evening, remarked Zack.
Ah! Ivory exclaimed. He's right.
They closed down 2 hours ago. It won't be a problem, Zorian assured them. So long as we clean up after ourselves, no one will know we were there.
But the door is locked, pointed out Zack. Zorian sighed.
Not to magic, it isn't. You know unlocking spells? Asked Zack in a surprised tone. Zorian understood his surprise. Unlocking spells were restricted magic, due to their obvious abuse potential. Unless you possessed a special license, even knowing how to cast them was a crime. Not a particularly serious crime, but a crime nonetheless. Perhaps it was good, then, that Zorian didn't know a single unlocking spell.
No, I don't, said Zorian.
But it's just a simple mechanical lock. I'll just manipulate the tumblers telekinetically.
Piece of cake.
They gave him a blank look. Like most people, they had no idea how locks actually worked, and how easy it was to bypass most of them. Zorian, due to his somewhat colorful childhood, did. In fact, he could pick your average lock without using magic at all. It was just a lot slower than his little magic trick and required him to carry around a set of lockpicks. He stopped in front of the door leading into the alchemical workshop and tried the handle. Like Zack said, it was locked. Shrugging, Zorian placed his palm over the keyhole and closed his eyes. He could feel Zack and Ivory cluster around him to get a better look at what he was doing, and did his best to block them out. He needed total concentration for this. He had developed this particular trick back in his second year, after he got bored of refining the standard shaping exercises they were given. It involved flooding the locking mechanism with his mana, using the resulting mana field as a sort of touch site to get a feel for the lock, and then carefully moving the tumblers into proper position so he could neutralize the lock. It took him months of stubborn practice, but by now he was good enough at it to unlock most doors in 30 seconds or less.
Even warded ones.
He didn't say this to Zack and Ivory, but the door he was trying to open was actually warded. Anything even remotely important in the academy was, including most of the doors. However, as Zorian quickly discovered when he experimented with the newly developed skill, low-level wards were very specific. They countered a handful of common unlocking spells, and nothing else. Zorian's little trick was not a structured spell, and thus didn't trip these rudimentary wards at all. The door clicked and Zorian tried the door handle again. This time the door opened without resistance. Wow, said Zack as they all filed into the workshop. You can open a lock just by pressing your hand against it for a few seconds. Zorian gave him a sour look. It's a lot more complicated than that, that's just the visible part. Oh, I don't doubt that for a second, Zack said. Still, while Zack seemed very impressed with Zorian's achievement, Ivory remained strangely quiet and kept giving him funny looks. This was why he hated telling people about his lockpicking prowess. most immediately assumed he was some kind of a thief. Well, that and he didn't want the academy authorities to find out about his achievement. They would no doubt change their warding scheme and then he wouldn't be able to do what he just did. Fortunately, Ivory wasn't as condemning as some people Zorian met in his life, and got over her suspicions quickly once he started to prepare the salve. Strangely enough, Zack didn't know how to make one, even though it was a fairly simple thing to make and Zack had demonstrated some mightily impressive alchemical work in class. He didn't appear all that interested in learning, either. Apparently the anti-rash salve was too mundane for his tastes, and he was only interested in things like strength potions and wound-closing elixirs. That sounded like trying to build a house without bothering to set up proper foundations, but it wasn't Zorian who was a decade-old time traveler. Yet. Aren't those purple creeper leaves? Ivory asked, pointing at the small pile Zorian had placed on a wet piece of cloth. Yes, confirmed Zorian, wrapping the leaves into the cloth. They're the main ingredient, though they have to be crushed first. Alchemical manuals usually claim you have to reduce the leaves into powder, but it's not really necessary to go that far. You just have to use more leaves otherwise, but it's not like purple creepers are in short supply. An hour later, the salve was done and Zack was kind enough to conjure some kind of illusionary mirror so Ivory could apply the salve on herself right then and there. Kind and sneaky, because while Ivory was busy with applying the salve on herself, Zack dragged Zorian away in the corner so he could talk to him in private.
So?
Zorian prompted. What is it? Zack reached into his pocket and pulled out a ring, which he promptly handed to Zorian. It was a featureless band of gold that reacted strangely when Zorian channeled some mana into it.
It's a spell formula, Zack said.
Magic missile? Guessed Zorian. That, plus shield and flamethrower, Zack said. Now you can use all three in actual combat. Zorian looked at the ring with newfound respect. There was only so much one could cram into a spell formula, and it was mostly dependent on the size of the item used as a base. Turning something as small as a ring into a spell formula for 3 different spells was a pretty impressive feat, even if they were relatively low-level ones. Must have been pretty expensive, Zorian remarked. Made it myself actually, Zack said with a grin. Still, that's a pretty valuable thing to give away to someone you've met less than a month ago, said Zorian. Why do I get the feeling I'll be needing this in the near future? Zack's smile disappeared and he suddenly became more subdued.
Maybe.
I'm just making sure, you know. You never know when an angry troll might get a jump on you or something.
How oddly specific, noted Zorian.
You know, you've been getting steadily more nervous as the summer festival approaches. And you seem oddly interested in making sure I attend the dance.
You will, right? Zack prompted.
Yes, I told you I will half a dozen times already, huffed Zorian. What's so important about the dance, anyway? What's going to happen there, oh great traveler from the future? You have to see it to believe it, Zack sighed. It's possibly even more implausible than time travel being real. That bad? Asked Zorian, privately agreeing that an invasion of that scale was something he would have had trouble believing in if he had not lived through it. Just try to survive, okay?
Zack sighed.
Before Zorian could say anything else, Zack suddenly donned a mask of fake cheerfulness and spoke in a voice loud enough to be heard by Ivory. Wow, Zorian, I'm sure glad we've had this talk, but I should really get going now. Have to be well rested for tomorrow.
Bye, Zorian. Bye, Ivory.
I'll see you both at the dance.
And then he left.
Zorian shook his head at the other boy's exit and walked up to Ivory, who was now free of purple rash that once covered her face and neck. Well, I guess we should go too, Zorian said. The academy normally doesn't have anyone patrolling after dark, but that idiot's shouting may have alerted someone to our presence.
Oh. Right.
Zorian watched Ivory as they filed out of the workshop and he used his magic trick to relock the door again. She seemed strangely subdued for someone who got what they wanted. What's wrong? He finally asked after a while.
Nothing's wrong, she said.
Why do you ask? You don't seem very happy to be cured, he noted.
I am, she protested.
It's just.
Yes, he prompted.
I don't have anyone to go to the dance with, she said. The boy I was hoping to go with already has someone by now. If her unnamed boy was Fortov, probably considering her obvious crush on him, then yes, he most certainly did. In fact, he probably had 1 week in advance, so there was never much chance of her going with him in the first place, but he didn't feel the need to crush her dreams like that. Then you'll just have to do the same thing I will and go to the dance all by yourself, won't you? Concluded Zorian. She suddenly stopped and gave him an appraising glance. You don't have anyone to go with either? She asked. Zorian closed his eyes and swore in his head.
He really walked into this one, didn't he?
Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Zorian was nervous. Ever since his very first restart, he had been studiously avoiding the city on the day of the festival, not willing to get caught up in the invasion again. Being present within city limits could easily result in his grisly death, after all, and back then he wasn't sure whether his current restart would be his last. That wasn't an option anymore, unless he wanted to clue in Zack that there was something wrong with him. He didn't. Bottom line was, he was stuck attending the dance, with the unexpected addition of Ivory as his date for the evening. He wasn't exactly happy with that, actually. He didn't really have much of a plan for the evening, except to wait and see what would happen, but Ivory's presence at his side would no doubt limit him. Not to mention that he still remembered his disastrous evening with Akoja, and had very little desire to live through a repeat performance, consequences erasing time loop or not. Speaking of his evening with Akoja, Zorian had to admit one thing about Ivory: she was a lot more reasonable and considerate than Akoja was. She didn't drag him out of his room 2 hours before the event, or make him wait smack in the middle of the huge throng of people gathered at the entrance, or drag him off to chat with a bunch of people who only cared about him being Damon's and Fortov's brother. She was also more interested in scanning the crowd for any trace of Fortov than paying attention to him, but that was okay. He was under no illusion that she had asked him out because she was actually interested in him. After a while he decided to have mercy on her and informed her that Fortov was already inside, preparing for tonight's performance along with the other members of the Academy Music Club. Naturally, Zack's entrance was in the boy's usual flamboyant style. He had caught everyone's attention when he had shown up with not one, but 2 dates for the evening. Zorian didn't recognize either girl, and then further wooed people by demonstrating some very impressive and attention-grabbing dancing. Apparently Zack had learned more than magic during these restarts. Zorian clapped with the others when Zack finally finished showing off, and considered the merits of sinking some time into a non-magical skill. Not dancing though. Or any other high society skill, for that matter. Honing those beyond the elementary level he had already grasped would require him to construct a mask so thorough he wasn't sure he'd be able to take it off afterwards. The benefits weren't worth selling his soul over, even metaphorically. "This is a lot fancier than I thought it would be," Ivory noted, fingering the lacy tablecloth in front of her. "It's obviously more than just a school dance," agreed Zorian. "I'm guessing the Academy was organizing some kind of event for foreign dignitaries this year and then decided to simply merge it with the school dance for whatever reason." "I guess," Ivory said. "They did invest a lot into making everything look good this year, and I doubt they did it for our sake." Ivory looked at the far end of the table, where Zack was entertaining a small crowd around him, his 2 escorts nowhere to be seen. After a few seconds of this observation, she turned to Zorian and stared at him strangely. "What?" Zorian said, a little unnerved by her stare. "I've been meaning to ask you," she began hesitantly. "What is it between you and Zack? I mean, I know you're friends with him, but how did that come about? You seem very different from one another." "It's a recent thing," said Zorian. "And it was mostly Zack's doing, to be honest. All I did was escort him home after he got sick in class one day, and he decided we were best friends after that. I sort of went along with the flow." "So you don't know about, his sudden growth in skill?" guessed Zorian. He was actually surprised she hadn't questioned him about that sooner. Almost everyone else did. Of course, she would get the same shameless lie that he fed to everyone who questioned him about it. "I have no idea how that happened, but I can tell you it's real and not some kind of a trick like many people have been suggesting. He has been tutoring me in combat magic for a while now, and he really knows his stuff." "Yeah, I heard you were doing that," Ivory said, causing Zorian to frown. Being associated with Zack had made people disturbingly interested in his activities, no matter how mundane or irrelevant they may be. Having people scrutinize his every action like they had been doing for this past month was a novel experience. Novel and unwelcome. "Kieran has been kind of impressed with your growth, you know?" "Yeah, at least until he found out that Zack was involved, at which point it simply became one more thing that made Zack such a mystery, rather than a product of Zorian's own talent. Obviously Zack had some kind of secret teaching technique on top of everything else. Obviously. But it's not like he was still bitter or anything." "Impressed, right?" said Zorian sourly. "So what do you think is behind Zack's amazingness?" Well, it's kind of silly," Ivory said. Zorian gestured for her to go on. He always loved to hear the explanation people thought up to explain the mystery that was Zack. Much of the speculation wasn't serious, so much as attempts to think up the most imaginative, or the funniest solution to the problem, so he doubted Ivory's explanation was any sillier than some of the stuff he had been hearing all month long. His personal favorite was that Zack performed an ancient ritual where you eat another person's brain in order to get their knowledge. "Time dilation," Ivory said after a brief moment of hesitation. Zorian blinked. "Oh, Ivory.
So close, and yet so far away.
I don't think any hasting spell is that effective, to be honest, said Zorian. Zack isn't just a little better than he was. I'd personally put him around third circle at least. I actually don't think he has any reason to attend the classes anymore, except that he finds it amusing to do so and flaunt his knowledge to everybody. I kind of noticed that, Ivory said, glancing momentarily to the small group of people surrounding Zack. But I wasn't thinking of hasting magic. Do you know what the black rooms are? Zorian shook his head in negative. There are rumors that powerful nations like ours have special training facilities that use extreme levels of time dilation. You go inside the facility, spend a couple of months, or even years inside, and when you get out only a day or two have passed outside. Zorian's eyebrows rose at the description. If one of the major powers had something like that, why weren't the effects more keenly felt? None of the successor states were shy about using their power, and would have surely used such a tool to churn out trained mages on a mass scale by now.
It's just a rumor, Ivory quickly added.
Something between a conspiracy theory and an urban legend. I only know about it because one of my friends loves those kinds of things and she keeps insisting there is one such facility in the tunnels beneath the city. Supposedly they consume massive amounts of mana, so they must be located at mana wells. And the hole is the biggest mana well there is, Zorian noted. What's the explanation for such secrecy surrounding them? You'd think they'd be using it pretty intensively.
They can't, Ivory said.
Or at least that's how the story goes. They have some kind of severe limitations on their use. Exactly how countries pick who gets to use the black rooms is where the conspiracy theory part comes in. The more conventional theories suggest they're simply fancy facilities for training black ops super agents. The wilder ones are well wild. It's a neat theory, Zorian hummed speculatively. Far closer to reality than anything else he'd heard, though he'd never say that aloud, even as a joke. If she could take such a far-fetched rumor seriously, there was a good chance she might actually believe him upon hearing the truth, and that would be very awkward at the moment. Maybe he should try to convince her in one of the next restarts? Something to think about, at least. But if Zack had spent years in one of those black rooms, why hasn't he visibly aged? And why exactly would they let Zack use one of those? Well, he didn't have to literally spend years, Ivory said. It's not that anything he's done is that advanced. A couple of months of intense tutoring could probably produce the effects we're looking at. And even if he spent years, there are potions that can halt your aging for a year or two. They actually work better on young people. Zorian resisted the urge to frown as he realized something. As much as Zack liked to show off, he never really went wild with his abilities for all to see. If Zack had showed the sort of magic he did during the invasion, neither Ivory nor anyone else would be dismissing Zack's prowess as not advanced so easily. Then again, perhaps that was the whole point. Extremely skilled Zack was surprising, maybe even shocking to those who knew him before the change. Instant Archmage Zack would be probably alarming in the extreme and inspire a matching attitude in people around him. Perhaps Zack's behavior was a lot more calculated than he thought it was. As for why him? Ivory continued.
Well, he's a Novita.
They were quite influential before their eventual fall, and I don't just mean in the sense of being rich. They had their fingers everywhere. I could easily see some of that old influence surviving to this very day. Zack is the last of his line, and the fate of his house rests upon his shoulders. Perhaps this was simply a desperate maneuver by Zack's guardians, trying to turn Zack into a worthy successor capable of returning Novita to their former glory. The ground shook, followed by a deafening explosion less than a second later. Windows rattled, but didn't break. An uneasy silence descended upon the dance hall, only broken by the periodic rumble of more distant explosions. What was that? Ivory asked fearfully. She wasn't the only one asking that kind of questions. Agitated murmurs started traveling through the gathered crowd, steadily growing in volume and alarm. The ever-present pressure Zorian always felt from being inside crowds intensified and changed. What was usually just an annoyance pushing on the edges of his consciousness suddenly became a suffocating blanket of fear. He struggled not to faint as foreign feelings invaded his mind. What the hell was happening to him? He didn't remember anything about an attack like this from his previous experience of the invasion.
A minute ticked away. Then 10.
Zorian could practically feel the anxiety and agitation of the crowd steadily rising. The last and first time he had lived through the invasion, he was standing on the roof when that first barrage descended to Earth, and was momentarily incapacitated as a result. At least, that's what he had thought. Apparently he had been knocked out for quite a bit longer than he realized, because by his reckoning Ilsa and Kiran should have been rushing to the roof to see what was happening by now. He could see them arguing about something in a nearby corner, and neither made the slightest move towards the roof.
Zorian.
Ivory tried for either the fifth or sixth time. Zorian wasn't sure.
Are you sure you're all right?
Maybe I should go find someone. I'm fine, Zorian said, somehow managing to shove the oppressive feelings aside for the moment. The explosions had finally stopped, but that hadn't led to people calming down. If anything, now that the situation had calmed down somewhat, they wanted answers, and they wanted them now. They were getting restless. Thankfully, the academy staff seemed to realize this as well. Look, Ilsa is trying to say something.
Please remain calm.
Ilsa said from the music stage, using the same magic that carried music evenly across the dance hall to make herself heard by everyone present. Me and my colleague will go to the roof now and open communications with the city authorities to find out what is going on. Please don't go anywhere until we return. Well, that didn't do much to calm people down. If anything, they got even more unruly than they were before Ilsa's speech, and some outright ignored her warnings and left the dance hall the moment she went up the stairs and out of sight. He couldn't judge them too harshly, since in another timeline he had done the exact same thing. On the positive side, the oppressive feeling lifted and reverted back to the familiar headache-inducing pressure. He breathed a giant sigh of relief. "Hello, Zorian," greeted Zack, approaching Zorian.
Of course he'd come to talk to him now. Quite a commotion, huh?
"And I see you talked Miss Ambercombe into being your date for the evening. Congratulations. I never knew you liked older girls." "I'm only a year older than him," Ivory protested. She glanced briefly at Zorian to see if he would point out that it was her who asked him out, and relaxed when she realized he wouldn't. Zorian had to restrain himself from rolling his eyes. "And how come you're here all by yourself? Why don't you introduce us to your dates?" If Ivory thought to fluster Zack by pointing out the plural nature of his partners for the evening, she was going to be sorely disappointed. And indeed, Zack only smiled at her, completely unaffected by the jab. "They decided to leave for home early," Zack shrugged. "Probably for the best, considering what happened." "What did happen though?" asked Zorian. He didn't expect to get a straight answer out of Zack, of course, but it was worth a try. "I guess we'll find out soon," said Zack, pointing to the bottom of the stairs leading to the roof, where Ilsa was talking to a bunch of students. After a couple of seconds, Zorian realized that Akoja was among them, and recognized several other faces as well.
"Who is she talking to?" asked Ivory.
"Class representatives, I think," Zorian said. "At least, the ones I recognize are all class representatives for their groups." It was so frustratingly slow. Maybe Zorian was expecting a little too much from a mere educational institution, but their response to the invasion was pretty underwhelming. At the very least, he had expected them to start evacuating people to the shelters by now, or organize some kind of a defense force, or well, anything really. He was getting an impression that Ilsa and Kirin didn't even realize the severity of the situation yet. Finally, Ilsa seemed to finish with her instructions and the crowd of class representatives dispersed into the crowd. It only took Zorian a minute to realize what they were doing. Each one was gathering their own classmates into a single group. He bid Ivory goodbye and left towards his own group together with Zack. Once everyone was present, Akoja told them what the plan was. The academy was going to use their limited teleportation capabilities to get foreign dignitaries and other important people out of the city, and the students were going to descend into the tunnels beneath the city to reach the shelters on foot, with no teachers present to guide and defend them, because they had other duties currently and class representatives had to know the evacuation routes to get the job anyway. Zorian looked at Zack to gauge his reaction and saw that the boy's expression was grim and focused.
"All right," Zack mumbled. "Showtime."
Zorian had a bad feeling about this. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Surprisingly, it wasn't Zack who raised the alarm, it was Rainey of all people. How exactly she detected the winter wolves 5 minutes before they showed up he had no idea, but noticed them she did and she immediately raised the alarm. A lot of students didn't believe her, but most weren't willing to risk it. The entire procession of students started to move faster towards the small cylindrical building that marked the staircase leading down into the shelters. They never made it there before the winter wolves reached them. Zorian wasn't a soldier, and would never call himself an expert on tactics, but what the throng of students did upon sighting the horde of winter wolves coming after them still struck him as monumentally stupid. They scattered. The ones closest to the dungeon entrance rushed towards it, but the others immediately sought the closest shelter. He could hear Zack's frantic shouting, telling people not to separate from the main group, but it was in vain. Cursing, Zorian snatched Akoja by the wrist before she could bolt towards the nearby apartment building and wordlessly pointed towards the dungeon entrance. For a moment he thought about explaining his reasoning in more detail, but he knew he didn't have enough time for that. He let go of her and started running, hoping she would have the presence of mind to follow. Thankfully, she did follow him, as did several other students that witnessed the silent exchange and realized the importance of it. As they ran, more people joined them, seeking safety in numbers.
Around him, chaos reigned.
The winter wolves were pouring in by the hundreds, and unlike the fleeing students, they were frighteningly well coordinated. Small groups of 3 to 4 wolves detached themselves periodically from the main body to intercept lone targets before rejoining the horde, using their superior numbers to flank and outmaneuver their opponents. Their white fur and the surprising silence with which they moved made them seem like an army of ghosts risen from the underworld to punish the living.
Screams. Shouting.
Flashes of light and canine howls of pain too. Not every student was helpless. Up ahead, Zack was defending the entrance to the tunnels viciously, sending swarm after swarm of force projectiles that hit far harder than your run-of-the-mill magic missile, felling scores of winter wolves with each volley. A number of people reached the safety of a nearby building and promptly barricaded themselves inside, ignoring the pleas of those outside to let them in. Just as Zorian thought they would make it to the entrance without incident, his luck ran out. A large group of 30 or so winter wolves noticed them and moved to intercept. The group halted immediately, unsure what to do as the pack continued to get closer. They had to go through it to reach the shelters, but fighting the wolves was suicide. Zack was busy incinerating a group of war trolls that finally made their appearance and wouldn't be able to help for a while. "I told you I should have brought my sword," one of the boys groused. "But no, it's not suitable for a school dance," you said. "You're too paranoid for your own good," you said. "Oh, shut up," a female voice snapped back. Zorian resisted the urge to fire off a couple of missiles at the approaching winter wolves. Even shaped as piercers, they weren't guaranteed to kill in one shot something as resilient as a winter wolf, and he still tended to fail quite often when he tried to weave a homing function in them, so there was no guarantee he would even hit anything. He had to use his mana intelligently. Not everyone thought so, however. A number of people had a spell formula hidden on them in the form of a ring or a necklace, much like he did, and they threw missile after magic missile into the advancing wolves. Only one girl was capable of casting a proper homing bolt, so most of them missed, and when they did hit they were just smashers, so they didn't kill any of them. They did, however, slow the pack down and force it to cluster together, since the girl that could fire homing bolts targeted any wolf that tried to detach from the pack to flank them. And that gave him an idea. The moment the pack got close enough, Zorian fired an overpowered flamethrower straight into their front lines. Clustered together as they were, most of them were caught in the blast. The winter wolves, notoriously weak to fire, howled in fear and agony. That's when someone else fired another flamethrower into their ranks, this one much bigger and hotter than Zorian's, and the winter wolves promptly turned and fled. The ones that still lived, that is. Zorian turned to see who cast the other flamethrower and was surprised to see Brian there, staring smugly at the charred corpses in front of him. He was holding his fire drake in his arms like a living weapon, and the little lizard was licking its chops like it wanted to eat its kills. So much for his theory that the drake was too young to breathe fire. After a moment of shock at the sudden reversal, they all scrambled into the building housing the dungeon entrance and immediately descended into the tunnels below. Zorian was immediately intercepted by a worried Ivory, who seemed extremely relieved that he was alive. Even though he knew her death wouldn't be permanent, he had to admit he was glad she survived as well. Though now that he could sit down and think about it a little, it wasn't that unusual she had survived. She was a fourth-year student, and they were at the front of the procession for some reason. That was very unfortunate, because fourth-year students were, presumably, much more capable of defending themselves than third-year ones, and they were the ones who reached the safety of the shelters first, leaving their younger compatriots to fend for themselves. "I didn't know you had any fire spells," Brian noted from his left, stroking his familiar affectionately. "I guess that's one of the things Zack has been teaching you this past month, huh?" "Yeah," Zorian admitted. He gave the fire lizard a dubious look, and the reptile stared back at him challengingly. "Did you really bring your familiar to the school dance?"
"Oh, no way," Brian laughed. "I'm not that attached to him."
"No, I used a recall spell to summon him to my side when the winter wolves started pouring in." "Isn't summoning pretty mana intensive though?"
Zorian asked.
"Not if you're summoning your familiar," Brian said. "We're bound together, he and I. Connected through the soul. It's a lot easier and a lot less taxing to cast certain spells where they concern him."
"Ha," Zorian hummed.
An hour went by, with little to show for it. Zorian listened to stories of people around him, trying to put some sense into what had transpired and thinking what he could change in the next restart to make this evacuation thing less of a fiasco. His thoughts were interrupted when a group of teachers finally stumbled into the shelters. There were 6 of them and they looked tired and frightened, much like the students who had gathered around them for explanations and assurances. The only one among them that inspired confidence in Zorian was Kiran, who remained as stoic as always. He was no longer bare-chested, opting to wear full body armor that sort of resembled the chitinous shell of a saint bug, and had a plethora of spell rods hanging off his belt in addition to the combat staff he was firmly gripping in one hand. Kieran had bad news. The attack on the academy was just one piece in an all-out invasion targeting the entire city. Zorian already knew this, of course, but everyone else was suitably shocked. The invasion was well prepared, and most of the defenders had been overpowered right at the start. The city was about to fall. Once that happened, the shelters would become just a giant death trap. They would have to go outside and fight their way out of the city before the invaders could secure everything of critical importance and turn their attention to them. People were taking it pretty badly.
"Why don't you just teleport us out?" someone called.
"You're supposed to be able to do that." "Academy ward control has been subverted," Kieran said calmly. "The invaders have turned our own teleportation wards against us. We can't teleport in or out."
Zorian groaned.
The enemy had control of the wards? How on earth did they do that? The academy wasn't just some random house with a generic warding scheme. It's supposed to be too secure and sophisticated for that. The questions continued for a minute or so before Kieran got enough of it and started to bark out orders. They needed to get moving. Zorian was paying attention to something else though. The student next to him had been acting strangely ever since Kieran and his cohort entered the shelters. Zorian could practically feel the boy's eagerness and anticipation. For what, he couldn't say, but he had a feeling it was nothing good. That is why, when the boy threw a vial full of sickly green liquid on the floor and smashed it with his foot, Zorian held his breath and fired a smasher straight into the boy's chest. Foul-smelling green smoke erupted from the broken vial, and the shelters erupted into chaos. Zorian couldn't see anything through the no doubt poisonous smoke, but the sounds of fighting were unmistakable. He stumbled through the smoke, trying to find an end to it and failing. He could tell from the hacking students around him that breathing in would be a bad idea. Thank God it didn't also irritate the eyes, or he'd never be able to cast a shield in time to stop a magic missile from smashing into his face. A circular plane of force flickered into existence in front of him, soaking the hit. The shield wavered for a second, but held. And then Zorian heard Kieran shout a series of words, and all the smoke around him rushed towards the source of Kieran's voice, as if caught in some sort of vacuum. Zorian had just enough time to see Kieran holding his left hand in the air, a smoky green ball compacting itself above it, before he was forced to erect a shield again. At least he could breathe now. Thank the gods for small favors. Before the attackers, who had probably teleported in under the cover of smoke, because Zorian would remember a bunch of middle-aged men in brown robes if they had been present when he got into the shelters, could regain initiative, Kieran snapped one of his hands and a shining whip flashed through the air. The invaders promptly fell apart, the upper half of their bodies sliding off the lower half like they were never attached to one another at all. Zorian stared at Kieran in shock. He knew the retired battle mage was capable, but seeing it was something else. The man had assessed the situation within moments and solved it with a total of 2 spells. He wondered what would have happened during the initial evacuation if Kieran had been leading the students. He couldn't help but think that Kieran would have found a way to repel the initial winter wolf rush without losing anyone. Certainly the students would be more inclined to listen to Kieran than their class representatives. The man had a certain aura of command around him. "How the hell are you still standing?" wheezed Zack not far from him. Apparently he had breathed in some of the smoke, and was affected just like everyone else. Even decades-old time travelers could be brought down by some tricks, it seemed. Zorian was about to answer when the ground exploded next to him, showering him with stone fragments and knocking him on his back. He heard Kieran chanting something, but it was too late for him. The giant brown worm that emerged from the ground was far faster than it should have been, and Zorian was in too much pain to move. He saw a huge toothy maw closing around him, and then he knew only blackness. His last thoughts were that it wasn't fair. Just how many contingencies did these people have? These invaders were freaking cheaters. Zorian's eyes abruptly shot open as sharp pain erupted from his stomach. His whole body convulsed, buckling against the object that fell on him, and suddenly he was wide awake, not a trace of drowsiness in his mind.
"Good M-."
"No, it's not," Zorian interrupted. "How could it possibly be a good morning?
"I got killed again.
Eaten by a giant worm this time. And waking up like this is really starting to get on my nerves. Couldn't the time loop have started a day later, or something?" He stared at his little sister expectantly. She stared back at him, confused out of her mind and probably a little frightened.
What?" she asked hesitantly.
Zorian wordlessly flipped her over the edge of the bed. She fell to the floor with a thud and an indignant yelp, and Zorian quickly jumped to his feet to better respond to any violence she might decide to retaliate with. Having learned his lesson during previous restarts, he immediately set out towards the bathroom before she could get her bearings. She realized what he was doing quickly, but by then he had already locked the door behind him. Her screams of outrage were music for his ears, especially since they eventually caused Mother to come after her and give her a scolding. Maybe it was a good morning, after all. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk.
Trains.
Zorian hadn't really liked them to start with, but he was starting to develop an intense dislike of them ever since he was caught in this time loop thing. Traveling via train on a regular basis was almost as annoying as Kiriel jumping on him at the start of every restart. He had toyed with the idea of killing time by striking a conversation with Ivory, so she'd be familiar with him when he got a job at the library, but scrapped the notion after a while. Mostly because he decided not to apply for the job in this restart. Working at the library like he had been doing was fairly time-consuming, and he had a much more promising project to work on, mastering all the shaping exercises in Ilsa's book so he could woo her into taking him as her apprentice. Library magic was useful, but getting rid of Svim would be absolutely priceless. He wouldn't be present in Scioria when the invasion came either. Not in this restart, nor in any near future one. Even if he had to reveal his secret to Zack because of it, he'd take the first train out of town on the eve of the summer festival. He knew that the smart, responsible thing to do would be to stay in the city and note what was happening, how the invasion was progressing and what could be done to stop it.
He knew it, but it was too much for him.
And not just because getting himself involved in that mess seemed to invariably lead to his death either. The emotional roller coaster of the evacuation was very hard on his nerves, but that was just a symptom of the real problem. He struggled with his thoughts for a moment, trying to identify the root of the problem. Every reason he could think of felt not right. And then it clicked.
It was the helplessness.
Every time his thoughts strayed towards the topic of the invasion, he couldn't shake the notion that the forces arrayed against him were vastly beyond his ability to handle, and that the only reason he survived as long as he had was through sheer dumb luck. It occurred to him that the manner of his most recent death could easily be an allegory for this entire invasion. So you repelled a murderous pack of winter wolves and reached safety, helped foil a traitorous ambush, and now you think the worst is over? No, stupid, a giant worm suddenly jumps out of the ground and bites your head off. How were you supposed to fight something like that? How was he supposed to fight something like that?
Maybe he shouldn't.
A lot of things about the invasion seemed implausible. About as implausible as Zack becoming a super prodigy over the span of a single summer, Zorian learning all 15 shaping exercises in Ilsa's book within the span of a month, or time travel being real. What if his theory of there being a third time traveler was correct, and that someone was the mastermind behind the invasion?
It would explain a lot.
Then again, it would also pose a lot of questions on its own. Like, why hadn't this hostile time traveler dealt with Zack already? The Lich had already proved it was very much possible to hurt people like Zack and Zorian, and was working for the invading forces already. Regardless, he intended to involve himself again with the invasion only after he acquired some serious magic, or after he calmed down somewhat and felt emotionally capable of facing the situation. Whichever came first. It's not like he could study the invasion in any great detail if he kept dying at the very start of it anyway. Eventually the train arrived in Scioria, and Zorian began his long trek towards the academy. He wasn't in a hurry this time, because he had finally found a spell to protect himself from rain in the last restart and was eager to try it. Well, he had actually found several protective spells meant to deal with rain and other adverse weather, but only one was within his ability to actually cast. That was okay though, since the rain barrier spell was the one best suited for his purposes anyway. It offered the most complete protection, at the cost of being horribly draining to maintain. He could see why the mana drain would be a serious problem for people who wanted to use the spell extensively, but Zorian only needed it to last for an hour or two in an exceptionally mana-rich area of Scioria. Also, being encased in an invisible sphere that repelled water was just plain more impressive than the more subtle, sophisticated wards. The barrier actually worked on water in general, not just raindrops, so he didn't even have to worry about stepping into puddles and soaking his footwear. Seeing water on the road part before him like in front of some kind of celestial emissary was mightily amusing. Also a bit of an ego boost, which is something he sorely needed after being so thoroughly outmatched during the invasion of the previous restart. He'd probably never use the spell after getting out of the time loop, since an umbrella was good enough for most occasions and didn't consume any mana, but finding a store that sold them along his usual route from the train station had proved surprisingly difficult. Which, now that he thought about it, suggested that he probably would use the spell from time to time, since he doubted this would be the only time in his life he'd find himself without an easily acquired umbrella.
He shook his head.
He really shouldn't be fantasizing about what he'd do after getting out of the time loop, since it didn't appear that would happen anytime soon. He had to concentrate on the present, and boy did that sound weird, considering his situation. Like, what was he going to do with Zack? He was sorely tempted to just admit everything to the boy and have them try to figure out this mess together. Surely two heads are better than one? Impulsive he may be, but Zack couldn't have gotten as far as he did without having a good head on his shoulders. He didn't feel entirely comfortable with that idea, though. He strongly suspected there was more to Zack than it appeared, and he hated to charge in without knowing what he was getting himself into. He decided to see how Zack interacted with him in this restart before deciding. Asterisk.
Zorian. Over here.
Zorian glanced towards the happy-looking Benesek waving at him like a lunatic and wondered what he should do.
He didn't really want to talk to him.
Benesek might be his closest friend among the student body, but he was also rather irritating at times, and it's not like he could tell Zorian something he didn't already know at this point. In the end, he sighed in defeat and trudged over to the grinning boy. Time loop or no, it felt wrong to blatantly snub someone so visibly happy to see him, especially since he shared so much history with Benesek. He did find it interesting that Benesek was present in the cafeteria at this time, since that wasn't his usual behavior in the restarts Zorian experienced so far. These kind of unexplained divergences happened all the time, which was to be expected. There were at least 2 time travelers wandering around the time loop, changing things both inconsequential and crucial, but it was surprising to see a change this soon into the time loop. It had only been a day since he arrived in Syoria. Usually it took at least a week until everything went off the rails, and even then a lot of things repeated themselves. Most teachers followed some kind of a fixed teaching plan, for example, and rarely deviated from it. As far as he knew, Fortov always came looking for him for help with the purple creeper salve, even though his accident with Ivory only happened near the very end of the time loop. Which, now that he thought about it, suggested the accident wasn't so accidental after all. Kind of suspicious for an accident to be so insensitive to changes. You just got to Syoria, didn't you? Benesek prompted excitedly the moment Zorian sat down beside him. Zorian nodded hesitantly. Benesek was only ever this excited when talking about a particularly hot girl or when he got a hold of particularly juicy gossip material. Hopefully it was the latter, because there was no way Zorian would be staying otherwise. You're so not going to believe this. Benesek said excitedly. You know Zack? You know, Zack Novida, last scion of the noble house Novida? He went to class with us these last 2 years.
Of course it's Zack. He really should have known. Of course I know him, Zorian said.
He is very memorable.
He is? Blinked Benesek. He shook his head. I mean, of course he is.
I kind of didn't expect you to know, though, since he's kind of a failure as a mage and you never interacted with him much. Zorian shrugged. Truth be told, it was very rare for him to forget someone's name, regardless of how often he had interacted with them or how long it had been since he last saw them. Even before the time loop, Zorian would have instantly known who Benesek was referring to. Anyway, Benesek continued, Zack escaped from his family mansion yesterday. What? Asked Zorian incredulously. What do you mean, escaped? Why would he need to escape from his own mansion? Well, that's the question, isn't it?
Benesek said.
Apparently he had an argument with his guardian that eventually descended into a full-blown magical duel.
A duel which, get this, Zack won.
Half of the mansion was trashed, and Zack fled into the city and has yet to be found. They're searching for him everywhere. Wow, Zorian said, honestly at a loss for words. What the hell was that about?
You said it, Benesek agreed.
I'm not sure I believe the official story though. I mean, there's no way Zack could have taken on his guardian in a magical duel. Tezen's Very is a 7th circle mage or something, and Zack barely passed his own certification. Then again, something sure demolished Novida Mansion.
How do you know this? Asked Zorian.
It's all over the newspapers, said Benesek. Besides, everyone is talking about it. I can't believe one of our classmates would be involved in something like that. What do you think, Zorian?
Ben.
I honestly don't know what to think about that, said Zorian.
And he really meant it.
He didn't doubt for a second that Zack could beat the stuffing out of his guardian, 7th circle or not. The man was a politician, as far as Zorian knew, not a battle mage. But why would he want to do that? I suppose he won't be coming to class this time then, mused Zorian out loud. Then again, he would not have put it past Zack to just walk into class one of these days as if nothing was wrong.
I doubt it, Benesek laughed. Did he kill anyone? Asked Zorian.
Benesek shook his head in the negative. So basically he didn't do anything that serious. What's the worst that can happen to him if he simply turns himself in? Well, Tezen must not be too happy with him now, and he's too influential to brush off, even for someone like Zack, said Benesek. Attacking one of the elders of Eldamar is actually a fairly serious crime, and Tezen could really ruin Zack's day if he was inclined to pursue satisfaction. Not that I think he would, since that would just draw even more attention to what happened. This whole thing is a giant political scandal for him. I'm guessing Zach will come back after a month or so, after he cools off a bit, and Tezen will magnanimously forgive him everything. Zorian was silent. Zach had told him that it was rare for him to spend a restart in Syoria, and even rarer for him to attend classes. In light of that, it had been foolish of him to expect Zach to be around in this restart. Zach may have found Zorian interesting in the previous restart, but probably not that interesting. Still, this was more than a little strange. If he had wanted to leave and do his own thing, couldn't he have just walked out of his mansion one day and kept going?
Who would have stopped him?
His guardian? Why would Tezen do that? The man was clearly very hands-off in his dealings with his charge, as evidenced by Zach's frequent absences from school during the last 2 years, as well as Zach's abysmal performance prior to the time loop. There was no obvious answer, and Zorian didn't feel like trying to track down Zach. He probably couldn't find him, even if he tried, and he had more attainable goals to pursue. Like getting out of Svim's merciless clutches. What could be more important than that? *****. The rest of the restart was pleasantly uneventful. There was no Zach, since the boy never showed up in school and couldn't be found by anyone. After a week or so, the newspaper stopped covering the story because there were no new developments to justify the articles, and the rumors making rounds across the student body died down soon after. For his part, Zorian threw himself completely into mastering the exercises in Ilsa's book. He neglected virtually everything else, often skipping classes when he thought he could get away with it. Akoja was furious, since he was apparently ruining the attendance record of the class, and got Ilsa to corner him one day about it. Fortunately, Zorian's ability to get top grades on every exam, despite his spotty attendance, blunted the impact of Akoja's criticism, and Zorian managed to convince Ilsa he was working on a personal project that was taking most of his time, not skipping classes for the heck of it, as Akoja claimed. He assured her the project would be finished within a month, and that he would resume attending classes regularly after the summer festival. She made him promise that he would show her what he was working on when he was done, and he enthusiastically agreed with her. His single-minded focus gave results quickly. He mastered both vertical and fixed position levitation by the end of the restart. He didn't bother showing these advanced skills to Svim, who was still having him work on the pen spinning exercise, since he doubted he'd get a worthwhile reaction. Nothing seemed to please that guy. He hadn't been present in the city when the invasion came, of course. Without Zach's ring, he was even more useless in combat than he was in the last restart, so it was doubtful he could have lasted for very long in the midst of it all. He did make sure to practice with combat invocations he learned from Zach each day, hoping to hone them into the same reflexive state that Zach displayed. That would take years of practice, of course, but that just meant he'd better start as soon as possible. He also didn't just leave via train like he usually did. He traveled by foot to one of the hills overlooking the city and observed the city from there. Watching the invasion unfold from such a high vantage point was not only a lot easier on Zorian's nerves than being in the thick of it, it was also rather informative. It was interesting to see how the invasion played out in broad terms. It seemed to have several stages, the first of which was, of course, the disguised artillery magic barrage. The explosive flares mostly targeted 3 crucial areas: the city hall, the local military base, and one cluster of buildings that Zorian didn't recognize. The academy didn't appear to be a primary target, possibly because the invaders wanted it reasonably intact. Aside from the initial blast, the impact zones seemed to spawn scores of fire elementals that had to be dealt with. Fortunately, a lot of buildings in Syoria were at least moderately warded against fire, because Zorian didn't doubt for a second that the entire city would have been aflame within minutes otherwise. Once the fire elementals had a few minutes to make a nuisance of themselves, monsters poured out of the sewers, and after they rampaged across the city a bit, the spellcasters finally arrived. The battle was still raging when the clock finally hit 2 past midnight and everything went suddenly black. All things considered, the army of monsters was the least destructive part of the invasion. If he could somehow prevent the initial barrage from crippling the city defense right from the start, or take out a lot of the attacking mages that followed in the monsters' wake, well, it was worth a shot when he finally got some skills under his belt. The next 3 restarts were essentially the same, right down to Zach dueling his guardian and escaping into the night. Apparently that wasn't just a one-time thing, but a rather routine occurrence. The exact details varied, but every time he roughed Tezen up before setting off God knows where. Unfortunately, Zorian couldn't find out anything substantial about Tezen. The man was a high-ranking politician, and thus not exactly approachable, and nothing in publicly available sources explained Zach's apparent hostility towards the man. His work with Ilsa's book progressed steadily, but he was frankly getting a bit sick of it. There was only so much of incessant shaping practice he could stand before he lost all enthusiasm. Besides, Ilsa said most students go through them at a rate of 6 per year, and he was already more effective than that, something that he attributed to his unusual focus in the matter. How many people could afford to focus all their energies on shaping exercises? There were so many things vying for the typical student's attention that shaping exercises no doubt ended up near the bottom of their priorities. That was why he was currently in Ilsa's office, trying to see if he could get something out of her without mastering quite the entire book. "What can I do for you, Mr. Kaczynski?"
Ilsa asked.
"Well, I'm a bit concerned about the program you outlined in your first class," said Zorian. "I'm not sure I'll get anything out of it, since I already have a solid grasp on all the topics you mentioned." Ilsa raised an eyebrow at him. "Hey, it worked on Kieran, why wouldn't it work on Ilsa too?" "I see," she said after a second of silence. "Would you mind if I gave you a couple of quick tests to confirm that?" Confident he could deal with anything she tested him with, he agreed. Ilsa proceeded to rummage through her drawers and took out 2 different tests. One was an exact copy of the same test Ilsa gave to the whole class just before the summer festival, and Zorian proceeded to fill it out in 10 minutes flat by sheer memory. The other was unfairly hard, because it covered advanced topics that didn't turn up in class at all. Zorian only managed to fill out a quarter of the questions before time was up, and he was fairly sure not all of his answers were correct. Ilsa skimmed through them quickly and then nodded to herself. "Your theoretical knowledge is pretty spotty," Ilsa said with a theatrical sigh, and Zorian had to stop himself from scowling. That was such bullshit. She gave him that second test just to make sure he failed. "Here. I'll give you a list of additional reading to study in your free time." 2 minutes later Zorian found himself practically pushed out of the door, a piece of paper with hastily scribbled writing in his hand. He glared at the list of book titles, very much tempted to incinerate it on the spot. He was supposed to start on the variations of the flame-producing exercise, anyway. But he didn't. He would not be defeated that easily. If he could survive Svim's mentoring methods this long, he could definitely read a couple of theoretical manuals. He would be back. She could be sure of that. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. "Good morning, brother." "Morning, morning, morning." "Good morning, Kiri," said Zorian pleasantly. "Thank you for waking me up." Kiriel stared at him for a couple of seconds and then huffed in disappointment at his lack of reaction and got off of him all on her own. Well damn, he should have tried that ages ago. "You're no fun," she accused. Zorian simply nodded in agreement. "Mom wants to talk to you," Kiriel said. "Could you show me some magic before you go though? Please." "Well, why not?" He quickly cast the floating lantern spell, causing an orb of light to spring into existence above his palm. He had the orb fly around the room while he repeated the spell 2 more times, producing a different colored orb each time. The books Ilsa had told him to read were mostly boring crap, but they did tell him something rather interesting. All those variations he had been practicing had more uses than just improving his shaping skills. Apparently, they also allowed him to adjust certain spells more to his liking. The same variation of the light-emitting exercise that allowed him to produce colored light also enabled him to change the color of the glowing orb produced by the floating lantern spell. Mastering a whole bunch of light-related exercises would apparently also make light-based invocations more powerful and less mana-intensive, and the same principle applied to other groups of spells as well, such as fire-related exercises improving invocations based around fire and heat, and levitation-based ones improving spells relying on telekinetic forces. He was a lot less annoyed at having to go through all those shaping exercises when he found that out. Hell, if they were that useful, he'd probably see if he could find more of them when he ran out of the ones in Ilsa's book. More. More. Kiri demanded. Distracting Kiri with a few more orbs, Zorian quietly slipped out of the room and went to the bathroom before Kiri could realize what was happening. Why was she always so intent on getting there first anyway? That was horribly petty, even for Kiriel. He'd have to ask her in one of the restarts. Unfortunately, he sort of forgot he filled his entire room with multicolored orbs of light by the time Ilsa came around to visit, so he thought nothing about inviting her into his room. He hastily swept his hand in front of him, casing them all to wink out of existence, but it was too late. Isla had already seen them and was looking at him curiously. "That's not really a second-year spell," Ilsa remarked, her eyes boring into his own. "Dai-Men can be a pretty good teacher when he wants to be," said Zorian with a cheeky smile, shamelessly relying on Damon's fame to deflect any concerns. Teaching first circle spells like that one to uncertified mages was illegal, but if Zorian ever learned something in his life, it was that Dai-Men can get away with anything. "And you know how to produce something other than white light," Ilsa noted. "Impressive. I guess this should be easy for you then." She handed him a very familiar scroll, and Zorian was just about to flood it with mana to break the seal when he realized something was wrong. Ilsa was studying him like a hawk, expectant and alert. She had never shown this much interest in his scroll opening before, so what made this one special? He stared at the scroll for a couple of seconds, unable to see any difference from the scroll he was used to. Even the symbols on the seal were the same. Wait. A few moments later he remembered where he saw the symbols inscribed on the seal and promptly felt like banging his head against the wall or something. Why, those sneaky little. He had been doing it wrong. All this time he had been simply pouring mana into the seal to break it, when instead he had to channel mana into it in very specific ways so he could peel it off intact. It said so, right at the goddamn seal. It required more mana control than simply flooding the seal with mana, but it was nothing he hadn't already been capable of, even before the time loop. All this time he had thought the symbols on the seal were purely ornamental in nature, but no, they were instructions. Instructions written in a somewhat obscure form, but still. How could he have missed that? He directed his mana to flow along the sides of the seal, causing it to pop off without resistance. Well done, Ilsa said with a smile. Not many students have such a firm grasp on their magic at this stage. I see someone is continuing in Damon's footsteps. Zorian smiled back politely. He mustn't scowl, he mustn't scowl. Unfortunately, I'm in a bit of a hurry, so we'll have to continue this conversation later, Ilsa said. Visit me in my office when you get to Scioria. Now about your electives. Asterisk.
Ilsa stared at him. He stared back.
She glanced towards the two completely filled-out tests on her desk and then returned her gaze towards him, this time with a speculative look. Zorian remained silent. It actually felt good to baffle someone like this, Zorian decided. Apparently Ilsa wasn't as cold-blooded about improbable skills as Svim was. I must admit, I didn't quite expect this level of knowledge and shaping skill when I told you to come and see me, Ilsa said thoughtfully. That second exam I gave you is the one I give to students at the end of their third year, and you only got 2 of the questions wrong. On top of that, you know 10 different variations of the basic 3, which is astronomical for a third-year student. She tapped her pen against the table, lost in thought. You may be a bit too advanced for what I intend to teach your group this year, Ilsa finally admitted. My class is mostly there to make sure the students don't have any obvious holes in their shaping skills and theoretical knowledge, and to teach them a few miscellaneous spells that are of general utility to most mages. You're way beyond that. What am I going to do with you? Transfer me away from Svim so you could teach such a promising student?
Zorian tried. She laughed at him. Sorry, she said.
You're good but not that good. Besides, you should have it easier than most of Svim's 6 air charges. What with your amazing shaping skills and all. You'd be surprised how little difference that makes to him, Zorian sighed. Oh come on Mr. Kaczynski, you didn't even have a single session with him, Ilsa chided. I'm sure that whatever rumors you heard were greatly exaggerated. Right, said Zorian, unable to keep himself from rolling his eyes. Can you at least give me a written permit to skip your lectures? You said yourself I have nothing to learn there anyway. That wasn't quite what Zorian was after, but he supposed it was better than nothing. It would give him a bunch of free periods throughout the week, which wasn't terribly useful while he was inside the time loop, where he could just skip classes if he needed more free time, but would come in handy when and if he got out of it. And besides, a written permit would cut down on Akoja's whining, if nothing else.
No, Ilsa said.
I need you in class, if only to motivate the rest of your classmates to try harder. Don't worry, I'll make sure you're not bored during class.
Crap.
Maybe he shouldn't have asked her that. In the meantime, I'm going to do you a favor, Ilsa continued. While I am personally too busy to teach you, I will see if I can find a teacher willing to give you some private instruction. Do you have an area of magic you're particularly interested in? Personally, I would recommend you look into either divination or alteration, but it's your choice. Spell formulas, Zorian said firmly.
Oh? Ambitious, noted Ilsa.
It's a hard subject. Not something your shaping skills can help you with, either. I'm certain, Zorian confirmed. Spell formulas had fascinated him ever since he started to learn magic, so there was no way he was wasting this kind of opportunity. Very well, Ilsa shrugged. I don't foresee any problems in that case. I'm sure Miss Boole will be ecstatic to have such a talented and determined student.
Miss Boole?
As in Nora Boole, the orange-haired maniac that expected them to read 12 books within a week and gave them 60-question progress tests every other lecture? Zorian resisted the urge to sigh. Why couldn't he have a normal mentor for once?